Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Wanakuni, New World. Here he comes again to humiliate himself and Wayno like clockwork. A tired man working in a garment store commented as he saw a large figure start dancing naked in the streets of the flower capital. This had become a weekly spectacle, so regular that the people of Wanakuni had come to expect it. When Kazuki Odin, the rightful shogun of Wayno, had returned, everyone believed it signaled their liberation. But their hopes had been cruelly dashed when even their revered Odin bowed to the whims of Orochi and the pirate Kedu. Adding insult to injury were Odin's actions, humiliating himself by dancing naked in the streets under the guise of entertainment. I wonder how Sukiyaki-sama ended up with such an heir? Maybe this was why he handed the mantle to that scum, Orochi. Another villager commented as more people gathered to spectate the ongoing debacle. Perhaps Sukiyaki-sama knew how incompetent his son was. The reactions from a gathered crowd were mixed and varied. Some pitied Odin, some were angry, and some were empathetic. Yet many, despite the circumstances, looked at Odin with a hint of hope, believing he would one day liberate them from their oppressors. Recently, the Beast Pirates have increased pressure on those working in the weapon factories due to new competition in the weapons market caused by a rising power in the New World. Workers, already toiling more than 18 hours a day, now faced even greater burdens. They were suffering, and their supposed liberator was dancing naked on the street. Children, who once saw Odin as a hero from the stories their parents told, now looked on in confusion. Elderly citizens who remembered the days of peace under the Kazuki clan watched with heavy hearts. The sight of their potential savior, reduced to a figure of ridicule, was a bitter pill to swallow. His once powerful frame, now the subject of jeers and mocking laughter, contrasted sharply with the memories of his past glory. "How much longer must we endure this?" a woman whispered to her friend, her voice tinged with despair. "We cannot continue to live like this. Our children are starving, our men are worked to death, and our land is poisoned. Yet our shogun does nothing but dance. I heard there's a reason behind his madness," another replied, her tone conspiratorial. "Some say he struck a deal with Orochi to protect us, that each dance saves lives. But at what cost?" The first woman retorted. "Our dignity? Our hope? Odin-sama was supposed to be our beacon, and now he's a laughingstock." Despite the ridicule and the derision, Odin's eyes never lost their spark. He danced with a fervor, his movements wild and unrestrained, as if he were performing a sacred ritual. Those who looked closely might have seen a flicker of defiance in his gaze, a silent promise that the humiliation was not the end of his story. In the distance, a child tugged at his father's sleeve. "Why does Odin-sama dance like that, father?" The man knelt to his son's level, his expression a mix of sorrow and determination. "Odin-sama dances because sometimes, son, the strongest people must endure the greatest humiliations to protect those they love. Remember this, true strength is not always in the sword or in battle, but in the sacrifices we make for others." Unlike the rest, the man was privy to some of the inside information as he was one of Odin's retainers. Just a dozen meters away from where Odin was dancing, a group of beast pirates escorted a middle-aged man. However, calling it an escort would be a mistake. "What the hell are you gawking at? Move! Have you forgotten the lesson we taught you for slacking?" A headliner from the Beast Pirates sneered, his eyes glinting with malice as he gazed at the middle-aged man's right hand, which was missing 2 fingers. The man was none other than Wolf, once a respected figure within the Don Quixote pirates, now reduced to a mere slave. Wolf had been captured by the Beast Pirates after they decimated the Don Quixote pirates. He was currently the lead researcher, deciphering the octagonal designs left behind by Ross for the family. In the Don Quixote family, Wolf enjoyed respect and status befitting a creator. Now, he was nothing more than a tool for the Beast Pirates. He wasn't a fighter, and to stay alive, He worked for his captors, enduring their cruelty in silence. Despite his dire circumstances, Wolf clung to a faint glimmer of hope. Recently, he had heard a rumor about the resurfacing of the Don Quixote family. As a captive, he had little access to the outside world, only granted an hour of leisure time once a month. During these brief moments of freedom, he would walk around the flower capital, always under the watchful eyes of heavy guards. This limited time was his only window to gather snippets of information and dream of a possible rescue. The streets of the flower capital were bustling with life, contrasting starkly with Wolf's internal turmoil. Merchants hawked their goods, children played, and the ever-present beast pirates kept a tight grip on the populace. Wolf moved through the crowd, his eyes scanning for any signs or whispers that might confirm the rumor he had clung to so desperately. Each snippet fueled his hope, but also his fear. If the Don Quixote family was truly back, it meant they were walking into a perilous situation. The beast pirates were stronger than ever, and the consequences of being caught were severe. Lost in his thoughts, Wolf nearly stumbled into a young girl who looked at him with wide, curious eyes. "Mister, why are you so sad?" she asked innocently. Wolf managed a faint smile. "Just remembering someone," he replied softly, his heart aching with a mix of hope and despair. "Move along, you bastard," one of the guards barked, shoving him forward. As Wolf continued his walk, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to change. The pieces were in motion, and he prayed that whatever fate awaited him, he would find some semblance of redemption, or at the very least, see the downfall of those who had brought him and so many others to their knees. Within the main base of the Beast Pirates in Onigashima, a tense atmosphere permeated the room. The oppressive silence was only broken by the sound of Kaido, the 100 beasts, drinking directly from a large barrel. Seated on a grand, throne-like chair, Kaido was a figure of immense power and dread, rumored to be the strongest creature in the world. No one dared disturb him. Standing nearby were two of the Beast Pirates' strongest cadres, King and Queen, both silent and watchful. The air was thick with anticipation and unease. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Kaido's heavy drinking was the only sound until a sudden crash shattered the silence. Kaido hurled the half-empty wine barrel against the wall, the force of the throw causing it to splinter and spill its contents. "So you're telling me," Kaido growled, his voice low and menacing, "that despite having the workforce and production increased, we lost 20% of our business in just a few months?" His words hung in the air like a storm cloud. Wano had been a haven of resources, and under the Beast Pirates' control, they had grown rapidly, solidifying their position. Even their greatest threat, Odin, had been subdued. Yet now, despite their considerable efforts, their share in the weapons market was dwindling. A goon, nervously stepping forward from the group, spoke up, his voice trembling slightly. "It's the Don Quixote brothers, Kaido-sama. They have set up a new large-scale weapon factory near Dressrosa. The weapons they produce seem to be of better quality than what we produce." Kaido's eyes narrowed, and he leaned forward, his immense presence causing the goon to shrink back slightly. The room seemed to grow colder as Kaido's anger simmered just below the surface. "Better quality, you say?" Kaido's voice was a dangerous whisper. "And what are we doing about it?" "Kaido-sama, we are—" The goon started to explain, but his words were cut short. Kaido, in a swift, brutal motion, picked up his spiked club and smashed it down on the goon's head. The impact was catastrophic, blowing the head apart like a melon. Blood and bone matter splattered across the room, sending a chill down the spines of everyone present. "I did not ask for an excuse," Kaido roared, his voice a thunderous growl that echoed off the walls. "I want to know why those brats are still alive." He kicked the headless body away with a forceful shove, the lifeless form tumbling across the floor like a rag doll. As the room fell silent, the tension was palpable. The occupants, even the seasoned fighters like King and Queen, felt a shiver of fear at Kaido's sheer brutality and unchecked rage. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and the oppressive weight of Kaido's fury. Kaido murmured to himself, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. I should not have left that brat to the world government back then. Such incompetent fools. King stepped forward cautiously, his usual stoic demeanor unwavering despite the gruesome display. Kaido-sama, we underestimated their resilience. The Don Quixote brothers have proven to be more resourceful than we anticipated. But rest assured, we will rectify this mistake. Queen by the side added, we need to intensify our efforts, both in intelligence gathering and in direct action. We can't allow them to continue undermining our operations. Kaido's eyes burned with a fierce intensity as he listened. Increase surveillance on their operations. Send our best spies. I want to know every move they make. And prepare our forces. If we need to, we will crush them ourselves. The beast pirates in the room nodded, the urgency of Kaido's command clear. They knew that failure was not an option, not when dealing with their fearsome leader. The message was clear. The Don Quixote brothers would pay for their defiance, and the beast pirates would ensure their dominance remained unchallenged. Kaido's towering form loomed over the room as he picked up another barrel of sake, taking a deep swig. His mind was already plotting the downfall of his enemies, and his resolve was unyielding. The Don Quixote brothers had made a grave mistake, and Kaido would make sure they regretted it again. Just then, a subordinate of the beast pirates burst into the chamber in a hurry, his entire body dripping with sweat and blood. His ragged breath and missing limb signaled the urgency of the situation. Kaido-sama, we are being attacked, the goon managed to blurt out. Kaido, already in a foul mood, turned his face more menacingly toward the subordinate. Tell me what's going on, and who is so daring as to attack my beast pirate's territory? Kaido roared, his clenched palm shattering the throne's arm under his fearsome grip. It's the rookie pirate who recently became a Shichibukai, Gecko Moria, and his crew, the subordinate explained, but Kaido's anger rose, tipping beyond the boiling point. You fools are so incompetent that you can't kill a single crew. Kaido bellowed. The subordinate's face paled as he recalled the terrifying details of the ongoing assault. Zombies, Kaido-sama. There are hundreds, thousands of zombies attacking our men. It's his devil fruit, Kaido-sama. We are no match for their numbers, the subordinate explained while clutching his bleeding stump. Kaido's eyes flared with rage as he processed the information. Zombies? You mean to tell me that the great beast pirates are being overrun by a bunch of walking corpses? His voice dripped with disdain and fury. King stepped forward, his gaze cold and analytical. If it's Gecko Moria, then he's using the Kage no Mi to control shadows and animate the dead. We'll need to find and eliminate him to stop the assault. Queen, taking a deep drag from the cigar, added, his zombies are formidable in numbers, but they rely on shadows to function. If we can disrupt his control, we can just slaughter them. Kaido's towering form loomed over the room, his anger palpable. Enough talk. Prepare our forces. I want Moria's head on a spike by sundown. The beast pirates scrambled to carry out Kaido's orders, their fear of their leader's wrath driving them into action. The air was thick with tension as they armed themselves, preparing for the onslaught outside. Kaido stood, picking up his spiked club, his eyes burning with fierce anger. I'll handle this myself. Many people seem to have forgotten what the name 100 Beast Kaido stands for. No one invades my territory and lives to tell the tale. As he stormed out of the chamber, the beast pirates followed, ready to face the undead horde and their master. The clash between the beast pirates and Gecko Moria's forces would be fierce, but Kaido's unyielding resolve and overwhelming strength promised a devastating counterattack. Boom! 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 The sound of punching echoed throughout the dark alleyway as Odin pounded an old metal pole in frustration and anger. He had been enduring this humiliation for over a year to save the citizens of Wano, who were being held hostage by Orochi. Every time he danced naked, Orochi would set a certain number of people free. Odin had even wandered around Wano to verify if Orochi was keeping his word. You have simply become pathetic, Kazuki Odin, a voice echoed. Odin immediately turned towards the source of the sound, surprised that someone had managed to sneak up on him. Perhaps his anger had clouded his senses. Seated on top of a building in a crouching position was a young teen with blonde hair and sharp eyes. Odin felt a sense of familiarity about the teen, as if they had met before. The teen gripped a sheathed katana, and Odin's eyes widened in recognition of the blade. It was the Sandai Kitetsu. But that wasn't the most pressing matter now. The teen's words echoed through the alleyway again. The right-hand man of Edward Newgate, one of the few people who truly knows the truth of this world, a man who conquered the Grand Line alongside Roger as part of his crew. For such a man, this is simply pathetic. How much more naive can you become, Odin-san? I questioned, my voice a mix of sadness and disbelief. Odin's anger subsided momentarily, replaced by a surge of shame and confusion. He scrutinized the teen, trying to place him where he had seen him before. The intensity of the teen's gaze and the familiarity of the blade indicated a connection to his past adventures, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly how. "Who are you?" Odin demanded, his voice gruff from the raw emotions he was grappling with. The teen's eyes softened slightly. "Someone who looks up to you, or rather looked up to you once upon a time, Odin-san. Someone who believes that the Kazuki Odin I admired wouldn't let himself be humiliated for so long without finding a better way to save his people." Odin clenched his fists, the weight of his sacrifice pressing heavily on his shoulders. "You don't understand. Every week, people are freed. They live because of this humiliation. And how long can you keep this up?" the teen retorted. "What happens when Orochi decides that your dancing isn't enough anymore? Will you still dance while Wano falls deeper into despair?" The words struck a chord in Odin. Deep down, he knew the teen was right. His current approach was only a temporary solution, and it was costing him his dignity and the faith of his people. "I will find a way," Odin said, more to himself than the teen. "I have to." The teen jumped down from the building, landing gracefully beside Odin. "Then start acting like the man you were. The man who sailed with legends. The man who sought to open Wano's borders to the world. That's the Odin people of Wano need. No, acting against that bastard Orochi will only end up killing all the hostages he holds. At least now, he honors his word and releases people every week," Odin declared, his voice heavy with the burden of his decision. "Ha ha! How can a man like you be so stupid, Odin-san? Did you ever consider what happens to the new slaves Orochi captures every day? He releases 1 or 2 every week, but in return, he captures a dozen. So, pray tell me, how many years is it going to take for you to release all the hostages?" I mocked Odin, but my words seemed to strike him deeply, as if he had just received a revelation. He was internally conflicted. He had never considered the possibility of Orochi capturing new hostages because it wasn't part of their deal. No, Orochi may be the lowest of the scum, but he is from Wano. He wouldn't do such a thing that goes against the warrior's code, Odin said in disbelief, trying to convince himself that the humiliation he had endured was all worth it. And since when did kidnapping innocents and holding them hostage become part of the warrior's code, Odin-san? For a worm who is ready to stoop to such a level, do you think he would have a bottom line? The way I see it, Wano is inching toward destruction, and know this. Your inaction is only making things worse for Wano and its people, I commented. If I could, I wanted to make things worse for Kaido. Although I had promised Afi that I wouldn't confront Kaido directly, that didn't mean I couldn't make things difficult for him. Odin's eyes widened as he absorbed my words. The realization that his efforts might be futile struck him like a blow. He had been enduring such humiliation, believing it was for the greater good. Yet the reality of Orochi's deceit was like a dagger to his heart. I stepped closer, my tone softening just a fraction. Odin-san, the people of Wano need you to be the leader they believe in. They need the warrior who dared to dream of opening Wano's borders to the world. You can't save them by dancing naked in the streets. You save them by being the man they look up to, the man who would never bow to tyranny. Odin's fists clenched, his body trembling with a mix of rage and shame. I have to find a way to save them, he whispered, more to himself than to me. But how? How? Now, that's something you'll have to figure out on your own, I said, a hint of amusement in my voice. Originally, I didn't intend to intervene in the matters of Wayno, but I need some information. I also need to rescue someone from my family who is imprisoned by Kaido. Who better to ask than the rightful shogun of Wayno? I chuckled, unsheathing my black blade and displaying it in front of Odin. I'm looking for the blade of Shimatsuki Ryuma. I hope you can help point me in the right direction, I said. Odin's gaze sharpened, his hand instinctively going to Enma at his hip. His earlier vulnerability vanished, replaced by the fierce demeanor of a seasoned warrior. Why are you looking for the sword god's blade? Shusui is the treasure of Wayno. Forget about ever getting your hands on that weapon. I don't know who you are, but you seem familiar. I'll let your comments slide this time. Leave Wayno. My people don't like the presence of outsiders, Odin said, his grip on Enma tightening. It seems like you've buried everything from your past, Odin-san. You don't seem to remember the people you once knew. And just so you know, I wasn't inquiring about Shusui. I was talking about the blade that even the sword god couldn't tame. I responded, sheathing Kitetsu again. Odin's eyes widened in shock at my mention of Ryuma's other blade. You, who are you? And how do you know about that blade? His mind raced, tried to recall all his memories from the past, attempting to match my face to someone he knew. Then it struck him. Ross-kun, Odin questioned, doubt etched in his voice. He remembered Ross from his time with Whitebeard and Roger. The kid was the protege of the marine hero. Yes, it's me, Odin-san. It's been a long time, I confirmed with a nod, a nostalgic smile forming on my lips. Odin's stance relaxed slightly, though his grip on Enma remained firm. Ross-kun, it's been years. What are you doing here, really? And how do you know about that blade? I sighed, realizing the depth of the situation. I'm here to rescue a member of my family from Kaido's clutches. And as for the blade, I have my reasons. But more importantly, Odin-san, Wayno needs you to be the leader you were meant to be. The people are suffering, and you can't save them by dancing in the streets. Odin's expression turned somber as he listened. You wouldn't really understand even if I told you, Ross-kun. But how do you know all these things? Orochi must not have told you all this. Only a few people know the true reason for my behavior. Trust me, Odin-san, if you keep this stupid act up, you'll end up losing everything. Your family, your children, your retainers, and finally, the whole of Wayno will suffer for your stupidity. Even now, as we speak, your family is in constant danger. I originally wanted to get some information out of you in exchange for a favor, but seeing your condition, I don't feel like bargaining anymore. I can only pity the Odin I see in front of me now, a man with no backbone. For Roger's sake, I'll consider this doing him a favor. What do you mean my family is in danger, Ross-kun? Odin demanded, a newfound clarity returning to his eyes. I ignored his question and dissolved into lightning. After a few moments, I returned, carrying a sack, and tossed it in front of Odin. He's one of Orochi's men, posing as your retainer. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. But at least after prying the truth from him, I hope you come back to your senses. I sliced my blade through the sack, and its contents spilled out, Kanjuro's broken form. Odin's eyes turned red with anger, and he drew both his blades, ready to attack. By the way, he's a Kurizumi, if you didn't know. He's been Orochi's man from the start. I chuckled. Odin's mind froze midway as he listened to the information I had just shared. He was a man who trusted his subordinates and would risk his own life to help them. But now, Ross was saying that Kanjuro was a traitor. If that were true, Odin shuddered at the thought of how many days he had left his children under Kanjuro's protection. All it would take for Kanjuro to harm his children was a single swing. He turned to the battered and broken form of Kanjuro, who was unconscious. Just then, I threw a scroll over which Odin caught and read. His countenance grew uglier the more he read. He recognized Kanjuro's ugly handwriting anywhere. As I turned to leave, I glanced back at Odin, a small smile playing on my lips. Remember, Odin-san, the path of a true warrior is never easy, but it's a path worth walking. For the sake of Wayno, and for those who believe in you. Wait, Ross-kun, if you're truly not after Shusui, then I don't mind telling you what I know. According to records, there was a blade forged alongside the poneglyphs, made of the same material by my ancestors. It is supposed to be a blade much superior to even the current 12 supreme grade blades. It was forged so that the greatest warrior of Wano could wield it to protect the true history of this world. Odin paused while sheathing both his blades and continued. Rimusama back then defended Wano single-handedly from the world government, so the Kazuki clan gifted the blade to the Shimatsuki clan. But unfortunately, even Rimusama could not tame that blade. It remained an heirloom of the Shimatsuki family until someone who could truly tame it arrived, he said in a hurried manner, thinking I would leave. However, I turned to him with a hint of expectation in my eyes. Tell me, Odin-san, where is that blade now? Well, the blade isn't in Wano anymore, Roscoe. Close to 3 decades ago, a group from the Shimatsuki clan and its retainers illegally left Wano. The group was led by Shimatsuki Kozaburo, one of the greatest swordsmiths of his time. Enma was also crafted by that man, Odin said while caressing his blade. But then we lost all track of them. No one knows where they are or if they are still alive to this day, Odin said with sadness, although he wanted to help me. This matter was something that happened 3 decades ago. Ha 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 ha. I started laughing like a madman, not knowing what to say. If I were a regular person in this world, I would have to resign to fate and give up. But now, because of my knowledge, I knew exactly who Odin was talking about and where they were. Even Odin did not know about their whereabouts, but I did. I calmed myself down. Now that I had a solid lead, I didn't have to blindly search for a weapon that could suit me. I took a deep breath and looked at Odin, who was staring at Kanjuro with mixed feelings. He couldn't bring himself to believe that Kanjuro had betrayed him, but the scroll in his hand was solid proof of the betrayal. Odin-san, because you gave me such great news, let me also give you some juicy news in return. Onigashima is currently under siege as we speak. Kaido is completely occupied, fighting a massive army of the dead. If you're going to take care of Orochi, now is the best time. And the barrier fruit isn't invincible. There's a limit to how much punishment each barrier can take. I commented while looking in the direction of Onigashima. With my observation haki, I could detect what exactly was going on in there. I suggest not going solo this time. You have loyal retainers. It is their duty to serve you, so don't take that away from them. You can't disrespect them like that. Maybe if fate allows, we can meet again, Odin-san, for I have a bat to catch, a thick, fat bat. I couldn't help but chuckle as I turned around and started walking away. Odin's eyes widened, and he gripped the scroll tighter, his mind racing. The pieces of the puzzle were finally falling into place, and the weight of his responsibility pressed heavily upon him. Odin-san, I called out, glancing back one last time. Remember, your people need you now more than ever. It's time to reclaim your honor and liberate Wano from its oppressors. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you the most important piece of information. That woman, Kurazumi Higurashi, by Orochi's side, is the current user of Main no Mi. So don't be deceived by what you see. Trust in your senses, Odin-san. With that, I disappeared into the shadows, leaving Odin to contemplate his next move. The spark of hope had been rekindled, and I could only hope that it would blaze into a fire that would consume Orochi and Kaido's tyranny. Odin stood there, the weight of the scroll and the betrayal it represented sinking into his soul. His mind replayed the countless times he had trusted Kanjuro, the moments of camaraderie and loyalty, now shattered by the truth. He knew he couldn't ignore this any longer. His people, his family, and his retainers were counting on him. He looked up at the sky, the moonlight casting a pale glow over the alley. My people, I have failed you long enough, he whispered, determination hardening his features. No more. The time for dancing is over. With a resolute stride, Odin made his way back to the palace, dragging Kanjuro along, his mind set on a single goal, to reclaim Wano and bring justice to those who had toyed with him. The words of the young teen echoed in his mind, reminding him of his duty and the strength he once wielded. As he approached the palace gates, his retainers rushed to his side, concern etched on their faces. Odin-sama, what is the matter? Kinemon asked, his hand instinctively reaching for his sword. We have been deceived, Odin replied, his voice steady but filled with an unyielding resolve. He tossed the broken form of Kanjuro and passed the scroll over. But no more. Gather everyone. We march to the capital tonight. His retainers exchanged glances, confused at first, but then reality sank in, a mixture of relief and determination spreading among them. As you command, Odin-sama, Kinnaman responded, bowing deeply before rushing off to rally the others. As the retainers assembled, Odin addressed them, his voice carrying the weight of his newfound resolve. Tonight, we fight for our freedom. We fight for Wano. No more humiliation. No more suffering. We will reclaim what is rightfully ours. A chorus of determined voices rose in response, the retainers ready to follow their leader into battle. Odin glanced at the horizon, where Onigashima loomed in the distance. The battle ahead would be fierce, but with the spark of hope rekindled, they were ready to face whatever lay ahead. And so, under the cover of night, Kazuki Odin and his loyal retainers set forth on a journey to reclaim their homeland, driven by a newfound determination and the hope of a brighter future. Bulo breath. Kaido's powerful dragon breath ripped through hundreds of zombies, decimating them in an instant. Onigashima was entirely engulfed in chaos as thousands of undead besieged the island. Initially, it seemed like the beast pirates would be overwhelmed, but once Kaido personally intervened, the tide turned dramatically against Gecko Moria and his crew. Ha ha! With such puny strength, you dare challenge me? Bastards, mark my words, today, none of you will leave my territory alive. Kaido, in his hybrid form, swung his club with a thunderous bellow. Thunder Bagua! The club smashed into one of Moria's crewmates, turning his head into a grotesque pulp. Kaido! A pain-filled roar echoed, catching Kaido's attention. He turned to see the rookie who had come to challenge him. Since the battle began, Moria had been hiding, manipulating his army of the dead. These zombies knew no fatigue or pain, a tactic that might overwhelm other crews, but was a mere joke against Kaido. Ha ha! Are you the breath they call Moria? Did you think that just because you call yourself a warlord of the sea, you could best anyone? It seems you still do not understand the true cruelty of the open seas. Let me teach you. Kaido moved at blinding speed, transforming into his dragon form. His massive jaws clamped down hard on another of Moria's crewmates, snapping him in two. Aya, seeing his comrades ripped apart, Moria's eyes turned bloodshot. Despite the chasm-like difference in their power, he charged forward, brandishing his weapon. Clang! The blade in Moria's hand snapped as it met the dragon's scales. The massive dragon head looked at him in mockery, then pounced on another one of Moria's crewmates, tearing him apart amidst blood-curdling cries. You bastard! Stop! Stop this madness! Fight me instead, you coward! Gecko Moria bellowed, mobilizing his shadow powers in a desperate attempt to sever Kaido's shadow. But then, suddenly, a massive burst of Conqueror's haki erupted from Kaido, neutralizing Moria's powers. The Paramecia powers were rendered useless under the overwhelming pressure of the Conqueror's haki. Moria stood there, frozen in shock. He had never expected his powers to fail him, let alone so utterly. The realization of his helplessness sank in as Kaido's mocking laughter filled the air, sealing the grim fate of Moria and his crew. I will show you what true despair means today. I am someone who is destined by fate to rule over this world, and you dare to challenge me? I will show you today what happens when you challenge someone you shouldn't. Kaido bellowed, his laughter echoing throughout Onigashima. His form began expanding, the dragon growing to hundreds of meters and covering the sky above. Moria's crew was lost. They had completely given up hope. This was not something they could hope to fight in their entire lifetime. Moria tried to rally his crew, but Kaido's overwhelming strength had crushed their spirits, leaving them in despair. Meanwhile, in the flower capital, within the shogun's palace, a night banquet was in full swing. Orochi was reveling in his shogun life, surrounded by sycophants and lavish entertainment. Suddenly, the sounds of music were overwhelmed by a commotion outside, catching the attention of everyone in the banquet hall. Orochi's mood soured as his entertainment was disturbed. He yelled at his subordinate. "What the hell is going on out there? Drag those bastards, causing a commotion, and behead them, every one of them." Orochi spat in vengeance, his face contorting with anger. He turned back to the Oiran, sitting next to him, salivating at her beauty. The young woman had no intention of being with a man like Orochi, but as the shogun, her life and the lives of her family could be dictated by Orochi's single word. The Oiran's eyes reflected a mixture of fear and loathing, but she kept a forced smile on her face, knowing the consequences of defying the shogun. The atmosphere in the banquet hall grew tense as the sounds of chaos outside grew louder. Orochi's impatience and fury were palpable, and the guests exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of what was happening outside. Unbeknownst to them, the commotion was not a simple disturbance, but the beginning of a rebellion. Odin had finally decided to act, spurred into action by the words and revelations shared by Ross. With his retainers by his side, Odin was determined to put an end to Orochi's tyrannical rule and liberate Wano from the clutches of its oppressors. The night sky above the flower capital was filled with the sounds of battle and the cries of the oppressed, marking the start of a new chapter in Wano's history. The once cowed citizens began to rally, inspired by the hope that their rightful shogun had returned to lead them to freedom. Orochi's reign of terror was about to face its greatest challenge yet, and the tides of fate were turning against him. As the minutes passed, the commotion outside only grew louder. Orochi's subordinates, who had left earlier, had yet to return, causing a sense of dread to settle in his gut. Suddenly, the side door burst open, and Kurizumi Semimu entered with worry etched on his face. The moment he saw Orochi safe, he sighed with relief and moved toward the shogun, pushing aside the dancers in his way. "Do you have any idea what's going on outside? And here you are, enjoying your banquet. Kazuki Odin has started a rebellion. They're cutting down anyone who supports the Kurizumi rule. Your retainers and even the beast pirates are being hunted down as we speak." Orochi's face paled in shock. He had never expected Odin to directly attack them, not even in his wildest dreams. He had planned to humiliate Odin for years and then get rid of him with Kaido's help. Although on the surface it looked like Wano was under their control, the lingering spirit of Wano was still there, and Odin's rebellion had just sparked that flame. "Quick, inform Kaido. Summon Kaido here now," Orochi blabbered, his pristine form now disheveled with fear. He was acutely aware of what Odin was truly capable of. "I have already sent a message to Kaido. He should be here soon. Don't worry. As long as you stay unharmed, we can bring Wano under control anytime." Semimaru comforted Orochi and casually sat beside him, ready to defend with his barrier if the palace was breached. "Quick, go and give me some of those hostages. I will teach that bastard Odin what happens when he defies me." Now that his safety was secured with Semimaru present, Orochi found his spine again. He grabbed the Oiran next to him by her neck and bellowed to one of his retainers to bring more hostages. Soon enough, the subordinate returned with a family of 4, a husband, wife, and 2 young children, and pushed them down beside Orochi's seat. Orochi chuckled, eagerly waiting for Odin's arrival. Boom! With a resounding crash, the main entrance of the banquet hall burst into splinters as Odin rushed in, wielding 2 katanas drenched in blood. He was followed by his most loyal retainers, whose blades were also stained crimson. "Orochi, you bastard, come here and die." Odin sent a flying slash right at Orochi, his eyes blazing with battle lust. But just as the slash approached, a shimmering barrier was erected around Orochi, keeping him, Semimaru, and a few loyal retainers safe within it. The Oiran and the hostages were also trapped inside the barrier. Orochi's other retainers charged at Odin, but Odin's retainers moved even faster. The disparity in skill between the 2 sides was quickly evident as Odin's retainers cut down Orochi's men one after another. You bastard. We had a deal. Did you forget your word, Odin? Don't you care about the people of Wano anymore?" Orochi grabbed the Oiran by her hair, dragging her in front of him and placing a blade against her neck. The blade scraped her pearl-like skin, drawing blood. However, Orochi failed to notice the bright determination in the Orin's eyes. Odin's gaze hardened as he locked eyes with Orochi. Your words mean nothing, Orochi. You've broken every promise you've ever made. Today, justice will be served, and I will have your ugly head. The tension in the hall was palpable, and the fate of Wano hung in the balance. Odin's resolve was unshakable, and the spirit of Wano's true samurai burned bright in his eyes. Within moments, all of Orochi's guards and retainers outside the barrier lay slaughtered. Though Orochi's face paled, he maintained a twisted smile. He knew that as long as Semimaru stood by his side, Odin could do nothing to him. They had already sent a message to the beast pirates. Once Kaido arrived, he would ensure these rebels were burned at the stake. Kurizumi Orochi, you spineless wimp. Come and face me. Aren't you the shogun? Why are you using innocent lives as your shield? Let them go. Odin roared, his voice echoing through the hall. He saw a family and the Oiran held hostage, and though he had resolved to fight Orochi today, he couldn't bear to see innocent lives harmed. You want me to let them go, Odin? Of course I can. All you have to do is surrender and crawl to me like a dog and beg for it. Humiliation isn't new for you, after all. You danced naked for over a year to save the people of Wano. Orochi chuckled, revealing the sinister reason behind Odin's public humiliation. Odin's retainers, who had always believed their leader had a reason for his actions, were stunned by the revelation. Even the hostages within the barrier widened their eyes in shock at Orochi's words. Their beloved Odin-sama had sacrificed his dignity to protect them. The atmosphere grew tenser as Odin's retainers exchanged glances, their respect for their leader deepening even further. Odin's resolve hardened. He stepped forward, his eyes blazing with determination. Odin-sama, is this true? The Oiran's eyes glinted with liberation. Many had believed that Odin had abandoned them, but now Orochi himself admitted that all of this was because he had threatened Odin. Their Odin-sama had endured such humiliation for their sake. Her mind raced with thoughts about how everyone had blamed Odin. She disregarded the blade digging in her neck, wanting to know if everything Orochi said was true. Of course. Why else do you think this brute would dance in the streets naked? Ha ha ha. Orochi laughed, his eyes darting through the retainers standing behind Odin, searching for Kanjuro. He wanted to know why he hadn't been informed of such a rebellion, but despite looking again, he did not find the spy he had planted in Odin's ranks. Kinemon, observing from the side, couldn't help but comment, looking for someone, Orochi. He tossed the severed head of Kanjuro onto the barrier. It rolled down, revealing Kanjuro's lifeless face. Did you think we would never find the rat within our own ranks? Kinemon's voice was filled with disdain. Odin's retainers assumed it was Odin himself who had discovered Orochi's plot, unaware of Ross's intervention. You wait, you bastards. Kaido will be here soon, and then I will skin all of you alive. Orochi bellowed, but the others in the room smirked. Suddenly, a heavy downpour started outside, sending a serene calm through the chaotic battlefield in the flower capital. Seems like you're unaware, Orochi. Kaido is currently occupied and will not be coming to your rescue, Kinemon said. He lunged, his blade streaked with flames, and struck the barrier. No matter how you try, my barrier is indestructible. Semimaru chuckled, and Orochi joined in the laughter as more of Odin's retainers joined the attack on the barrier. Odin, it seems you have forgotten what it means to defy me. Let me remind you. Orochi's words were cut off by the Oiran, who looked straight into Odin's eyes. You have suffered enough, Odin-sama. My pitiful life isn't worthy of your sacrifice. Save Wano. Save its people from suffering, Odin-sama. The Oiran's eyes were filled with a serene calm as she smiled at Odin. Before anyone could react, she bellowed, "For Kazuki! For Wano!" She sliced her own throat against the blade pressed against her neck. The blade tore through her flesh. Nearby, the family also felt a rare fire burn in their hearts. They realized their lives were insignificant compared to Wano's greatness. The man and woman, despite their weakened state, lunged at one of the guards, grabbing for his katana. Even the children pulled out knives hidden beneath their sleeves and charged at Orochi and Semimaru. Before anyone could react, their small hands plunged the knives deep into Semimaru's back with all the force they could muster. However, the price of their attack was catastrophic. Orochi's retainer quickly beheaded the parents and moved to strike down the children. For Wano, the two children bellowed as Orochi's blade severed their heads. Semimaru, with two knives plunged into his back, coughed blood but still had the presence of mind to hold the barrier. Seeing the children beheaded before his eyes, something in Odin snapped. A massive burst of Conqueror's haki surged forth like an unrelenting tide, crashing onto the barrier. The air crackled with energy, and the sheer force of Odin's willpower caused the barrier to tremble, and cracks started forming on the barrier. Orochi, damn you! Odin roared, his voice filled with unyielding resolve. The retainers of Odin, invigorated by his haki, redoubled their efforts. Blades clashed, and flames roared as they poured all their strength into breaking the barrier. Semimaru, struggling to maintain the barrier under the immense pressure, gritted his teeth. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Orochi, now terrified by the beast standing before him and vulnerable, stumbled back in terror. No, this can't be happening. Kaido will come. He will save me, he stammered, his bravado crumbling. Odin's retainers, having witnessed the hostages' final resolve, echoed, raising their weapons, their voices unified in a battle cry. For Wano, for Kazuki, Ragnarok, Kaido swung his club with all the ferocity he could muster. The battered and bruised Gecko Moria swung his own weapon to clash against the behemoth. Boom! A resounding shockwave spread throughout the battlefield. The force from Kaido's attack was overwhelming, sending Moria flying through the air and crashing into a building behind him. Moria, who had once prided himself on besting anyone, had lost hope. His entire crew had been torn apart by Kaido, quite literally, right before his eyes, leaving him completely helpless. Moria understood that Kaido was toying with him. His zombie army, which numbered in the tens of thousands when he started the siege on Onigashima, had dwindled to a mere hundreds. The beast pirates were now using the remaining zombies as practice dummies. Wororo, Shichibukai, the seven warlords, such wimps. And the world government expects you lot to bring balance? What a joke. Wano is mine, and anyone who steps into Wano will be slaughtered. Kaido's voice boomed, filled with arrogance and disdain. Meanwhile, a few miles away, a Marine dressed as a Wano citizen used a spyglass to observe the situation. He was already aware of the commotion in the flower capital, but it seemed the beast pirates were still engaged in fighting Gecko Moria. Suddenly, the Marine's transponder snail rang. He had earlier informed Marine HQ about the situation in Wano. What's the situation in there? A gruff voice sounded from the other side of the transponder snail. The Marine's eyes widened in realization. Normally, it would be his superior talking to him with new orders, but this time it was Fleet Admiral Kong. Although he hadn't met Kong in person, he had heard the Fleet Admiral's voice many times while in Marineford. Sir, it seems like the Shichibukai Gecko Moria has lost. However, the entirety of the flower capital is in shambles. It seems there is a rebellion against the current shogun, and once Kaido gets wind of the matter, it will be a full-blown war, the Marine reported, not wasting any time. On the other end, within the Fleet Admiral's office, sat Kong, Admiral Zephyr, Admiral Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Tsuru. We cannot have Gecko Moria fall at the hands of Kaido. This will disrupt the entire Shichibukai system, Sengoku stated, thinking about the implications of the matter. Once the world learns that a Shichibukai has fallen, the deterrent power will reduce drastically, and many will boldly challenge the Shichibukai. Isn't this what you guys wanted? For someone to take down the Shichibukai, showing that they can be replaced by stronger ones, Zephyr added with a smirk. As someone who hadn't supported the Shichibukai initiative, he didn't care what happened to these pirates. That's different, Zephyr. Gecko Moria was added to the roster to encourage other stronger pirates to fight for the Shichibukai position by taking down the old ones. This way, The final Shichibukai will be an absolute deterrent. Even the rookie crocodile was picked to be a scapegoat. But Kaido killing him will be different. There's no way Kaido would join the Shichibukai. As much as it sounds stupid, we need to get Moria out of there alive. Tsuru explained, her mind racing with counter-strategies. If Moria was lost without a proper replacement, the world government would breathe down their necks. This can be an opportunity for us Marines, Sengoku voiced, catching everyone's interest. Wano has been closed to everyone. Now that Kaido and Oden, who was once part of Roger's crew, are going to clash, maybe we can lend our assistance to Wano and establish a base of operations there. Ahem, sir, what are my orders? A voice sounded from the transponder snail on the table. The Marine soldier had inevitably become part of the meeting. Monitor the situation closely and make sure not to get caught. You are the only source of information we have from within Wano, Kong ordered. The Marine was tasked with continuing his monitoring before the call was disconnected. The Marine, now fully aware of the critical role he played, returned his focus to the unfolding chaos on Onigashima. His heart raced, knowing that the fate of the Shichibukai system and the strategic advantage of Wano hung in the balance. The storm was far from over, and the world was about to witness a clash of titans that could reshape the power dynamics of the seas. Prison of mine, Udon. Crimson blood dripped from my blade as I cut down another warden of the prison mine. Hundreds of beast pirates' bodies lay scattered around me. My target was confined within this hellish place, and I had no intention of leaving without him. Who are you? Do you know who you're attacking? We're the beast pirates. This place belongs to Queen Sama. Once the higher-ups know what you've done here, they will slaughter you. A warden, covering his bleeding stump, had fallen onto his rear. His voice trembled as he tried to use Kaido's name to escape death, seeing me drenched in the blood of his companions. You think I'm doing all this to keep a low profile? No, Kaido must know. Well, who knows? Maybe after today, your beast pirates will not have a place to call home. I chuckled. I was closely monitoring everything that was happening. The more I learned about the Goro no Mi, the more I understood why the lightning Logio was so feared. With my knowledge from the other world, I could use my lightning powers with unprecedented flexibility. The warden of the mine picked up the fallen transponder snail and tried desperately to reach out to his superiors. You know that's not going to work, right? How many times have I told you? I've blocked all your communications. I flicked my blade to rid it of the bloodstains. I had manipulated the signals and intercepted all communications. I was even aware of the Marine spy who had reached out to HQ. I could have blocked that communication, but I needed Moria to get out alive. His zombies were already raiding the graveyard in Ringo to bolster their numbers. Shusui was already in Moria's possession, and I planned to relieve him of that blade once I saved Wolf and left Wano. Queen Sama, Kaido-sama. The warden's voice trailed off as he realized the futility of his actions. His eyes widened in terror as he understood the gravity of the situation. I stepped closer, the crackle of lightning echoing around me. If you do survive this, let Kaido know the ghosts of the Don Quixote family will haunt him to the ends of the world. With another swing, I severed the remaining arm of the warden, who screamed in agony before collapsing. Casually, I stepped into the prison where Wolf was confined. Wolf was imprisoned in a room that looked more like a workshop. A small bed occupied one corner, while the rest of the room was littered with various designs and scraps of paper. It seemed the beast pirates had been working him to the bone. Despite the commotion outside, he was sleeping soundly on his bed. I ripped open the cell door with my arm. Although the door was lined with sea stone, it did not affect me as much as it might have affected other devil fruit users. The resounding noise caught Wolf's attention, and he woke up with a start, holding a compass defensively. That's quite some welcome, Wolf-san. I chuckled, stepping out of the shadows so my face was illuminated by the small lamp hanging in the room. Ross, is that really you? I knew it. I fucking knew you guys would come for me. Despite his weakened state, Wolf lunged forward and gave me a bear hug. I already knew he must have suffered immensely under the beast pirates. His missing fingers were a testament to that, but he showed no resentment towards me. All he had was genuine happiness at being rescued and meeting me again. The voice of all things helped me read such emotions, and my observation hockey could also detect them. Wolf San, I'm sorry we couldn't come to rescue you earlier. I bowed sincerely, wanting to apologize to the man. He casually waved it off and tapped my shoulder. Damn, you have grown so tall. How many years has it been? You're already taller than me. He chuckled while comparing our heights. Though I was still a teenager, I was already 2.5 meters tall. Well, Wolf San, we can catch up later. It's time we left. I have quite the surprise waiting for you back home. Didn't you always want to build something that would echo your name for eternity? I chuckled, not giving him all the details. We had many modifications planned for Pluton, and the first project was a weapon similar to a railgun that could be mounted on warships. I couldn't think of a better person to lead this project. Pluton was a weapon built by the entirety of water 7 centuries ago, so to create a new one, we would have to gather the best minds. Wolf was intrigued, but knew now was not the time to get all the details. Now that his freedom was assured, he had all the time in the world. As we stepped out of the cell, we heard pleas for help from the other cells within the mines. These must have been prisoners forced to work for Kaido and Orochi, likely in prison here because they had defied their rule in some way. Ross, can we help them out? We're going to be leaving anyway. I know the suffering behind these walls, so why don't we just lend a hand? Wolf requested, with expectation in his eyes. Wolf had heard the screams, the tortures, and everything that happened in the mine prison. He felt sorry for his fellow inmates. Now that his freedom was assured, he didn't want to leave them to their fate. Sigh fine, but they will have to fend for themselves once they're free. I saw an armory nearby. Why don't you get the keys from the warden and open a few cages? I'll take care of the rest, I commented. Wolf immediately left to get the keys for the prison and the armory, which housed hundreds of weapons. The people of Wano were warriors, and once they had weapons in hand and knew that Odin was fighting for their liberation, they would dive into the battle without caring for the consequences. Soon enough, I ripped apart the cages and the shackles from the prisoners. Doing this also added an advantage, as it would create more opponents against Kaido and his crew. The freed prisoners, once armed, would be a formidable force. Soon enough, hundreds of freed prisoners gathered, and Wolf, followed by a dozen others, stepped in carrying hundreds of weapons. They placed them in the center and even looted the pantry, bringing food in sacks to distribute among everyone. You guys may not know this, but Kazuki Odin is currently fighting against the Kurizumi and Beast Pirates to free Wano. I believe you don't want to sit this one out, I remarked. A burly samurai, towering over 3 meters, stepped forward. His face was marked with 3 scars, as if a dangerous beast had mauled him. Despite his long imprisonment, he exuded strength. For my estimation, he could fight toe-to-toe against some of the veteran vice admirals. Benefactor Dano, can you please share your name? We would like to remember this favor till the end, he asked, bowing politely. It's Rossinante. Don Quixote Rosinante, I replied. The burly man's eyes widened in recognition of the name Don Quixote, but then he realized that was the past. The team before them had liberated them. In the future, if you ever need any assistance, no matter how insignificant it seems, remember Rosinante Dano. My blade, Yuzuki Miyamoto's blade, will be at your service, he declared. Strapping 2 katanas to his waist, he exuded the natural aura of a leader. Following his lead, many bowed to me sincerely in gratitude, armed themselves with weapons, and prepared for battle. I realized that the Yuzuki family was the daimyo family of Adon. As the prisoners were fed and armed, their eyes shone with a mix of relief and determination. They quickly prepared themselves with weapons from the armory, and the atmosphere was charged with newfound hope and a thirst for vengeance. To the flower capital, Odin-sama needs us. For Wano, Miyamoto roared like an unchained beast, rallying the others. Soon, hundreds of samurai rushed out of the mine prison. They were momentarily shocked by the carnage outside. Hundreds of beast pirates dismembered and slaughtered, the entire ground stained with blood. After a moment of initial shock, they composed themselves and started their march towards the flower capital. After the prison force left, I spread my observation hockey throughout the entire prison to ensure no one was left behind. To my surprise, in one of the cells with its door already ripped apart, I detected a single person sitting unmoved. Wolf, and I walked toward the cell, and as we reached it, the stench of rotting bodies hit our noses. Earlier, in my haste to free the prisoners, I hadn't noticed this. The sight inside was horrific. More than half a dozen rotting corpses with various injuries lay scattered about. It seemed they were from a single family, having died on different days as the degree of decay varied. Wolf couldn't hold it anymore and stepped out, puking. In the corner, amidst the decaying bodies, sat a young boy, probably around 5 or 6 years old. He was all skin and bones, with countless lacerations on his body. Seeing the kid brought back memories of how Daffy and I had held on back in Mariewa, clinging to life with the last ember of our strength. The boy was similarly holding on, a flicker of life still burning within him. The kid slowly stirred and looked up. Even opening his eyes seemed like a massive burden. "Is it finally my time?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "I'm not one of them, kid. Tell me, do you want to live?" I remarked, not knowing why I said that. Granting him a quick death would be a mercy, but he reminded me too much of myself and my brother. "Will you grant me the strength so that I can have my vengeance?" The kid's almost shut eyes opened, a fire of vengeance burning brightly within them. "I can show you the way, but how far you walk along that path will be up to you," I said, carefully lifting the boy. His body was frail and light, a testament to the suffering he had endured. "What's your name, kid?" I asked, wrapping an old, tattered blanket around him to shield him from the cold. "It's Oda Nabinaga," he replied, his voice weak but determined. I instinctively knew that the kid was lying, trying to keep his secrets to himself, but I did not expose him. I couldn't help but feel a sense of destiny in his name, a name that echoed with the promise of greatness and the weight of history. "Shadow's Asgard," Moria bellowed, his face drenched in blood. He no longer harbored thoughts of besting Kaido. Survival was now his only goal. As the minutes passed, his chances of escape seemed increasingly bleak. Desperation led him to use his strongest technique. His remaining zombies, which he had stealthily sent to scavenge, had retreated, with only 100-odd surviving. Among their spoils, they had found the corpse of some legendary figure and his sword. If he could turn this corpse into a zombie, he would have an unparalleled subordinate by his side. Moria's body swelled as he absorbed the shadows, growing into a behemoth over 30 meters tall. Yet, even in this colossal form, he seemed like an ant before Kaido's dragon form. "Worororo, is that supposed to be your trump card? Come on then, show me what you've got." Kaido bellowed from the air. The beast pirates were toying with Moria's crew, torturing them, and the women suffered the worst of their morbid savagery. "Kaido, I will kill you. I will kill you for what you did to my crew." Moria screamed, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Kane Daiko. Kaido's entire dragon form turned into a fiery inferno, burning everything in its path. With unmatched strength and speed, he lunged at Moria's shadow form. Boom! The shockwaves reverberated throughout Ringo, shaking the ground. The massive downpour only added to the chaos. Despite his bravado, Moria was no match for Kaido. Like a broken string, Moria was launched into the air, his form shrinking as he passed out. Just as Kaido was about to deliver the killing blow, a loud voice bellowed from one of the Tobarapo, who looked battered and bruised, indicating a major battle. He had been left in charge of the beast pirates in the Flower Capital. "Kaido-sama, Orochi has been captured. The entirety of Wano has risen against us. Every beast pirate they see is being slaughtered," he reported before collapsing from blood loss. King and Queen, who were torturing captives for Moria's crew, widened their eyes in shock. They hadn't been informed of such a critical situation. King immediately moved to the fallen man and slapped him awake. "Why did you not inform us earlier that there's a war going on?" he demanded angrily, nearly ready to rip the subordinate's head off. Many of the top cadres had their own transponder snails. "King-sama, none of the transponder snails are working. The flower capital is under Odin's control. Orochi and his men have been captured. With each passing minute, more people join the fight. There are already more than 100,000 samurai gathered. We stood no chance against them, the Tobarapo answered, mustering his remaining energy. Suddenly, a powerful breath attack was aimed at him. King, with his observation haki, dodged it, but the exhausted Tobarapo was burned to cinders. The attacker was none other than Kaido himself, his face twisted in fury and his entire form radiating anger. The surroundings fell silent, save for the heavy rain. A dragon's roar reverberated through the skies as thunder rumbled. Without saying a word, Kaido took to the skies, determined to bring Wano back under his control. King understood Kaido's intent and immediately rallied the troops. However, he was cunning. If all of Wano had risen against them, there was a chance they might lose. He turned to Queen. "Have our ships ready, just in case." "I have a bad feeling about this," he said, morphing into his Zoan form and taking to the skies. The rest of the beast pirates, except for a few under Queen's orders, rushed towards the flower capital. Moria, defeated and forgotten, lay in the rain as the storm of battle moved on without him. Just as Kaido, in his dragon form, was flying through the skies, Odin sprinted towards him with relentless determination. Their paths converged at Udon, where Kaido's massive form was impossible to miss. Odin, seething with rage at the man who had tormented Wano for years, had no intention of dialogue. The moment he detected Kaido, he roared like a primal beast, bellowing the enemy's name. "Kaido!" A massive flying slash cut through the air as Kaido soared overhead. Kaido swung his massive claws, and the two attacks collided with ferocious intensity, sending sparks flying. The storm in the night sky intensified, its fury unknowingly manipulated by a lightning Logia user. Ross, hidden from sight, was stacking thunderclouds to amplify the brewing storm, preparing to unleash a super-powerful lightning attack even grander than the one he used on Fishman Island. "Odin, have you finally found your spine to challenge me?" Kaido bellowed from the skies, shifting into his hybrid form. He dropped from the sky like a meteor, and his club aimed to pummel Odin with a single, devastating attack. Kaido infused his strike with both armament haki and conqueror's haki, creating a burst of Haoshiku that formed an ethereal azure dragon surrounding him, crackling with purple lightning as he descended. However, Odin was no slacker. The right-hand man of Whitebeard himself, Odin, turned his entire form pitch black with armament haki. His legendary blades, Enma and Aim no Habakiri, also turned pitch black, charged with his haki. With a powerful surge, Odin's own Haoshika haki burst out, coating his blades. Behind him, an ethereal form of a mythical white tiger emerged, poised to strike at the descending dragon. The intangible force of their conqueror's haki gave form to these mythical beasts, their wills clashing even before their weapons did. Invisible ripples of power radiated from their confrontation, making it almost impossible for others to intrude on a battle of this scale. The very air around them crackled with the pressure of their haki, creating a sphere of intense energy that separated them from the rest of the battlefield. Kaido's club, wrapped in the fierce aura of the Azure Dragon, met Odin's dual blades, each strike reverberating with the power of Titan. The ground beneath them trembled as they clashed, each impact sending shockwaves through the earth. The storm above mirrored their battle, with thunder roaring and lightning flashing, adding to the chaotic symphony of their duel. Kaido's dragon roared, its voice echoing through the night, while Odin's tiger growled in response, each representing the indomitable spirit of their wielder. The heavens themselves seemed to split as their Haoshiku haki collided, creating a rift of pure energy that illuminated the battlefield. The ferocity of their confrontation was unmatched, a true clash of titans that would be remembered throughout history. Daitoku Raime Hack! Kaido roared, gripping his mace with both hands and infusing every ounce of his immense strength and haki into the attack. The air around him crackled with power as he descended like an unstoppable force. Simultaneously, Odin bellowed, Hiradura! He swung both of his legendary swords, Enma and Aim no Habakiri, with all his might. His blades gleamed with a dark aura, resonating with his armament and conqueror's haki. The two titanic forces collided with unmatched ferocity. A massive crater formed at the point of impact, the sheer force of their conqueror's haki creating an invisible barrier between their weapons. The ground quaked, and the air itself seemed to explode outward from the epicenter of their clash. Kaido's attack, infused with the devastating power of his Daitakarime hack, surged forward like a dragon's roar, creating a vortex of destructive energy. His mace, surrounded by an ethereal dragon, struck with a force that could shatter mountains. Odin's Hiradura, named after the mythical white tiger, unleashed a torrent of cutting energy from his dual swords. The ethereal form of the tiger roared back at the dragon, creating a counterforce of unparalleled might. The blades seemed to sing with Odin's indomitable will, cutting through the very fabric of reality. As their haki-infused attacks clashed, a blinding light erupted from the point of impact, illuminating the battlefield. The shockwave from their collision sent debris flying in all directions, uprooting trees and sending rocks hurtling through the air. The force of their wills, embodied in their conqueror's haki, created a rift that seemed to momentarily split the heavens. The crater beneath them deepened, the ground unable to withstand the monumental forces at play. Around the rim of the crater, fissures spread out like spiderwebs, the earth itself groaning under the strain. Thunder roared in the sky, responding to the sheer power of the clash below. Kaido's eyes burned with an intense, savage joy. Worororo, this is the strength of a true warrior, he bellowed, pushing his mace against Odin's swords with even greater force. The azure dragon around him seemed to come alive, its roar blending with Kaido's own. Odin gritted his teeth, his muscles straining as he pushed back with all his might. For Wano, for its people, he shouted, his voice filled with unwavering resolve. The ethereal white tiger roared in unison, its fierce eyes locked onto the dragon. The battlefield was enveloped in the epic struggle, a clash of titans that seemed to defy the very laws of nature. Onlookers from both sides could only watch in awe and terror, witnessing the raw power and determination of these legendary figures. The intensity of their confrontation left an indelible mark on the land, a testament to the strength and spirit of the warriors of Wano. Kaido twisted his body, swinging his mace in a wide arc aimed at Odin's side. Odin reacted with lightning speed, parrying the blow with Enma, and countering with a swift strike from Aim no Habakiri aimed at Kaido's neck. Kaido deflected the attack with his armored scales, retaliating with a fierce headbutt that sent shockwaves through the air. Odin staggered back, blood trickling from a cut on his forehead, but his eyes burned with undiminished determination. He lunged forward, his swords a blur of motion as he unleashed a flurry of slashes. Kaido met each strike with his mace, the clashing of their weapons creating sparks that lit up the battlefield. Their battle raged on, neither warrior willing to give an inch. Kaido transformed back into his full dragon form, breathing torrents of fire that scorched the earth. Odin dodged with agility, his swords carving through the flames as he closed the distance. He leaped onto Kaido's back, driving Enma into the dragon's scales and drawing a roar of pain from the beast. Kaido bucked wildly, trying to shake Odin off, but Odin held on, using Aim no Habakiri to carve a path along Kaido's spine. The dragon thrashed, smashing into the ground and creating a series of craters as it tried to dislodge the relentless samurai. With a final, mighty effort, Kaido swung his tail, sending Odin hurtling through the air. Odin landed hard but rolled to his feet, charging back at Kaido without hesitation. He swung both swords in a powerful X-shaped slash, aiming for Kaido's heart. Kaido met the attack head-on, his mace crashing down with all his might. The impact created a shockwave that flattened the surrounding area, the force of their haki tearing the very air apart. As the clash between Odin and Kaido intensified, The rest of the battlefield was equally chaotic. The remaining beast pirates, led by King, engaged fiercely with the samurai forces led by Odin's retainers. Despite the beast pirates' strength, the sheer number of samurai proved overwhelming. The tide of battle quickly turned in favor of the samurai, with the majority of the beast pirates being driven back and overwhelmed. Only the highest-ranking cadres, like King, were able to hold their ground, keeping Odin's main retainers in check. Meanwhile, a few miles off the coast of Wano, a small ship sailed stealthily under the cover of the night sky. The heavy downpour provided an additional layer of concealment. The ship was eerily manned entirely by zombies. Gecko Moria, battered and bruised, barely clung to life. He took a labored breath and glared back towards Wano, his eyes filled with hatred. "Someday, I will have your head, Kaido," Moria fumed. "Mark my words. I will turn your corpse into the most majestic zombie soldier and make you serve me even after death." A voice suddenly echoed from above, startling Moria. "That's quite the grand ambition you have there. Are you sure you can achieve that?" Moria's heart skipped a beat as he turned towards the source of the voice. On top of the ship's mast sat a blonde teenager holding a katana. "You, who the hell are you? Do you know who I am? I am a Shichibukai." Moria tried to muster a semblance of bravado. I couldn't help but chuckle at his pathetic state. From the canon, I knew that despite his grand declarations, Moria never dared to face Kaido again. If he had, I might have shown him a basic level of respect. "I know exactly who you are, Gecko. You're a defeated dog running away with its tail between its legs. But I'm not here to rub your loss in your face. You have something I need, and I will be taking it." My gaze shifted towards the corpse of Ryuma and the dusty katana placed next to it. I could recognize Shusui anywhere. Moria attempted to manipulate his shadow to attack me, but a powerful burst of Haushika Haki tore his weakened shadow to pieces. The zombies on a ship lunged at me, but with a simple gesture, hundreds of lightning bolts rained down from the sky, striking each zombie with precision and turning them to ashes. Before Moria could react, I flickered behind him and delivered a powerful cross chop, knocking him out cold. I still had a use for Moria, or at least the title of Shichibukai, which I could leverage to attract the Marine's attention. With Moria subdued, I approached the corpse of the sword god of Wano, Shimatsuki Ryuma. Even in death, his husk emitted a powerful surge of sword energy, detectable only to those with abilities akin to the voice of all things. I bowed in respect to the greatest warrior Wano had ever known and then moved to pick up Shusui. The entire sheath was covered in dirt, indicating that the sword had been buried alongside Ryuma's corpse. As I unsheathed the blade, its magnificence was immediately apparent. Shusui, one of the 21 great greatswords, was a masterpiece. The blade was pitch black due to its permanent infusion with Busashoka Haki, giving it a fearsome and imposing appearance. The intricate edge pattern gleamed under the faint light, reflecting a perfect wave-like pattern. The guard was circular, decorated with a flower-like motif, adding an elegant contrast to the blade's dark visage. The tsuka handle was wrapped in a traditional black braid, providing a firm grip. Shusui's reputation as a sword of unparalleled strength was well-earned. It was said to be indestructible, capable of slicing through the toughest of materials with ease. This was probably the sword Ryuma used to slay a dragon. The sword felt almost alive in my hand, resonating with a history of countless battles and a legacy of unparalleled swordsmanship. As I held it, I could feel the spirit of Ryuma himself, a silent guardian watching over Wano. I sheathed the blade reverently, feeling its weight and power. This sword, forged through countless battles and honed by a legendary swordsman, would now be an integral part of my journey. With a final glance at the unconscious Moria, I turned towards the horizon. Wano awaited, and I had to make sure there were no surprises like in the canon. And it seemed like the battle was reaching its apex as the clash between the two titans has been going on for more than an hour now. The entirety of Udon was engulfed in chaos as the clash between the beast pirates and the Wano samurai resulted in widespread destruction. As the battle progressed, the samurai who had been released from the mine joined the fray, completely suppressing the beast pirates. However, Kaido and Odin paid no attention to the turmoil around them. Their clash was all they could focus on. Both warriors stood at the peak of their abilities, neither giving an inch. They fought with a singular purpose: to best their opponent. Despite being called the strongest creature, Kaido's defenses were breached by Odin, particularly because Odin could use Conqueror's Haki entanglement. Kaido's massive dragon form bore 3 significant scars: a cross-shaped cut on his chest, a long, deep gash along his spine, and a deep wound on his neck. Odin, too, was equally battered. His left arm was scorched, and a visible dent marred his chest, turning the area black and blue. He visibly limped on one leg. "Kaido-sama, we cannot hold them back. If this continues, we will lose our entire crew and everything we have built. We have already lost more than half our forces." King screamed as he deflected another flame-clad slash from Kinemon. Although he was holding his ground, he knew the beast pirates would have no one left to serve if this went on, as more and more samurai joined the fight. He had never expected Odin to breach Kaido's defenses. Since the moment the massive dragon fell from the sky the first time, his heart has been in unrest. In the sky, Kaido's dragon form roared, disregarding King's words. Despite knowing the dire situation, he wanted nothing more than to kill Odin. He had never had such an exhilarating fight in his life. The more he fought against Odin, the more he felt he could learn and grow stronger. He now firmly understood what Garp had told him years ago about Haki. As he was now, he still relied on his devil fruit, but Odin, who had no devil fruit, could match him just because of his mastery of Haki. Ragnaroku, Kaido reverted to his hybrid form and swung his mace again, while Odin swung Enma and aimed no Habakiri. Nitoryu, Togentatsuka. Both weapons clashed, sending ripples through the air. Even the downpour seemed to freeze under the sheer pressure of their clash. Suddenly, a cry for help from a small boy caught Odin's attention. He recognized the voice instantly. That momentary lapse put him at a disadvantage as Kaido swung his mace ferociously. Odin managed to defend the attack by crossing his blades, but he was sent flying back, crashing into the ground. Despite his injuries, Odin got up and sprinted toward the boy. It was none other than his son, Momonosuke. "Father, help!" Momonosuke cried. Odin ran to him, embracing him protectively. Just then, with a cruel glint in his eyes, the little boy pulled a knife hidden in his sleeves and plunged it into Odin's chest. Odin reeled in pain and dropped to the ground, unable to comprehend why his own son would attack him. Then it hit him. Ross had told him about Kurizumi Higarashi's ability to transform. Odin coughed blood and roared, "Higurashi!" Kaido squinted his eyes, dissatisfied with what had just happened. However, knowing the situation was dire, he needed to take advantage of this opportunity. He could deal with Higarashi's interference later. As long as he took down Odin, Wano would be his once again. Odin roared in anger and, before Higurashi could react, beheaded her with a single swing of Enma. However, Kaido had already transformed into his mythical dragon form, becoming a flaming behemoth covered in lava, ready to launch his strongest attack. Odin, still reeling from the devastating attack, was on his knees. Many of his retainers wanted to intervene, but the pressure from Kaido kept everyone at bay. "Shoryu, Cane Hack!" Kaido, in his fiery dragon form, lunged forward to launch his devastating attack, aiming to deal with Odin once and for all. Odin's eyes widened. The earlier stab was fatal, and he could not muster enough Haki to defend against the massive incoming attack. He closed his eyes, trying to summon the strength. Just then, the heavens rumbled as if answering Odin's silent prayer. The entire sky above Wano roared in fury, and as Kaido's attack was about to engulf Odin, high in the sky, Ross posed with Shusui held in both hands and swung it down. Itoryu Ii, Odin's Wrath. A massive spear of black lightning descended and morphed into a colossal black dragon, comparable in size to Kaido's full form. The entire Wano could see the spectacle. Even Kaido felt fear as the lightning dragon roared. However, it was too late to dodge. There was no way he could match the speed of lightning. He instinctively coated his entire form with the strongest armament haki and even Conqueror's haki. Despite his best efforts, it wasn't enough, as Ross had charged the attack for too long. The massive black lightning attack tore through Kaido's azure dragon form, leaving a gaping hole through its girth. Roar! A blood-curdling cry reverberated throughout Udon as Kaido's massive, flaming form crashed to the ground. The entire battlefield froze, save for the sound of falling rain. Sigh. Despite my warning, you fell for the trick, Odin, I muttered. But I was delighted. Shu Sui was a true masterpiece, significantly amplifying my attacks. I did not expect Shu Sui to amplify my attack to such a degree. If I had tried such an attack with Kitetsu, it would have shattered. Originally, I did not want to intervene in the fight to see who would come out on top, but after detecting Higurashi, an idea formed in my mind that having Odin indebted to me would help in the future, and my initial intent was to have Odin walk out of this alive. As the massive dragon crashed into the ground, leaving a large crater, Kaido immediately reverted to his human form, unable to maintain his dragon form due to the devastating damage. Despite such a fatal attack, Kaido surprised everyone by spitting out blood and, with difficulty, standing back up. His breathing was labored, and his chest sported a fist-sized gaping hole. However, thanks to his Zoan vitality, he still held on. He unleashed his observation haki to try and find the attacker, but it was of no use. Even Odin seemed wary, though he realized that the one who intervened was not hostile. "You bastard! Come out and face me, you coward!" Kaido roared, his Haushiko haki bursting out despite the overwhelming pain. He bent over, coughing and spitting blood, as the internal injury was too extensive. Odin, given a respite, tore his sleeves and used them as makeshift bandages to stem the bleeding from his chest. He stood up, ready to face Kaido once more. However, just then, King, battered and bruised, arrived next to Kaido. "Kaido-sama, we need to leave. We can come back later for Wano," he advised. Kaido roared in fury, grabbing King by the neck and choking him, but King did not flinch. He knew that continuing this fight was futile. In their current condition, even Kaido might fall, which King could not allow. King was loyal to Kaido to the bone, willing to sacrifice his life if it meant Kaido would see reason. Kaido had saved him from hell, and he was ready to repay that debt. Just as King's face turned blue, Kaido eased the pressure, looking at Odin. He was confident he could take down Odin, but he was wary of the unknown attacker. If the other party intervened again while he fought Odin, he would be at a disadvantage. With a murderous roar, Kaido finally decided to fall back. For the first time in his life, he took a step back, but he swore in his heart that he would come back for Wano. Wano was his, and he would also tear down the person who intervened. He tossed King aside and, without another word, retreated towards Onigashima. Odin, breathing heavily and still clutching his chest, watched Kaido retreat. The battlefield fell silent, save for the sound of the falling rain. The Wano samurai, victorious but weary, began to regroup. Odin's retainers rushed to his side, tending to his wounds and ensuring he could stand. The clash had been epic, a testament to the indomitable wills of both warriors. The scars left on Kaido's body and the injuries to Odin were reminders of the fierce battle they had waged. Yet, the intervention had changed the course of the fight, giving Odin the edge he needed. As Kaido and his forces retreated, Odin looked up to the sky, where the mysterious lightning attack had come from. He knew that whoever had intervened had saved his life. With a silent vow, he promised to uncover the identity of his savior and repay the debt. However, the thought of Ross being his savior did not even cross his mind. For now, though, his focus was on reclaiming Wano and rebuilding what had been torn apart by the Beast Pirates and Orochi. Regroup and rally all the samurai. Now that we have an advantage, we cannot let go. We will immediately siege Onigashima, Odin commanded. The retainers seemed worried. "Odin-sama, your injuries. One of the retainers couldn't help but ask in concern, but Odin stopped him. No, we cannot give Kaido and his men time to regroup. Kaido is in the same condition as I am, especially after that last attack. We need to push him out of Wano once and for all. Odin responded. He knew that if Kaido had any sense, he would leave Onigashima in haste because, soon enough, the entire might of Wano would descend on him. A few hours later, as the massive army of samurai descended on Onigashima, Odin's guess proved correct. The beast pirates had completely retreated from Wano. Odin stood on the shore with his retainers standing behind him at a respectful distance, gazing at the horizon where he could see the beast pirates' fleet retreating. He knew that Kaido would return, and he needed to be ready. Just then, a samurai came running, his face flushed. He knelt. Shogun-sama, the grave of the sword god has been desecrated and robbed. Both the corpse and the sword are missing, he explained in a hurry. The people of Wano had already decided that Odin would be the shogun. They did not even wait for Odin to accept the position. The moment the samurai shared the news of Ryuma's grave being desecrated, everyone's fury overflowed. Ryuma was the guardian god of Wano, so having someone take away the things belonging to the sword god was a blatant insult. Even Odin's expression soured, not understanding who would do something like this. Search the whole of Wano. Whoever's responsible for this might still be here. We need to find them, Odin ordered. The temporarily appointed leaders of each region rallied their forces under the shogun's orders to search and cleanse the entire Wano for stragglers. Now, on the shore, only the most trusted retainers of Odin remained. Odin gestured for his retainers to give him space and stepped onto the shore. As he stood there, he remarked, "Are you willing to come out now, Rossinante?" He turned towards a boulder. I stepped from behind it, carrying 2 wrapped bundles on my shoulders, followed by Wolf, who carried a little boy in his arms. "Not bad, Odin-san. Despite your weakened state, you still seem to be alert," I commented with a chuckle as I stepped next to Odin. His retainers wanted to intervene, but Odin simply stopped them with a gesture, asking them to retreat. That was when Kinemon's eyes set on the sword strapped to my side. "Odin-sama, he has Shusui," he commented in a hurry while pulling out his katana. The other retainers also drew their swords, ready for confrontation. Even Odin instinctively reached for his swords, but had yet to unsheath them because he felt a powerful pressure emanating from me. Just then, the rain that had slowed down picked up speed, the wind howled, thunder rumbled, and lightning streaked across the night sky. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Odin-san. I don't think you will be able to face me in your current condition." A bolt of black lightning struck the ground in front of the retainers, who were about to charge. Odin's eyes widened in realization and shock. "Rossinante, it was you." He finally realized who had saved his life. His gaze settled on Shusui with a raised brow, as if expecting an explanation. Even the retainers now understood that challenging me would be foolish, and with Odin's orders, they sheathed their blades. "Well, Odin-san, I found a grave robber, so I am here to do you another favor." I tossed a large, wrapped bundle in front of Odin, which unfurled to reveal the unconscious form of Gecko Moria. I carefully set down the next bundle, which contained the corpse of Ryuma. Odin was about to unwrap the second bundle, but I stopped him. "As the new shogun of Wano, you have a choice to make, Odin-san, the corpse of Shimatsuki Ryuma or Shusui. Pick one. I am a pirate, and could have taken it away without telling you. But for old time's sake and the respect I hold towards such a great warrior like Ryuma, I am giving you this choice." Although I framed it as a choice, I knew what Odin would pick. The true reason I exposed myself without leaving was to make sure Odin knew who saved his life and set up my next plan. I needed Wano to capture Moria. As a closed country, Wano would not have much knowledge about the Shichibukai. Any action they take against the Shichibukai would rile the Marines, making them mobilize. That would give me the perfect opening to attack Impel Down. I had one chance, a single chance to rescue Senor Diamante, and I wanted to set everything up properly before I hit Impel Down. "You, how dare you bargain with us, the people of Wano, using the sword god's body and Wano's national treasure?" They both belong to Wayno. Kinemon roared, and the same intent flowed through the rest of the retainers. However, Odin felt conflicted because I was his savior, and as I had said earlier, I could have just left, and no one would have ever known that the sword and the corpse were lost. A correction, sir. The corpse of Ryuma may belong to Wayno, but the sword belonged to Ryuma himself. As far as I have read, there are no records stating that Ryuma passed down the sword to anyone, so claiming that it belongs to Wayno is simply not fair. Wolf, who had read many records of Wayno during his imprisonment, spoke logically, which put an ugly look on the samurai's faces. Odin then suddenly pulled out both his katana, strapped to his side along with their sheaths, and presented them. Rossinante, I will forever be indebted to you for saving my life. But would you please reconsider handing over Shusui in exchange for my 2 blades? Odin proposed. Odin-sama, you cannot. We could just take Shusui away. And like he said, we don't have to entertain a pirate. For all we know, he might have been the one who desecrated the sword god's resting place. One of the retainers barked. However, just then, the sound of a katana being drawn was heard, and to everyone's surprise, Yuzuki Miyamoto pointed his sword at the one who just spoke. Insult my savior one more time, and I will have your head, he said, directly challenging the other samurai for a life-and-death battle. Now that Wayno was free, Miyamoto Yuzuki had finally fulfilled his promise. With his brother, Yuzuki Tempura, still alive, he knew that Udon would have a good daimyo leading it, so he had earlier decided to venture into the seas to find Ross and serve under him. But, as fate would have it, he found Ross again just after a short time. Enough! Odin roared, sending a chill down the spines of his retainers. As Miyamoto just said, I will not have any of you insult Rossinante. He turned to me again, an earnest plea in his eyes. Although he was reluctant, he was willing to lose the 2 blades that had accompanied him throughout his life in exchange for Shusui, which was the national treasure of Wayno. Sigh. I am sorry, Odin-san. I firmly believe that every sword has its own spirit. As much as we choose our weapons, the weapon chooses us. I feel a connection with Shusui, and I am not willing to make that exchange. So, I ask you once again, the sword or the corpse? However, if you think you can best me in a duel, you can have them both, I remarked, my hands firmly gripping Shusui. Just then, one of the retainers stepped up, unsheathing both his katanas. Odin-sama, let me face him in a duel. I will retrieve what belongs to Wayno, he said confidently. But before Odin could say anything, I unsheathed Shusui. A blinding flash of lightning tore through the ground, slicing through the katanas and shattering them. A large tear formed right next to where the retainer stood. If I hadn't changed the trajectory of the slash at the last second, he would have been split in 2. Sweat drenched his back as he realized how close he had come to death. Sigh. Rossinante, forgive my men. They only mean well. I understand that you are not willing to part with the blade, so I will request that you return Ryuma-sama's corpse to us. Just like you pointed out earlier, we do not own Shusui. If the sword has chosen you, I will not stop you. Odin finally decided. Odin-sama, you can't. That's Shusui, the blade of the sword god himself. Kinemon tried to intervene, but Odin simply stopped him with a gesture. Let him take it, Odin said with a determined look in his eyes. Think about it. Such a mighty blade has been buried for centuries and neglected. Now that it has resurfaced, it must be wielded by someone worthy. He had many reasons for making this decision. He wanted to open Wayno's borders in the future, and to do so, he would need the support of outside forces. Someone like Ross, who had reached such a level of strength at a young age, would likely reach a terrifying level of power in the future. He felt an aura similar to Roger emanating from the young teen, and still remembered Roger's words about Ross, who had served under Garp. Mark my words, Odin. Someday that kid will achieve something that even I couldn't. Odin's retainers were visibly conflicted, but respected their lord's decision. As I carefully unwrapped the second bundle, the retainer's eyes widened in shock and reverence at the sight of Ryuma's preserved corpse. Thank you, Rossinante, Odin said, bowing his head slightly. Wayno will remember your kindness. I nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Take care of your people, Odin-san. Wano will need a strong leader in the days to come. Odin's retainers moved forward to retrieve Ryuma's body. Meanwhile, I kept Shusui securely at my side, feeling the sword's spirit resonate with mine. As the rain poured down and thunder echoed in the distance, I knew this blade would serve me well, just like how Kitetsu had served me all these years. Back in the shelter of the samurai's temporary camp, the mood was jubilant. A massive banquet had been arranged to celebrate the victory. Odin had invited me to the banquet, and I handed Gecko Moria over to him. Moria would be tried and punished for his crimes, while Orochi, who had also been captured, would be sentenced in the center of the Flower Capital Plaza, with death being his only judgment. As for Moria, I was not worried. I just wanted the news of his capture to spread to the Marines and the world government. After spending a few hours at the banquet at Odin's request and getting acquainted with his family, I decided it was time to set sail. Odin had taken it upon himself to raise the young child I had rescued, as the kid expressed his desire to stay in Wano. As I turned to leave, Miyamoto Yuzuki approached me, bowing deeply. Rosdano, I wish to join you. I owe you my life and the fulfillment of my promise to protect my brother and New Dawn. Now, I seek a new purpose and a new journey. I regarded Miyamoto with a thoughtful expression. Very well, but remember, Miyamoto-san, Wano will no longer be your home once you join us. If you're okay with that, you can follow us. Rosdano, please wait. Just then, as I was about to leave, Odin called me from the side. Can we speak in private for a minute? He requested. I couldn't help but raise my brows, but then I accepted his request. We moved away, and Odin handed me a bag. I curiously opened it to check its contents, and within it lay half a dozen thick, ancient-looking books. Rosdano, I do not know if what I'm doing is right, but my instinct says that you will play a huge part in the future. These books have been safeguarded by my ancestors for centuries. I do not know how much you know about the truth of the world, but I will tell you this. There is a storm coming, and the whole world will be engulfed in it. Only the Kazuki clan has the knowledge to read the poneglyphs. Now, with these books, you'll be the first person outside the Kazuki clan to have the knowledge of how to decipher these poneglyphs, Rosdano. Just promise me that these books won't fall into the wrong hands. I felt the weight of his words and the responsibility he was placing on me. Odin-san, I promise to keep these safe and to use this knowledge wisely. You have my word. Odin nodded, seemingly reassured by my promise. Thank you, Rosdano. I trust you will honor this. With that, I tucked the bag securely and prepared to leave. The banquet continued behind us, with the samurai celebrating their hard-won victory. Odin's retainers, though initially wary of me, now looked on with respect and curiosity. I had gained an ally in Odin and a powerful tool in the ancient knowledge of the poneglyphs. Soon enough, despite Wano's closed borders, the news of the clash between the samurai and the beast pirates spread like wildfire throughout the New World. The retreat of Kaido, a contender for the position of Emperor of the Sea, sent shockwaves across the seas. Even more shocking was the news that one of the 7 warlords, Gecko Moria, had been captured by the warriors of Wano and would be tried in the Flower Capital after their former shogun, Orochi. The capture of a Shichibukai was a blatant slap in the face for the world government. Even worse, they had lost all their grip on Wano. Despite Wano being ruled by Orochi earlier, the world government had maintained ties with the country through various underground channels, relying heavily on them for their supply of modern weapons and sea stone. The weapons provided by the beast pirates were generations ahead of any other sources. Additionally, Wano held many secrets that the world government wished to bury forever, and having Wano united under a strong leader was not in their best interests. Back in Wano, preparations for the trials of Orochi and Gecko Moria were underway. The Flower Capital was abuzz with activity as samurai and civilians alike awaited the historic event. Odin, now firmly in control, stood resolute in his decision to bring justice to those who had wronged Wano. Meanwhile, in the New World, the notorious pirates were reacting to the news. Big Mom, in particular, was intrigued. Mama. So, that moron Kaido finally hit an iron plate and was defeated by those samurai. Interesting. They are even planning to publicly sentence a warlord directly appointed by the world government. This should be fun to watch because I'm sure the world government will not let this slide without a proper challenge. Perhaps it's time to pay Wano a visit and see what opportunities arise from this chaos. On the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick, Marco, the young man recently appointed as the 1st Division commander, read the latest intelligence report they had gathered. Gururara. A proud laugh bellowed from Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world. That's my brother Odin for you. Did that brat Kaido think he could best my brother? I would have ripped his head off if not for Odin asking me not to intervene. Now that Odin is planning to put one of the warlords on trial, the Marines will move, and alongside them, the rest of the vultures who are after Wano will use this as an opportunity to exploit it. Maybe even that brat Kaido will try to regain control. Edward Newgate stood up majestically, slamming his naginata on the deck with a resounding boom, his aura spreading out in waves. My brother stands alone amidst countless enemies. How can I still not act? Marco, have the Whitebeard pirates mobilize. Let the world know that Wano doesn't stand alone. They have me by their side. Whitebeard's command made the blood of his crew boil. After establishing themselves as the first Emperor crew in the New World, they have been securing territories with no major clashes. Anyone would be foolish to challenge Edward Newgate. But with Wano now being the center of attention, Whitebeard decided to move to his brother's aid. Even Ross did not expect that the simple spark he had lit to attract the attention of the Marines and the world government would brew such a storm. Room of Authority, Holy Land. In Mariehua, the 5 elders gathered to discuss the recent developments. Their faces were grim as they considered the implications of Wano's newfound strength and freedom. The Kazuki clan had been a thorn in their side for over 8 centuries, and the recent turn of events did not sit well with them. This cannot be allowed to continue, one of the elders said, slamming his fist on the table. Wano cannot be left unchecked. If they sentence, or worse, execute Moria, then our Shichibukai program will become a joke. Elder Warcury clasped his hands and narrowed his gaze toward the 2 Marines standing at attention. It was none other than Fleet Admiral Kong and Admiral Sengoku. The elders knew that Kong was grooming Sengoku as the next fleet admiral, and a man like Sengoku, who followed their orders, was an agreeable replacement for Kong in the future. Were you Marines not asked to monitor the movements of the Shichibukai? Gecko Moria not only challenged Kaido, but also lost and got himself captured. You should understand that this is your Marine's fault. You should have stopped him before he made such a stupid move, Elder Nustro reprimanded. What explanation do you have regarding the matter? Elder Mars questioned. However, it wasn't Kong, but Sengoku who responded. Sir, there is no point in talking over spilled milk. But this might not all be bad. We can use this situation to our advantage. We have always wanted to create a relationship with Wano. Now that its rightful ruler is reinstated, we can extend a helping hand. I'm sure they will accept if we are sincere. Sengoku was still not used to all the intricacies of power play. Elder Jew Peter's face soured. Rightful ruler? Did you just address a pirate who is a crew member of that cursed Roger as the ruler? Wano may not be affiliated with us, but that doesn't mean Kazuki Odin's crime will be overlooked. Increase the bounty on Odin's head and mobilize a marine force. With the recent turmoil, Wano will be weak for now, especially after Odin clashed with Kaido. Kaido is no pushover, so the damage must have been substantial. Sengoku, you will personally mobilize and take the 3 admiral candidates alongside you as well. Bring Wano to its knees. But, sir, Wano is not affiliated with the world government. Why would we use such an aggressive manner when we can choose dialogue and build a relationship with them? And what reason are we going to give the masses for attacking Wano? Sengoku's face soured, and he couldn't help but question. This was not justice. This was simply tyranny. If Odin was a pirate, then they should be targeting Odin, not the entirety of Wano. Sengoku, did you not just hear what we said? As for the reason, just use any that's convenient. They have weapon factories that are supplying weapons to rebels and pirates, directly harming the interests of the world government. They even harbor dangerous pirates, like the crew members of Roger Pirates. All these should be ample reasons enough, Elder Warkiri commented. Elder Saturn, who had been staying silent since the start, finally spoke. Building an amicable relationship is not our concern. And like you said, Wano is not affiliated with us. The presence of Odin and the Kazuki family is a direct threat to the authority of the world government. Now that they have decided to try a Shichibukai affiliated with us, this is a direct challenge. We need to show them that our authority is not to be challenged. I authorize a buster call. If Wano is not willing to surrender both Odin and Moria, sink Wano if that's what it takes. I don't think Odin alone can safeguard Wano like Shimatsuki Ryuma once did. He slammed his staff, giving the Marines an ultimatum. In the eyes of Elder Saturn, everything else was inconsequential as long as he managed to take out Odin, who knew about the truth of the world. The longer Odin solidified his power in Wano, the greater the threat he would become. He did not want anyone else to repeat the feats of Roger, as the Kazuki line was all that was left who could decipher the poneglyphs. Sir, but Wano is a natural fortress. There is no way we can even dent it, let alone sink such an island, Sengoku countered. He genuinely did not want to carry out this mass genocide, so he put forth reasons that might make the elders change their minds. However, he did not understand how much of a threat Kazuki Odin was to the world government, especially after he made it to the final island. Earlier, Odin had been dancing around naked in the flower capital and under the thumb of Orochi, but now he was a major threat. Taking him down once he had solidified his position in Wano would be practically impossible. They had to strike now and strike fast while things were still unsettled after their clash with the Beast Pirates. You disappoint me, Sengoku. I thought maybe you would understand the need to keep balance in these seas. Maybe I was wrong, Elder Nustro commented, disappointment laced in his tone. There is more than one way to sink an island, Sengoku. And this time it will not be the battleships that sink the island, but the people aboard them. I cannot trust you, Marines, to complete the task, seeing your lack of resolve. So, you will only be providing support and manpower. The lead will be taken by the Aegis team we send out. Just make sure to follow their orders throughout the mission, Elder Saturn announced. Both Kong and Sengoku's faces soured, but Sengoku realized that the elders were making it clear that the orders would be carried out with or without him. What about the Shichibukai? Are there any in the vicinity of Marineford who could be mobilized within a day? Elder Saturn questioned again. This time, he wanted to take Odin and the Kazuki family out because this might be the only chance. Once Wano fully awakened, it would become a massive behemoth. We should have Achiku and Hector nearby, Kong announced. The elders contemplated this. What about Garp? Has he returned to duty yet? Elder Mars questioned. Although they resented Garp's rebellious nature, they couldn't deny the man's strength. If there was anyone within the Marines who could truly threaten the elders, it was Monkey D. Garp. They even doubted if they could best him in a fair fight. Kong felt a headache creeping up at the mention of Garp. Garp had been away from Marineford since the Shichibukai issue. Although Kong had informed the elders that Garp was on vacation, no one truly knew where Garp had vanished to. Even the Marines sent to Fuchsia Village in East Blue did not find him there. Kong could only wait for that man to return voluntarily. Vice Admiral Garp is on a long leave, sir. I don't think he will be returning to duty anytime soon, Kong replied. The scowl on Elder Mars's face deepened at the answer. He very much felt like bashing the teapot at Kong's face. As a fleet admiral, Kong did not have control of his own subordinates, but he knew the kind of man Garp was, so he just let it slide. Elder Saturn thought deeply. He already had an idea about whom to send from the world government side, but he would need to get permission from Imu-sama because the person he was planning to send was one of God's knights to lead the CP0. Only Imu-sama had the authority to mobilize them. So, there would be an admiral, 3 admiral candidates, and thousands of Marines and government agents, along with an elite squad of CP0 agents being personally led by a God's Knight. There was no way Odin would survive this. Remember, Odin needs to be killed or captured, preferably killed. And because they were harboring such a dangerous criminal, the Kazuki family needs to vanish, Elder Saturn stressed again. After a few more instructions, both Kong and Sengoku vacated the office. Meanwhile, as the world government prepared to launch a massive assault on Wano, I was busy planning our rescue mission. The bait I had thrown out in the form of Gecko Moria was working in ways I hadn't imagined. Currently, accompanied by Wolf and Miyamoto Yuzuki, we were making our way towards the first half of the Grand Line. I was scanning through the newly released bounty posters. Wanted, Kazuki Odin, dead or alive, 3,235,000,000 belly. Oh, Shogun-sama seems to be quite famous in the outside world, Yuzuki commented, peeking at the bounty poster of Odin. For someone who had never stepped out of Wano, he was surprisingly good at sea, unlike Wolf, who seemed to be puking his guts out. Yes, Odin-san is pretty famous. He is one of the few men in this world who knows about the location of the greatest treasure in this world. I chuckled while flipping through the newspaper. Yuzuki carefully pocketed the bounty poster. I'm sure Odin would have told you about One Piece if you had asked him, right? Wolf, who had just stood up after emptying his breakfast, questioned me curiously. Although he was a scientific man, he was also curious about the so-called greatest treasure in the world. Perhaps, if I had asked him, he might have. He is a man who knows gratitude, so he would not deny it if I had really wanted to know. I replied, retrieving my kit to start the regular maintenance of my swords. Although Kitetsu had long reached its limits, I hadn't neglected it, and I kept maintaining it regularly with care. Miyamoto's eyes widened in shock at the damage I had managed to inflict on a blackened blade, believed to be nigh indestructible. So why didn't you ask him about One Piece? Are you not interested in knowing what the final island hides? Wolf asked curiously as I dabbed the soft cloth with oil and carefully ran it across Shusue's blade. Miyamoto, with my permission, started inspecting every inch of Kitetsu. As a masterclass swordsmith, he began studying this rare phenomenon he had come across for the first time in his life. I turned my attention back to Wolf. And what of it, Wolf-san? What am I going to do after knowing what One Piece is? Is that going to change my goal? No. Whatever One Piece holds might not be my destiny. My destiny is something else, something much larger than One Piece. As for One Piece, I am sure sooner or later someone who is destined for it will come by. I chuckled and went back to oiling Shusue. Say, Miyamoto, what do you think One Piece is? Wolf questioned our new companion. However, the man had already immersed himself in studying Kitetsu. Just as Wolf was about to pester him, the boat rocked due to a huge wave, and Wolf immediately buckled over the railing once more and started puking again. The man just chuckled and continued to examine the sword, unfazed by Wolf's seasickness. Soon enough, a week passed, and the forces targeting Wano were quickly converging upon it. In Wano, Kurizumi Orochi was sentenced to death, and Odin personally beheaded him in the central plaza in the presence of tens of thousands of samurai who had come to witness the event. The air was thick with a mix of solemnity and satisfaction as the people of Wano saw justice served to the traitor who had caused them so much suffering. As for Gecko Moria, his crimes included desecrating the sword god's shrine and invading Wano as a pirate. Many demanded his execution, but Odin, informed by his reconnections with the Whitebeard pirates, chose a different path. Moria was sentenced to life imprisonment. Whitebeard had advised Odin to keep Moria alive as a bargaining chip for future negotiations with the Marines. This strategic advice was underscored by the impending assault from the Marines and the world government, information that Whitebeard had shared with Odin. A small, modified caravel stealthily traveled toward the infamous world government prison, impelled down under the cover of the night sky. Only 2 people were aboard: Icebug, who was steering the modified vessel, and Doflamingo, who was carefully watching the movements of the Beaver card on his palm. They were supposed to regroup and then launch an assault on Impel Down. With the Marines and world government's attention on Wano, Doflamingo and I were going in for the rescue. Just as Doflamingo was about to ask Icebug to hold the course steady, the Beaver card stopped moving, and a series of soft thuds echoed on the deck. Doflamingo, with a smirk, safely pocketed the card. "Welcome aboard, little brother. It seems you were successful in retrieving our weapons genius and have brought a new recruit." Doflamingo chuckled, immediately recognizing Wolf, who had once been the main research lead of their weapons factory in Spider Miles. Before Doflamingo could react, Wolf stepped up and gave him a bear hug, happy to see him once again. Doflamingo was flustered by the sudden show of affection and stood dumbfounded. I couldn't help but chuckle, to which Doflamingo simply gave me a dangerous glare. Freeing himself from the bear hug, he turned his attention to the towering figure of Miyamoto. "And who might you be?" Doflamingo questioned, raising his brows. "Doflamingo Dano. My name is Miyamoto, Yuzuki Miyamoto. I am a samurai of Wano, and have pledged my allegiance to Dano. I am willing to serve as part of the Don Quixote family," Miyamoto replied, giving a short bow. Doflamingo turned to me, asking, with a gesture, if the man was trustworthy and would fit in. I simply gave him a nod of assurance. With my approval, Doflamingo extended his hand to Miyamoto. "Welcome to the Don Quixote family. I hope my little brother has already told you why we are here, so I hope you are ready," he chuckled, then turned to Wolf, with whom he was much more acquainted from their time in North Blue. "Wolf, it seems like you are missing a few of your fingers," Doflamingo questioned with a smirk, though there was a hint of sadness and guilt in his eyes. The missing fingers were a constant reminder of his failure to protect his own family. Wolf looked down at his hands, a wry smile forming on his face. "Yes, Doffy, but what matters is that I'm here. And, to be honest, don't you think it looks cool with just 3 fingers? Look, now I can make that cool gesture." Wolf used his hand with only 3 fingers and waved it, making various poses. Doflamingo bellowed with laughter at Wolf's antics, his earlier discomfort melting away. Placing a hand on Wolf's shoulder, he said, "It's good to have you back, Wolf. We'll need all the brains we can get. Our family is gathering too much brawn. I fear we will soon become a bunch of muscleheads." Wolf chuckled, appreciating the light-hearted moment amid the looming tension. "Well, we do need a bit of balance, don't we? After all, muscle alone won't get us through this world." Doflamingo's laughter subsided as his expression turned serious. "So, what's the plan, little brother? Are we going guns blazing?" His demeanor shifted, and he chuckled again in amusement, imagining the chaos that would ensue. I couldn't help but give a creepy smile. "Well, that's the plan. At least the first half of it. We'll be breaking through the front door, you and me. However, we can't have a Marine's reinforcing impel down, nor can we have our retreat blocked. So, Miyamoto and Wolf-san will be taking control of the gates of justice." I casually tossed a black transponder snail to Wolf, who caught it deftly. Like he said earlier, he was going to be the brains, while Miyamoto secured his safety as they made their way to the control room. The direct current connecting the 3 strongholds will enable the reinforcements to reach Impel Down in a fraction of the time it would take if they used other routes. So it needs to be sabotaged to give us enough time for the rescue. With my lightning powers, I should be able to disrupt any messages that go out for support. Taking control of the control room is an added precaution. In addition to the rescue, I need to attend to a few other matters in Impel Down, which will require additional time. So what are we waiting for? Let's unleash chaos. Doffy bellowed, disregarding the quietness of the night. I couldn't help but shake my head and move next to Doffy, grabbing him by the collar. Before he could protest, we vanished from the caravel. On the caravel, as Iceberg steadily guided it towards the control tower, Miyamoto and Wolf prepared for their mission. Wolf activated the black transponder snail, ready to jam any communications, while Miyamoto sharpened his focus, anticipating the challenges ahead. "Remember, we need to secure the control room and take out the gates of justice," Wolf reminded Miyamoto. "Once we have control, reinforcements will be delayed, giving Ross and Doffy the time they need." Miyamoto nodded, his grip tightening on his sword. "Understood. Let's move." In a flash, I reappeared at the entrance of Impel Down and put Doffy down. The massive prison loomed before us, its foreboding structure a testament to the despair housed. The guards at the entrance barely had time to react before Doffy and I sprang into action. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the main entrance of Impel Down as Daffy and I unleashed the full extent of our powers. Alarms blared, alerting the entire prison to the attack. Daffy, let's create as much chaos as we can on the first floor. The generator room that controls the gates of justice is here, so it'll make Wolf's mission easier. I shouted over the cacophony, turning to Daffy, who had just incinerated a guard who tried to stop us. Daffy nodded, and his blue flames danced, burning everything in their path. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid smell of burning debris as we tore through the guards and prisoners alike, spreading chaos and confusion. Contact Marine HQ and the world government immediately. Let them know that Impel Down is under siege by unknown assailants, roared the chief warden, Kazan Ryujin, an old man with graying hair and a steely gaze. His quarters were on the 4th level, and he had just received news of the attack on the 1st floor. Kazan turned to his subordinates, his expression a mix of anger and determination. Mobilize all available guards. We must contain this threat before it spreads any further. Meanwhile, Wolf and Miyamoto had stealthily made their way to the control room. Wolf activated the black transponder snail, jamming communications and throwing the prison's defenses into further disarray. Miyamoto, his blade glinting in the dim light, dispatched any guards who crossed their path with lethal precision. Remember, we need to secure the control room and take out the gates of justice, Wolf reminded Miyamoto. Once we have control, reinforcements will be delayed, giving Ross and Daffy the time they need. Miyamoto nodded, his grip tightening on his sword. Understood. Let's move. On the 1st floor, Daffy and I continued our assault, our combined powers wreaking havoc. Guards fell before us, unable to withstand our onslaught. I conjured lightning, the crackling energy arcing from my hands and striking down anyone who dared oppose us. Time is of the essence, I reminded Daffy, who was reveling in the destruction we were creating. We need to reach the lower levels and free our targets before reinforcements arrive. Daffy grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Lead the way, little brother. Let's show them what happens when they cross the Don Quixote family. Balrog's wrath, roared Daffy as a massive beast made entirely of flames charged into the thick steel doors sealing the lower levels. Despite the thickness of the vault-like door, the blue flames of the massive beast bit into the metal, melting it. After a dozen seconds, a gaping hole formed in the steel door. Let's go, little brother. At last, I can go all out without holding anything back, Daffy bellowed, his laughter setting an eerie tone that sent a chill down everyone's spine. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out as the guards tried to stop us using sea-stone bullets. But with our observation hockey, these guns were no threat. Daffy, I'm going ahead. Stay here and let loose to your heart's content. Burn down the whole of Impel Down if you wanna. I chuckled and transformed into lightning, whizzing towards the lower floors. You don't have to tell me twice. Huh, Daffy replied, continuing his rampage on the 1st floor. Sir, it seems that all our communications are down. Whoever is attacking us has come prepared. They seem to have planned everything beforehand. One of Kazan Ryujin's subordinates reported, his tone betraying a hint of amusement. He failed to notice the old man's eyes turning red with anger. Kazan grabbed the subordinate by the neck. Do you think this is a joke? If you cannot do your job properly, then there is no need for such a subordinate, he said cruelly. As he spoke, the subordinate's body started draining, as if all the fluids within him were being sucked out. Within moments, he was reduced to a mere husk, like a mummy. The chief warden tossed away the husk and turned to another subordinate. Have Vice Warden Magellan check the situation on the 1st level. I will go down to level 6 and make sure everything is in order. I don't want any mishaps. If any prisoners cause trouble, kill them all, he commanded, his towering figure making his way toward the deepest part of the infamous prison. Meanwhile, on the 1st floor, Daffy continued his chaotic rampage. Go on, you bastards. Your freedom has finally come. Go out there and cause as much chaos as you can. He cackled like a madman, burning through cell doors and letting prisoners escape. He wanted to make a statement, a declaration. The Don Quixote family hadn't retaliated yet for the Marines' attack on Dressrosa, and if left unanswered, they wouldn't be able to establish themselves as the hegemon in the New World. As it stood, the world government would sooner or later gain control. But as per Ross, the earlier the balance returned, the less time they would have to grow. So the already chaotic scene needed to become even more chaotic, and releasing the prisoners from Impel Down would cause the world government massive headache. It would also serve as a warning about the consequences of reaching out to Dressrosa, because Dressrosa was his, and anyone who tried to covet what was his would know his wrath. "Ah, you did well, you dumb bastard. Although you are not worthy, I will let you serve under me. You are fit to become my vice-captain," bellowed a pirate who had just escaped level 2 with Daffy's help. He was drenched in blood, having just stabbed a guard to death. Daffy's back was turned to the man, so he had no idea how angry Daffy was. Daffy's veins popped in anger. He had shown mercy by letting these ants crawl out, and this guy had the audacity to want Don Quixote da Flamingo to serve under him. However, a few other prisoners who were recently imprisoned and impelled down recognized the pirate, known by the moniker Heavenly Yiksha, and consciously stepped back in fear. This was a pirate with a bounty of more than 700 million berries. "Fufufu, you want me to serve under you, do you?" Daffy chuckled, his anger barely contained, as he turned and casually walked toward the audacious pirate. "Why, do you have a problem with that, you dumb brat?" The pirate chuckled, placing his blood-stained knife on Daffy's shoulder as a way to threaten him. However, before the pirate could react, Daffy grabbed his wrist. The pirate's eyes narrowed in warning, but the next second, a heart-wrenching pain shot through his arm as blue flames began consuming it. "Arg!" the pirate screamed, but Daffy used his other hand to grab him by the face. Blue flames danced from Daffy's palm, engulfing the pirate despite his pleas for mercy. "If there is an afterlife, make sure to know your place, for the devil will not be as merciful as I am." Daffy cackled as the flames consumed the pirate. The sight made the other pirates, who had considered challenging Daffy for authority, back down, turning their attention to the prison guards instead. As the prisoners flooded the lower floors, the guards were overwhelmed, their attempts to organize a defense faltering in the face of the relentless onslaught. Those who had initially thought of fleeing upward soon realized their mistake and turned back, joining the throngs and heading deeper into the prison. "Make your way down to the lower levels. Anyone who tries to escape without releasing all the prisoners, I will personally hunt them down," Daffy warned, resuming his rampage through the cells on the second floor. Many of the prisoners wanted to just escape from this hell, but the monsters standing at the only exit leading to the upper level left them no choice. Their only chance for freedom lay in delving deeper into the lower floors. Meanwhile, the alarms blared throughout Impel Down, the red lights flashing in a rhythmic, urgent pulse. The guards scrambled, trying to contain the chaos. The intercom crackled to life with frantic orders from higher-ups, but it was clear that the prison was descending into madness. A massive fleet of Marines, accompanied by 2 Shichibukai ships, was closing in on Wano. No one could recall the last time the Marines had mobilized such a formidable force. Their original plan was to intercept and reach Wano before Moria's sentencing. But the New World was neither the world government's nor the Marines' domain. Their journey took longer than anticipated as countless pirates hindered their progress, caring little for the Marines' vast armada. The fleet included the 10 great battleships designated for a buster call. Admiral Sengoku had a sinking feeling as they neared Wano. Just then, a Marine officer stepped closer with the latest report. "Admiral Sengoku, we have reports that the Big Mom pirates have mobilized in force and are nearby. They have sunk both the scout ships monitoring them," he reported. Sengoku's mood turned sour as he narrowed his gaze toward the flagship, the only world government ship among the fleet. Unlike other world government vessels, this ship was a behemoth, a true floating fortress. It had a massive eagle figurehead and, surprisingly, did not sport the world government's emblem on its sails, which was a mandate for all such ships. Admiral Sengoku was not the leader of this mission. That position was held by a tall man who wore a white jacket and sat leisurely on the flagship. Despite wearing attire similar to that of other CP0 agents, Sengoku could tell that this man was different. Even Sengoku felt a degree of threat from him. However, with his face obscured by a mask, Sengoku could not identify him. The reverence with which the other CP0 agents acted around the man indicated he held a high position within the Holy Land. Sengoku had shared his concerns regarding the dangers of the New World, but the man had ignored all his warnings and simply ordered a siege of Wano once they reached it. However, besieging Wano with ships was a joke. The entire island was surrounded by chaotic waters. Reckless entry would result in massive losses. Wano was a natural fortress, and if the samurai were determined to prevent them from reaching the shores, there wasn't much even such a large force could do. What about Edward Newgate? Have you received any updates regarding him and his crew? Sengoku turned to the subordinate and asked. None, sir. We are practically blind after they targeted our scout ships. They could be anywhere in the New World. It has been over a week since we had any information about the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates. However, there are rumors from within Whitebeard's territories about a massive mobilization. The Marine shared, flipping through a folder to find the specific report. Sengoku's eyes scanned the horizon. Newgate, where are you? He whispered. Pass on all this new information to the flagship. As much as I would like to proceed with caution, I am not leading this mission. So, go ahead and submit the information, he sighed, turning his attention back to the flagship, where the man lay leisurely on the main deck, toying with a knife. The sight of the masked figure, so nonchalant amid the growing tension, only deepened Sengoku's unease. The man's calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the high-stakes situation they were in. Sengoku's mind raced through potential scenarios, the impending battle with Wano's samurai, the threat of Big Mom's crew lurking nearby, and the ominous islands from Whitebeard's territory. As the officer hurried to relay the information, Sengoku couldn't shake the feeling of an impending disaster. The mission's success seemed increasingly precarious, and the absence of solid intelligence only compounded the danger. In the distance, the outline of Wano loomed closer, its turbulent waters a stark reminder of the formidable challenge ahead. The flagship, a floating fortress, stood as a testament to the world government's might, yet Sengoku knew all too well that sheer power wasn't enough to conquer Wano. The island was a stronghold of warriors, a place where battles were fought with honor and ferocity unmatched anywhere else. The Marines were venturing into enemy territory, and despite their numbers, victory was far from assured. Back on the flagship, the masked man remained unfazed, his fingers deftly playing with the knife. His indifference to the unfolding crisis was unsettling, a stark contrast to Sengoku's mounting anxiety. The stage was set for a monumental clash, and, as the fleet edged closer to Wano, the tension in the air grew palpable, a silent precursor to the storm of battle that was about to erupt. Soon enough, the report reached the man's hand, and he just glanced at it and tossed it aside. Have the armada speed up, the man commanded, his voice calm but authoritative. Let the Marines handle the Big Mom pirates. Have that Marine admiral deal with the matter and ensure there are no interruptions. Our target is Odin and the Kazuki family. The CP0 agent standing at attention behind him nodded sharply and left to relay the orders. The man's composure contrasted starkly with the urgency of their mission. His masked face betrayed no emotion, but his words carried the weight of absolute authority. Wanakuni, New World. More than 36 Marine ships, including 10 great battleships and a colossal floating fortress of the world government, accompanied by the ships of the Shichibukai, Achiku, and Hector, blockaded the only accessible route into Wano. Due to the chaotic currents surrounding the island, they had halted a few miles from the shores. The samurai of Wano Kuni had raided all the weapon factories left behind by the beast pirates and collected cannons and heavy weapons, strategically placing them around the mountain waterfall, the only viable entry for such a massive armada. Begin the bombardment once we are in range, commanded the god's knight. Sengoku, now standing on the flagship, couldn't help but frown at the recklessness of the order. The currents around Wano were treacherous and practically a death zone for large ships. Smaller vessels might navigate through other routes, but only with an expert navigator. But the waters around the shores are too treacherous. We'll lose too many men if we attack so recklessly, Sengoku interjected. The god's knight, however, did not care about the lives of the Marines. His sole focus was on taking out Odin Kazuki and his family. The CP0 agent standing next to God's Knight in disguise turned to Sengoku. Admiral, you have your orders. Go ahead and execute them. Don't delay the mission. The fleet advanced cautiously, aware of the dangers the waters held. Admiral Sengoku watched as the ships moved closer, his unease growing. The God's Knight, however, showed no signs of hesitation, his orders carried out with ruthless efficiency. Admiral Sengoku, a Marine officer reported, we are approaching the range for bombardment. Hold your fire, Sengoku commanded, despite the God's Knight's earlier order. We must assess the situation fully. Charging in recklessly will only lead to disaster. The God's Knight turned to Sengoku, his mask hiding any expression. You forget your place, Admiral. The orders are clear. We proceed as planned. Sengoku's jaw tightened, but he knew arguing further would be futile. The tension on the flagship was palpable as the Marines prepared for the assault. Boom! 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 A deadly sonata of cannon fire rang out as the samurai rained down hell on the approaching Marine fleet. Due to the natural elevation, they held a strategic advantage over the invaders. There was no need for dialogue between the two parties. Everyone knew that the clash was inevitable. The Marines immediately returned fire, while the powerful figures within the fleet tried to defend their armada from as many shells as possible. Explosions erupted along the shoreline as the samurai's cannons unleashed a barrage of destruction on the advancing ships. The chaotic currents claimed several vessels, pulling them into the depths of the sea. Hold the line, Odin commanded, his voice booming over the noise of battle. We will not let them pass. Kill everyone that dares to covet Wano. A dozen miles away, hidden within a cove on an uninhabited island claimed by wilderness, another fleet lay in wait. The lead flagship was unmistakably Big Mom's, its massive and intimidating silhouette a stark contrast to the dense foliage surrounding the cove. The fleet hidden within the cove remained silent and still. The only sounds were the gentle lapping of the waves against the hulls and the occasional call of a seabird. The atmosphere was tense but disciplined. On the deck of Big Mom's flagship, her children and crew prepared for the imminent conflict. Charlotte Linlin, also known as Big Mom, sat on a throne fashioned from candy on her flagship, her presence as imposing as ever. Her fleet was ready to strike. Their objective was clear. Perispero stood beside the throne, a grim look on his face, half of which was grotesquely scorched, a gift from Big Mom herself for getting captured by the Don Quixote brothers. The scar served as a constant reminder of his failures. Mama, they've already started the clash. Do we start? Perispero flicked his tongue and asked, eager to prove himself once more and regain Big Mom's favor. Patience, she commanded, her voice carrying the weight of her authority. Let the Marines and Wano clash. We'll make our move when the time is right. The hidden fleet waited in silence, the calm before the storm. The stage was set for a massive confrontation, with the fate of Wano hanging in the balance. Doflamingo was currently rampaging through Level 2 of Impelled Down, rallying the freed prisoners of Level 1. Suddenly, his keen observation Haki detected an incoming attack, just as he was about to burn through another cell. Wailing Hydra! A massive tide of poison surged toward the rampaging prisoners, aiming to engulf them whole. Massive hands of Hydra formed from the toxic waves, biting into the prisoners one after another. Deafening screams echoed through Level 2 as the poison tide took down more than 100 rampaging prisoners in a single devastating attack. Doflamingo, who had narrowly dodged the assault, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He sensed something different about this opponent compared to all the others he had faced since entering Impel Down. This man was undeniably strong, wielding an intriguing devil fruit power. With the sudden, powerful attack, most of the pirates froze in fear, some wisely retreating behind Doflamingo for cover. "Surrender yourselves, and you might have a less painful death," Vice Warden Magellan declared confidently. He knew these inmates from levels 1 and 2 were no match for him, and he could easily wipe them out. "Fufufu, aren't you an interesting one? A poison man, so you must be Magellan that my brother warned me about." Doflamingo stepped forward, his blue flames consuming the poison that threatened them. Magellan, sensing his poison being countered, narrowed his eyes. He recognized that the man before him was not in a prison uniform, and after a moment, it dawned on him. "Heavenly Demon, Don Quixote Doflamingo, why are you causing commotion and impel down? Do you desire death so ardently that you've chosen to attack one of the world government's 3 strongholds?" Magellan abandoned his casual stance, fully on guard now. He knew this man was no ordinary pirate. The notorious Don Quixote family and their 2 brothers were a constant headache for the Marines. The Don Quixote family's rapid ascent in the New World had many believing they would soon rise to the ranks of the emperors. "Come now, Magellan," Doflamingo taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. "You have a couple of my family members imprisoned in this hellhole, and we're here to rescue them. Stand aside, and perhaps I can pretend I didn't see you there." Though Doflamingo dismissed Magellan's presence, his blue flames enveloped him in an armor-like aura, preparing for the impending clash with the Vice Warden. Magellan keenly grasped that it wasn't just the elder Don Quixote brother present. The younger monster was also within impel down. "Ah, you fools have a death wish, thinking you can stroll into impel down and liberate prisoners? No one enters impel down as a prisoner and leave alive. This time won't be any different." As Magellan spoke, his body contorted, morphing into a poisonous form. "Hydra!" he bellowed, launching forward. Poisonous tendrils shaped into a colossal, 3-headed hydra surged towards Doflamingo. In response, Doflamingo chuckled darkly, summoning his own creation. Hell Demon, a towering figure of pure flames, erupted from the ground, propelled towards Magellan's onslaught. Doflamingo's mastery over his devil fruit manifested in the fiery giant's precise and devastating movements, effortlessly tearing through the Hydra's heads. The clash between poison and blue flames filled the air with a sizzling fury as Magellan's confident demeanor soured. Magellan, a special paramecia user, prided himself on countering even the strongest Logia abilities. However, Doflamingo's flames exceeded his expectations, not only neutralizing but also evaporating his potent poison. Despite this setback, Magellan quickly adapted, unleashing a dense fog of poison that rapidly engulfed the entire area. "Fufufu," Doflamingo chuckled, seemingly unfazed. "My brother taught me some interesting tricks, especially when it comes to utilizing devil fruits creatively. Tell me, Vice Warden, do you know what causes a gas explosion?" The realization dawned on Magellan. Doflamingo, being a Logia user, remained immune to explosions. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice the prisoners caught in the crossfire. Before Magellan could retract the poison fog, Doflamingo, with a knowing grin, ignited it with a spark. "Busashoka Koka," Magellan roared, coating himself in armament haki just in time to brace for the imminent explosion. Boom! The deafening blast rocked the entire level, incinerating prisoners within its radius and hurling Magellan hundreds of meters away. The Vice Warden's body bore burns from the intense heat, though his swift reaction spared him for fatal injury. He narrowed his gaze through the dissipating smoke, fixing his glare on Doflamingo. Amidst the clearing smoke and flames, Doflamingo stood resolute, his blue flames swirling around him like a crown of sovereignty over fire itself. Magellan struggled to his feet, his body bruised and his ego wounded. "Do you think you can breach Impel Down just because you're strong, Doflamingo? Think again. Maybe you can best me, but can you handle the current warden of Impel Down?" He taunted, unaware that reinforcements were effectively cut off. Ross's lightning abilities and the jammer transponder snail will ensure that. Even if they manage to contact HQ, the gates of justice will remain closed. They won't have access to reinforcements until they take the longer route. By then, my brother and I will be long gone. I'm not just confident in my strength, Doflamingo continued, his voice taking on a serious tone. I've sent my little brother ahead, and if I were you, I'd worry about your chief warden. My brother is rational most of the time, avoiding unnecessary killing, much to my annoyance. But there's something that triggers him, something that makes him far more dangerous and unpredictable than even me. That something is when you threaten our family. You don't want to face my brother when he's angry. Right now, he must be furious. You should pray that your chief warden doesn't cross his path. Doflamingo's words carried a weight that sent chills down Magellan's spine. Initially, Magellan had felt in control by mentioning the chief warden, but now an ominous feeling gnawed at him. He realized that the situation was far from over and that something catastrophic might be looming. Deep within the bowels of Impel Down, on its lowest known level, eternal hell, chaos reigned above, but below, an eerie calmness pervaded. Suddenly, the steady echo of footsteps cut through the silence, drawing the attention of the prisoners who dwelled in perpetual torment. Have you come to suck more vitality out of us, you forest bastard? Release me, and then try your tricks. We'll see who gets to drain who. A defiant roar erupted from one of the cells, revealing the prisoners' mistrust and fear, but few recognized that it wasn't the chief warden approaching. As I advanced steadily into level 6, I unleashed my observation hockey to its fullest extent. My hockey enveloped the entire level, scanning relentlessly. The path towards level 6 was guarded by hundreds of Impel Down guards, but I dispatched them all effortlessly. Even the gates blocking levels 4, 5, and 6 were formidable, crafted from sea stone, but my immunity allowed me to effortlessly tear through them. As I scanned for the presence of my family members, two small figures emerged from my suit pocket and perched on my shoulders, Leo and Mancheri. Daffy had brought them along from Dressrosa. Mancheri's healing ability might prove invaluable in the unknown dangers ahead, where Senor and Diamante awaited. The life signs I detected were faint, but amidst the vastness of level 6, my voice of all things resonated with towering presences, especially from the innermost section. The sheer number of prisoners condemned by the world government overwhelmed me. More than 1,000 souls languished in this eternal abyss. Boy, come here and release me. Serve under me, and we can rule the world together, rattled sea stone chains as a nearby prisoner called out for his cell. What's that on your shoulder, boy? Does it taste delicious? Jeered another, despite being chained to the ground. Soon, the air was thick with taunts, laughter, threats, and promises of power for various cells. As I walked deeper into level 6, the cacophony of voices grew louder, each trying to grab my attention in their own twisted ways. Hey there, handsome, a sultry female voice purred from one cell. Release me, and I'll be yours to savor any time you wish. I can make all your dreams come true, she whispered, her tone dripping with lust and promise. Boy, if you don't let me out of here, I'll rip you apart and feast on your flesh. A burly fishman growled, his sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. I haven't tasted human in years. Free me now, or I'll hunt down every member of your family and burn them alive. A crazed voice shrieked, the clinking of chains punctuating his threat. You'll watch them all suffer because of your foolishness. Please, kid, I'm innocent, a prisoner pleaded, his eyes wide and desperate. They locked me up by mistake. Help me, and I'll repay you. I'm not like the others, I swear, he said, but his mouth was drooling as if he were ready to devour me whole. Let me out, and I'll show you power like you've never seen. Another inmate promised, his voice deep and menacing. Together, we can overthrow the world government and rule the seas. Boy, do you know who I am? An imposing figure demanded, his voice filled with arrogance. Release me, and you'll have a fleet at your command. Cross me, and I'll make sure you regret it for the rest of your short life. You there, kid? Free me, and I'll share the treasures of the Grand Line with you. A cunning voice called out. Gold, jewels, anything your heart desires will be yours. Amidst the barrage of voices, the true monsters of level 6, the ones who posed the greatest threat, remained silent. Their eyes tracked my every move, assessing me with a predatory intelligence. They recognized the power within me, and their silence spoke volumes. These were the ones who understood the gravity of the situation, who sensed that I was no ordinary intruder. My calmness unnerved them more than any threats or promises they could muster. As I scanned through each cell, I finally felt a familiar aura. However, the vitality of the person seemed almost completely depleted. My heart sank, and I rushed through the darkness towards a cell. There, in the dim light, lay a figure that was almost unrecognizable. Senor Pink, once known for his gentlemanly stature and indomitable spirit, was now a shadow of his former self. His once robust frame had withered away to nothing but skin and bones. His gaunt face was barely more than a skull covered with a thin layer of skin, and his eyes, which had always sparkled with mischief and determination, were now sunken and lifeless. Senor's body was chained to the ground, with heavy sea-stone shackles binding his wrists and ankles, rendering him utterly helpless. The vibrant, colorful suits he once wore were now tattered rags clinging to his emaciated frame. He looked as if he hadn't eaten in weeks, and his skin had a pallor that hinted at the brink of death. He didn't even notice my approach. His head hung low, his chin resting against his chest, and his breathing was shallow and labored. It seemed as though every ounce of his vitality had been drained from him, leaving him in a state of near death. The sight was heart-wrenching. I ripped the cell door that was lined with sea stone like it was nothing under the shocked eyes of many prisoners. "Senor," I called softly, my voice breaking, but there was no response. He remained motionless, a pitiful figure lost in the darkness of eternal hell. I could feel the tears welling up in my eyes as I knelt beside him, gently touching his shoulder. "Senor, it's me," I whispered, hoping to reach through the fog of his suffering. His eyes flickered slightly, but there was no recognition, no spark of life. The man who had once fought with such vigor and pride was now reduced to a fragile, broken shell. I clenched my fists, rage and sorrow mixing within me. This was the price he had paid for his loyalty, for standing by our family. And I swore then and there that those responsible would pay dearly. But for now, I had to save him. I had to restore the vitality that had been so cruelly stolen from him. "Hold on, senor," I murmured, my voice trembling. "I'm here to get you out of this hell. Mancheri, see if you can restore his condition." I addressed the princess seated on my shoulder. "Ross, I will need a massive amount of vitality to heal him. He is almost at death's door," little Mancheri said urgently. Just then, my observation hockey picked up a powerful signature entering level 6. I turned to Leo. "Leo, stay by Mancheri's side and protect them both. I will be back soon." Leaving Mancheri and Leo inside the cell, I stepped out. I had already detected where Diamante was, but first, I needed to deal with whoever had entered level 6. As I turned around, my gaze fell on the prisoner who had threatened my family earlier. My eyes narrowed in anger. I walked toward his cell and ripped the door apart. "Brat, have you finally come to your senses?" He chuckled. Before he could react, I grabbed him by the neck and poured massive amounts of lightning into him, knocking him out cold. I made sure to control my lightning so as not to kill him. I ripped the sea stone chains that pinned him to the ground and dragged his unconscious form towards Senor's cell. After severing his tendons from all his limbs, I tossed him into Senor's cell. "Mancheri, drain this one for now. I will get you all the vitality you need to heal them both." Mancheri hesitated at first because she understood the gravity of my command. Draining the unconscious pirate's vitality was as good as a death sentence for him. But then she realized she was not the naive princess she once was. After joining the Don Quixote family, she had come to understand many harsh realities. Resolving herself, she nodded and began draining the vitality from the unconscious pirate. Seeing that Mancheri had started healing Senor, I turned my attention towards the incoming threat. The chief warden of Impel Down walked through the dimly lit corridors of level 6. Unlike most days, the prisoners seemed to be riled up. "It seems like your unbreakable fortress has finally been breached. I wonder how long you guys will hold on," One of the pirates cackled loudly as the warden walked past his cell. Tap, tap, tap. The chief warden froze as he heard steady footsteps approaching him from the interior of level 6. He already knew the level was breached, having seen the corpses of the dead guards along the way. The warden's eyes narrowed as he prepared for the impending confrontation. His imposing figure cast long shadows in the flickering torchlight, and the air seemed to thicken with tension. The prisoners, sensing the impending clash, grew silent, their earlier bravado replaced with anticipation. The silence of level 6 was shattered as I finally came face to face with the chief warden. His expression was a mixture of surprise and unbridled rage. He knew that the teen standing in front of him was the first ever to breach the walls of Impel Down and step into level 6. So, you're the one causing all this chaos, the warden said, his voice deep and menacing. And you're the one who was tormenting my family all this time. I replied, my voice cold and hollow. The rage burning through me had already reached a tipping point. You shouldn't have done that, you know. The tension in the air was palpable as we stood facing each other, two forces of nature on the brink of collision. Ha, brat. Just because you stepped into Impel Down, do you think you can walk out of here safely? Surrender now, and maybe I'll show you some mercy, he bellowed, his voice echoing through the grim corridors. I unsheathed Shu Sui and casually swung it, severing the dark roots that were trying to reach me. The warden was simply trying to distract me with his words. So, you're a Logia fruit user. The Mori know me, I presume. So you were the one who drained the vitality of everyone present here. I questioned, to which the warden chuckled. So what, brat? These are all the scum of this world. Becoming my snack is their blessing. And just because you have a billion belly bounty, don't think you'll be any better. Once I capture you, I'll drain every ounce of your vitality and leave just enough to keep you alive. Ha, he bellowed. Lightning dragon. The entire surroundings ominously lit up with black lightning as a massive lightning dragon formed. I knew talking to him would only waste time, and I was determined to kill him. Consequences be damned. I was angry beyond my threshold, and he needed to pay for what he did. If I were to walk out of Impel Down today, it would only be after claiming his head. Bokarin. The warden bellowed as his body transformed into a massive, towering wood golem, his bark stiffening, making it less susceptible to lightning attacks. But he underestimated the power of my Logia fruit. My attack broke through his defense, but he expertly deflected it by launching a second attack. Jukai Koten. He slammed his arms into the floor, and massive roots sprouted, trying to entangle me. With my observation hockey, this was a joke. I noticed that the sea stone walls were restricting his devil fruit powers. The chief warden was definitely an admiral-level powerhouse. Itoriu II, Dragon's Roar. I unleashed Shu Sui, and a circular burst of sword slashes severed through the rapidly sprouting roots and trees. The warden immediately put up a defense in his golem form. Busa Shoka Koka. Boom! With a deafening clash, he was sent skidding across the floor for several meters. If not for his roots holding on, he would have been sent flying. However, my attack didn't stop there. The rest of the circular slash, other than where the warden defended it, rammed into the surrounding cell walls. Despite being made of sea stone, the walls showed visible damage. Many prisoners inside their cells watched with mad glints in their eyes. Suddenly, a chant started, as if riling up the two fighters to go all out. Fight! 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 They chorused, almost all of them detecting the sea stone walls being damaged. You bastard! What do you think you were doing? The warden bellowed in anger, shocked to see the sea stone-infused walls with small cracks. What does it look like? The place that tormented my family should not exist. And wouldn't it be fun to see all these prisoners, whom the world government erased from history, back in the sea? I wonder how the world government would react once the entirety of Impel Down's level 6 prisoners were released back to the world. The warden's face contorted in rage, veins bulging on his forehead. His composure shattered as the reality of the situation set in. The prison, the symbol of the world government's absolute control, was on the verge of collapse. The chants of the prisoners grew louder, their fervor escalating as they sensed the impending chaos. "You won't get away with this." The warden roared, his voice filled with desperation and fury. "We'll see about that," I replied, my resolve unshaken. The tension in the air was palpable, the stage set for a battle that would determine the fate of Impel Down and its countless prisoners. The warden roared, his massive form rushing forward, completely clad in armament hockey. His monstrous claws, shaped from roots, swung toward me with terrifying speed and force. The air around him crackled with the sheer power of his attack, but I was ready. I met his onslaught with Shu Sui, the legendary black blade gleaming ominously in the dim light. "Byusashoka Koka," I called, coating the blade in armament hockey. Our clash sent shockwaves throughout Level 6, the force of our combined power causing the very ground beneath us to tremble. "Sekai no Mori no Ken," the warden bellowed, roots and vines erupting from the ground and walls, forming a gigantic sword. He swung it with both hands, aiming to crush me. With my observation hockey in future sight, I saw the trajectory of his attack and leaped into the air, flipping gracefully to avoid the strike. "Raryu no Akari," I summoned a dragon made of black lightning, directing it towards the warden using my flying sword slash. The dragon roared, its form crackling with immense energy, and it charged at him with blinding speed. The warden countered, enveloping his wooden sword in a thick layer of armament hockey and slicing through the lightning dragon. The resulting explosion of energy sent debris flying in all directions. I landed, already in motion for my next attack. "Raijin's Wrath," I shouted, sending bolts of black lightning from my forward sword thrust. The bolts twisted and turned in midair, homing in on the warden. He braced himself, crossing his arms and creating a shield of hardened roots. The lightning bolts struck the shield, creating a dazzling display of sparks and electricity, but the warden remained unfazed. "Jukai Koten, Mori no Mamoru," he roared, roots wrapping around his body to form a colossal wooden armor. He charged again, each step causing the ground to shake. I knew this was a battle of endurance and strength, and I needed to keep up the pressure. "Rei Kauken," I called, Shusui now crackling with black lightning. I met his charge head-on, our weapons clashing with a deafening boom. Each strike of Shusui against his wooden claws and massive wadden sword sent out arcs of black lightning, illuminating the dark chamber with bursts of light. Our movements were a blur, each of us dodging, parrying, and countering with incredible speed and precision. The warden's observation hockey was formidable, allowing him to anticipate my moves, but my future sight gave me the edge. "Dragon's Fong," I struck with Shusui, a precise, hockey-infused slash that shattered the roots protecting his chest. He staggered back, but quickly recovered, vines snaking out to repair the damage. "Tenchi Kaijin." The warden slammed his fists into the ground, causing massive roots to erupt around me. I leaped into the air, avoiding the roots, and countered with Raimei Hakii. I unleashed a massive wave of black lightning, obliterating the roots and striking the warden directly. He roared in pain, but his armor absorbed most of the impact. I could see the tension setting in on him, doubt creeping into his mind as I kept pushing him back. His movements, though still powerful, were beginning to slow. "Itori Uii, Heaven's Song." I formed blades of black lightning around my body and slashed at him with rapid, precise strikes. Each strike tore through his wooden armor, sending splinters flying. "Byusashoku, Koka," he roared again, reinforcing his armor with armament hockey, but I was relentless. "Ryu no Ibuki," I unleashed a dragon's breath of black lightning, a concentrated beam of pressurized black lightning that pierced through his defenses and struck him in the chest. He was sent flying back, crashing into the wall with a thunderous impact. "You're strong, warden," I said, advancing toward him, "but fate has mandated that you will perish by my hands." I raised Shusui, ready to deliver the final blow. "Not yet," he bellowed, forcing himself to stand. "Mori no Shinsei." He summoned all his peak strength not holding back in the slightest. With the initial exchange itself, he knew that he was outmatched, and if he wanted to walk out of this alive, he needed to go all out with roots and vines wrapping around him, forming a gigantic tree golem. He towered over me, a monstrous form of wood and hockey. I narrow my eyes. Itoriu Ai, Yamiyo Kiri. I sheathed Shusui and then drew it in a flash, a single, powerful slash that cut through the air. The entire level succumbed to darkness, as what little light seemed to be consumed by the slash. The slash was so fast and precise that the warden didn't have time to react. The attack cleaved through his massive golem form, splitting it in two. The warden staggered, his golem form crumbling around him. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he fell to his knees, reverting back to his human form. "How?" he gasped, looking up at me with wide eyes. Hope Island, South Blue. Perched on the edge of a rugged cliff, a small house stood amidst a sea of lush gardens and fruit trees, their vibrant colors and fragrant blossoms adding life to the serene landscape. The modest home, with its weathered wooden exterior and cozy charm, was a testament to simplicity and quiet living. The garden paths, lined with blooming flowers and ripening fruits, wound their way to the front porch, where a young woman moved gracefully through her daily chores. Inside the house, sunlight filtered through the small, clean windows, casting a warm glow on the simple but well-loved furnishings. The scent of fresh herbs and baked bread filled the air, creating a sense of homely comfort. The young woman, with a serene smile and gentle hands, finished her morning tasks and stepped onto the porch. She carried a small sewing kit, her fingers deftly working the needles as she began to knit a tiny sweater for an infant. The soft click-clack of her needles was the only sound, blending harmoniously with the distant crash of waves against the cliff. Unbeknownst to her, a cloaked figure stood hidden a few hundred meters away, carefully observing her every movement from behind a tree. The figure remained still and silent, the cloak blending into the shadows of the surrounding forest. Each of her gestures, each tilt of her head, was watched with meticulous attention, the observer's intent and purpose shrouded in mystery. After confirming the identity of the woman, the cloaked figure decided to act. He stepped out from behind his hiding place and began walking toward the cottage. Agatha, knitting the tiny sweater on the porch, looked up as the cloaked figure approached, now just a couple hundred meters away. Her eyes, though serene, held a hidden sharpness. The cloaked figure reached the porch and observed the woman closely. "May I help you?" Agatha offered, her gaze carefully watching every little movement of the stranger. "Miss, I'm here looking for someone. From what I know, the person I seek came to this island a couple of months ago. Are there any other houses nearby? I may need to check them if the person is there. If you don't mind me asking, may I know your name, miss?" The man asked respectfully, aware of his intrusion on her privacy. The woman did not seem bothered and replied with a smile. "Agatha. My name is Agatha Christie. As far as I know, there shouldn't be any homes here, but there are a few houses down by the cliff. Maybe you can inquire there. By the way, may I know who you are looking for? Perhaps I might know this person. After all, this is a small island." The man remained silent for a moment before responding. "Can I get some water to drink, miss?" Agatha nodded and gestured for the cloaked figure to enter the living room. The house was cozy, with the kitchen counter adjacent to the living room. Agatha picked up a pitcher from the counter and began pouring a glass of water, her back turned to the cloaked figure. Just then, the man spoke again, Rouge. The woman stiffened at the word. "The name of the person I am looking for is Port Gasti. Rouge," he continued. In an instant, Agatha's demeanor changed. She moved in a blur, pulling a hidden rapier and instinctively cloaking it with a thick layer of armament hockey. She aimed to pierce the cloaked figure's throat with a single thrust. However, Bogard, the cloaked figure, reacted just as swiftly. He drew his katana, imbuing it with hockey of his own. Clang! The ferocious clash of the rapier and katana sent a powerful shockwave tearing through the modest home. The force of their collision shattered the windows and sent furniture flying. Agatha's eyes burned with intensity as she pressed her attack, her rapier a blur of precise, deadly thrusts. Bogard parried each strike with practiced ease, his katana moving fluidly to deflect the blows. The room around them seemed to shrink as their battle intensified. Rouge fought with the intensity of a fierce lioness. Each of her strikes was precise and powerful, her rapier moving with a deadly grace. Bogard, however, was more focused on defending rather than counterattacking. He had never expected Roger's wife to be such a formidable fighter. Her armament hockey was comparable to that of veteran vice admirals, and her swordplay had clearly been honed by years of training. Bogard deflected a sharp thrust, redirecting it harmlessly away from himself. He quickly created some distance between them as the entire cottage crumbled from the ferocity of their clash. Confirming that the woman was indeed Rouge, he decided there was no need to antagonize her further. According to what Garp had said, she was pregnant. "Miss Rouge, I'm not here to harm you or your child," Bogard said, sheathing his blade and pulling out a letter. "I am here on behalf of my superior, Monkey D. Garp." Rouge didn't pause to listen. She rushed forward, making a fierce thrust aimed at Bogard's face. But Bogard stood his ground, unmoved and defenseless. Just at the last moment, Rouge twisted the rapier slightly, the thrust scraping Bogard's cheek and drawing blood, but causing no further damage. He remained still, holding out the letter. "Garp-san wanted to find you on Roger's request. Everything you need to know is in this letter." Bogard spoke calmly, extending the letter again. Rouge's eyes narrowed as she scanned Bogard's face, searching for any signs of deceit. She saw none. Slowly, she lowered her rapier, though her grip remained tight, ready to strike if necessary. She took a cautious step forward and snatched the letter from Bogard's hand, retreating a few steps before opening it. As she read, her expression softened, the fierce determination giving way to a mix of sadness and relief. The letter was unmistakably in Roger's handwriting, filled with his characteristic warmth and concern. He had trusted Garp to find her and ensure her safety. Bogard remained silent, giving her the space she needed. He knew better than to interrupt such a moment. Rouge's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she finished reading the letter. She folded it carefully and tucked it into her dress, her shoulders relaxing slightly. "I apologize for attacking you," she said, her voice now carrying a hint of vulnerability. "But you must understand, I have to protect myself and my unborn child." Bogard nodded. "Understand, Miss Rouge. Garp-san's only concern is your safety. We are here to help you, not harm you." Rouge hesitated, then finally sheathed her rapier. "What now?" she asked, her voice wavering slightly. "We need to get you to a safer location," Bogard replied. "This place is too exposed. Garp-san has arranged for a secure hideout where you can stay until the baby is born." Rouge looked around at the ruins of her home, her expression resolute. "I can't stay here any longer anyway," she said, "but I need to gather a few things first." "Of course," Bogard agreed. "Take your time, but we should leave soon." A few minutes later, Rouge emerged, carrying a small bundle of belongings. She looked at Bogard, determination in her eyes. "I'm ready." Bogard nodded and led the way, ensuring Rouge followed closely. As they moved away from the cliffside cottage, the reality of her situation began to sink in. She was leaving behind everything she had known, but she was determined to protect her child, no matter the cost. Wanakuni, New World. The clash between the Marines and the samurais had been raging for hours, and despite the intensity of the battle reaching its peak, the Big Mom pirates had yet to join the fray. The situation was growing more dire by the minute. "This is absurd. It has been more than half a day, and you have yet to gain access into Wano. Is this all the Marines are worth?" The man seated on the world government ship, clad in CP-0 attire, questioned Sengoku condescendingly. Sengoku, standing by his side, bristled at the insult. He had already dispatched the rising stars of the Marines, the 3 admiral candidates, to besiege Wano. Despite their efforts, the country held strong. Odin himself was holding off both Kizuru and Akiji, clashing directly with their Logia powers. The mountain waterfall did little to hinder their movements, yet Wano remained impervious. Down in the front lines, Akainu was defending the ships from the relentless cannon fire and flying sword attacks coming from Wano's forces. Sengoku, still on the flagship, had yet to make a move. He deduced that the Big Mom pirates were likely nearby and couldn't afford to be flanked by them. We never accounted for Wano to have access to such vast quantities of sea stone, Sengoku countered, gritting his teeth in anger. The unending supply of sea stone was the main reason they couldn't push forward. While the world government considered sea stone a rare and valuable resource, the samurais of Wano used it liberally. They had even fashioned grape shots for their cannons out of sea stone, forcing Sengoku to be extremely cautious in the bombardment. Such imbeciles. I wonder if you ever feel ashamed for calling yourselves the defenders of justice. The god's knight remarked sarcastically, standing up from his seat. There is no point in relying on you, weaklings. When you need things done, you can only rely on yourself. Suddenly, a powerful burst of haki spread throughout the area, churning the seas. The massive flagship swayed dangerously as a massive storm picked up out of nowhere. The man morphed into a colossal beast, his wingspan spreading almost 50 meters from end to end. A loud, deafening screech burst forth, shaking everything around. The winds picked up speed, as if the storm god himself had descended. Garuda, Sengoku whispered in shock. As a mythical Zoan fruit user himself, he recognized the mythical beast covering the skies. The Garuda was awe-inspiring, a creature straight out of legend. It resembled a god, with a body covered in golden feathers that shimmered with an ethereal light. Its eyes glowed with an intense, otherworldly fire, and its beak was as sharp as a blade. Massive wings spread wide, each feather crackling with energy, generating powerful gusts of wind that churned the sea below. Its talons were like spears, capable of tearing through the strongest steel. As it hovered above the battlefield, the very air seemed to hum with its power, a palpable aura of dominance and divine wrath. Now, witness true power, the god's knight roared, its voice echoing like thunder. The storm intensified, with waves crashing violently against the ships and the cliffs of Wano. Bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the scene with flashes of blinding light. The Marines and samurais alike paused in their battle, turning their eyes to the sky, awestruck by the sight. Sengoku watched in a mixture of awe and apprehension. He knew the Garuda's power was immense, rivaling even the mightiest of creatures. As the mythical beast ascended, Sengoku realized the battlefield was about to change dramatically. The Garuda's intervention could tip the scales, but at what cost? The samurais braced themselves, their resolve unshaken even in the face of such overwhelming power. Odin tightened his grip on his swords, his eyes burning with determination. The clash between the Marines and the samurais was far from over, but now a new, divine force had entered the fray. The Garuda screeched again, and with a single flap of its wings, it sent a shockwave that tore through the battlefield, scattering debris and sending ships rocking precariously. This was no longer just a battle between men. It was a clash of titans, and the outcome would reshape the world. Odin detected the new threat immediately, his eyes narrowing as he assessed the situation. The massive Garuda's deafening screech reverberated through the battlefield, shaking the entire defense line of the samurai. Odin knew at once that none, but he could face this new adversary. He had yet to fully recover from his brutal fight with Kaido, but there was no time to waste. The lives of his people depended on him. With a determined expression despite his overwhelming fatigue, Odin drew his legendary swords, Enma and Aim no Habakiri, the blades gleaming ominously in the stormy light. He leaped into the air, propelling himself towards the mythical Garuda with immense speed. The mythical beast met his charge head-on, its massive wings flapping powerfully, creating gusts of wind that threatened to knock Odin off course. But Odin's will was unbreakable. He pushed through the tempest, his eyes locked on his target. Paradise Tatsuka, Odin roared, unleashing a powerful two-sword strike aimed directly at the Garuda. The blades glowed with haki, cutting through the air with terrifying force. The Garuda, however, was no ordinary opponent. It twisted its massive body, avoiding the brunt of the attack. Even so, Odin's blades left a deep gash along its side, golden feathers scattering in the wind. The Garuda screeched in fury, its eyes burning with a divine fire. It retaliated with a swift swipe of its talons, each one as sharp as a spear. Under Odin's shocked eyes, the wound started healing at a visible rate. Odin parried the attack with his swords, but the sheer force of the blow sent him hurtling back. He landed heavily on the ground, creating a small crater with the impact. Undeterred, Odin sprang back to his feet, ready for the next assault. "Foolish human, you dare challenge a god?" The god's knight roared, his voice echoing like thunder. He summoned a bolt of lightning from the stormy sky, directing it towards Odin with deadly precision. Odin crossed his swords in front of him, the blades absorbing the brunt of the lightning strike. The force of the impact sent tremors through his body, but he stood firm, his resolve unwavering. "Divine thunder!" Odin shouted, channeling the energy of the lightning through his swords and redirecting it back at the Garuda. The beast flapped its wings, creating a barrier of wind that dissipated the attack. It swooped down towards Odin, its beak aimed at his heart. Odin sidestepped at the last moment, slashing upwards with Enma. The blade cut a deep line across the Garuda's chest, but the beast was relentless. With a deafening screech, the Garuda unleashed a torrent of wind blades, each one capable of slicing through a mountain of steel. Odin moved with incredible agility, dodging and deflecting the attacks with his swords. Despite his best efforts, several blades found their mark, leaving deep gashes across his body. Blood flowed freely, but Odin's determination only grew stronger. Two-sword style, chasing boar. Odin called out, his swords glowing with an intense light. He launched himself at the Garuda once more, his blades moving faster than the eye could follow. The Garuda met his charge, its talons and beak clashing against Odin's swords in a flurry of sparks and lightning. The two titans clashed with a ferocity that shook the very earth. Odin's strikes were powerful and precise, each one aimed at exploiting a weakness in the Garuda's defenses. But the mythical beast was equally formidable, its attacks imbued with divine power. Odin could feel the strain on his body, the wounds from his fight with Kaido slowing him down. But he couldn't afford to falter. The fate of Wano hung in the balance. Secret technique, Paradise Waterfall. Odin roared, bringing both swords down in a devastating overhead strike. The Garuda raised its wings to block, but Odin's Haushiko Haki-infused blades cut through the feathers and flesh, leaving a deep, gaping wound. The beast screeched in agony, its blood raining down like a storm. Enraged, the Garuda transformed into its hybrid form and lashed out with its talons, catching Odin across the chest and sending him sprawling. Odin coughed up blood, his vision blurring for a moment. But he forced himself to stand, his grip on his swords tightening. He couldn't afford to lose. Not now. Not ever. The Garuda's eyes blazed with fury. It summoned another bolt of lightning, this one even more powerful than the last. The sky lit up with an intense white light as the bolt struck down towards Odin. He raised his swords to meet the attack, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the battlefield. "Is that all you've got?" The god's knight shouted defiantly, his voice carrying over the roar of the storm. "So much for the land that once had warriors like Ryuma. You all are simply pathetic. You wanted to challenge the world's order with such puny strength? If this is all you got, then it's time you die." The god's knight, sensing its advantage, pressed the attack. He lunged at Odin with its beak, the sharp tip aimed directly at his heart. Odin raised his swords to block, but the force of the blow sent him reeling. The Garuda's talons followed, slashing across Odin's torso and leaving deep, bloody wounds. Odin stumbled, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His vision blurred as he tried to focus on his opponent. The Garuda loomed over him, its eyes filled with triumph. It raised its talons for the final blow, ready to end the battle once and for all. In a last-ditch effort, Odin summoned the remainder of his strength. Two-sword style, Togen Tatsuka, he shouted, launching himself at the Garuda with everything he had. His swords glowed with an intense, fiery light as he aimed for the beast's heart. But the Garuda was ready. It deflected the attack with a powerful swipe of its wing, sending Odin crashing to the ground. The mythical beast stood over him, its talons poised to strike. Odin struggled to rise, his body refusing to obey. "Your time is over, Odin," the Garuda sneered, its voice filled with contempt. "The era of samurais has ended." Odin looked up, his vision filled with the image of the Garuda's triumphant form. He knew he had given his all, but it wasn't enough. As the Garuda's talons descended, he closed his eyes, accepting his fate. "Shogun-sama?" Many of the samurais launched themselves forward to intercept the fatal blow, but they were too far away. Odin had rushed ahead earlier to ensure the clash did not affect Wayno. Just as the sharp talons of the god's knight were about to rip apart Odin's head, an indescribable screech of a phoenix reverberated through the battlefield. Another mythical Zoan user, Marco, the 1st Division commander of Whitebeard pirates, in his phoenix form, swooped in, grabbing Odin and twisting midair to dodge the fatal strike. Although Marco was fast, the rescue left a deep gash on his back. However, his mythical phoenix fruit granted him exceptional vitality, and his phoenix healing powers quickly mended the wound. "You puny insect, you dare defy me?" The god's knight roared in anger as Odin was saved right under his talons. Morphing into his complete Garuda form, he decided to end Marco, who had denied him his kill. Massive talons descended with deadly intent. Just as the talons were about to strike, a deafening cry swept through the battlefield, sending chills down everyone's spine. Even Sengoku, who was familiar with the voice, seemed frozen by the overwhelming rage it carried. "You dare hurt my brother and my son in front of me?" Edward Newgate, standing on the deck of his ship, the Moby Dick, bellowed. The sea shook with his anger. Whitebeard planted both his arms in the air and pulled down with immense force. The entire sea seemed to freeze for a moment. Suddenly, the god's knight in his Garuda form felt an overwhelming threat as the space around him crumbled like shattered glass. The tremor fruit, in the hands of Whitebeard, showed its true might. The sea itself responded to Whitebeard's rage. Massive waves rose, circling the Moby Dick and creating a barrier of water that shimmered with the latent energy of the tremor fruit. The air crackled with power as the very fabric of reality seemed to bend under the pressure of Whitebeard's might. The sky darkened, clouds swirling ominously as if the heavens themselves feared the wrath of the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard's voice thundered across the battlefield. "You will pay for your arrogance." His eyes blazed with fury, his hockey-infused glare piercing through the Garuda's form. He swung his Bicento with a power that made the air itself tremble. The shockwave that followed split the sea, sending a titanic wave crashing towards the god's knight. The Garuda screeched, flapping its massive wings in an attempt to deflect the oncoming assault. But Whitebeard's power was unstoppable. The shockwave tore through the air, smashing into the Garuda with a force that sent it spiraling backward, its form crumbling under the impact. Feathers scattered like fallen leaves in a storm, and the god's knight let out a pained cry as he was thrown across the battlefield. Marco, now back in his human form but still wreathed in the blue flames of the phoenix, landed on the deck of Moby Dick. "Are you all right, Odin-san?" he asked, his voice laced with concern despite the battle raging around them. Odin, bloodied but undeterred, nodded. "Thanks to you, Marco," he replied, his grip on his swords tightening. "But this fight is far from over. You are no match for him." Whitebeard advanced, each step causing the entire ship to quake. "Stay back, both of you," he commanded, his voice a deep rumble. "This one is mine." The samurais and marines alike watched in awe as Whitebeard confronted the mythical Garuda. The mythical beast, though powerful, seemed to pale in comparison to the raw might emanating from the legendary pirate. The Garuda screeched in defiance, its form steadying after being thrown away by the previous attack. "You should have stayed in the shadows where you belong," Whitebeard growled, his bicento crackling with energy. Now, face the wrath of Edward Newgate. A few miles away, within a hidden cove, the Big Mom pirates finally mobilized under their commander's orders. Mama. So, Whitebeard made it here. Big Mom cackled like a madwoman, though her eyes betrayed a calculating glint. She was weighing the situation carefully, assessing the battlefield with a strategic mind hidden behind her manic demeanor. Mama, are we going to attack the Whitebeard pirates? Perospero asked enthusiastically. The ambition in his voice was palpable. As of now, only Whitebeard was considered an emperor of the sea, and for the Big Mom pirates to gain this title, they needed to achieve something that would make their names echo across the world. However, unlike Perospero, Katakuri understood Mama's true intent. With Whitebeard personally here, she would no longer challenge Odin or Wano. Her target had shifted. Dealing a devastating blow to the Marines' armada would elevate their crew's status significantly. Crashing directly with Whitebeard when he was truly angry would be unwise. No, our targets have changed. Aim for the Marines. Bring them down. Sink every ship, Charlotte Linlin ordered, just as Katakuri had anticipated. The entire Big Mom fleet sprang into action, their vessels emerging from the hidden cove like predators from the shadows. Katakuri stood by his mother, his intense gaze sweeping over their forces. Mama is right, he said, his voice steady and commanding. Whitebeard is a formidable opponent, and facing him now would be reckless. The Marines, however, are vulnerable. We strike them with all we have. The Big Mom pirates moved with precision and purpose. Ships armed with powerful cannons and manned by seasoned fighters surged forward, ready to unleash chaos upon the unsuspecting Marine fleet. The sea churned beneath their hulls, and the air was thick with the anticipation of battle. Prepare the candy slugs, Perospero shouted, his long tongue flicking out excitedly. Let's make sure those Marine ships are stuck in place. Smoothie, with her towering presence, commanded her own contingent. Get the juice cannon ready, she ordered, her voice calm but firm. We'll drown them before they even know what hit them. As the Big Mom pirates advanced, the tension in the air was palpable. The Marines, focused on their battle with the samurais and Whitebeard pirates, were unaware of the new threat approaching from the rear. The element of surprise was on Big Mom's side. Mama, we'll show them the true power of the Big Mom pirates. Lean's laughter echoed across the sea, a chilling promise of the devastation to come. Sink every ship, leave none standing. Perospero grinned wickedly, his hands weaving intricate shapes as he summoned candy constructs to aid in the assault. Time to show the world why we're feared siblings. On the other side of the battlefield, the clash between Whitebeard and the God's Knight intensified, drawing the attention of all who witnessed it. Even the CP0 agents, known for their cunning and skill, had joined forces with the God's Knight, bolstering his ranks against the onslaught of the strongest man in the world. Just as Sengoku and the three admiral candidates, Achiku, Hector, were preparing to intervene, the emergency bell tolled with urgency, signaling a new threat. It's the Big Mom pirates. One Marine bellowed from the top of the mast, his voice carrying the weight of imminent danger. The Marines found themselves suddenly flanked, trapped between the relentless assault of the Wano samurai, the Whitebeard pirates, and the now encroaching Big Mom pirates. Cannon fire erupted from all sides, effectively boxing them in and tightening the noose around their fleet. Sengoku, after a few brief seconds of contemplation that spoke volumes of his tactical acumen, made a decisive move. With the intervention of both the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates, the Marines' chances of capturing Wano were dwindling rapidly. His priority now was to ensure the safety of his forces and pave the way for retreat if necessary. Clear a path for retreat. We cannot afford to get boxed in, Sengoku commanded, his voice steady amidst the chaos unfolding around them. He was joined by Achiku and Hector, both seasoned leaders in their own right, ready to face whatever the Big Mom pirates had in store. Akainu and Borsellino, known for their formidable powers, also prepared themselves for the incoming onslaught. Akiji, The third admiral candidate present remained steadfast on the front lines, facing Ueno. His mastery over ice allowed him to keep the Ueno samurai at bay, preventing them from sinking marine ships with their relentless attacks. His presence was crucial in maintaining a defensive line, buying precious time for the Marines to reorganize and respond to the new threat. As the Big Mom pirates closed in, the atmosphere crackled with tension and anticipation. The sea churned with the relentless bombardment of cannon fire, creating waves that rocked the ships violently. The Marines braced themselves, knowing that they were facing one of the fiercest and most notorious crews on the Grand Line. Big Mom's forces are relentless, Hector remarked grimly, his gaze fixed on the approaching enemy fleet. We'll need to hold our ground and strike back with everything we've got. However, Achiku, once a member of the infamous Rocks Pirates, turned back to witness the monumental clash unfolding behind them. The scene was eerily reminiscent of the battle at God's Valley, a conflict that had etched itself into his memory forever. As he observed the chaos, he couldn't help but draw comparisons to that fateful day. In the midst of the fray, Achiku recalled the sheer strength of those who had fought at God's Valley. Charlotte Linlin, known as Big Mom, was undoubtedly powerful. Her strength was beyond question, but her impact on the battle at God's Valley had been limited. What truly determined the outcome back then was Edward Newgate, a.k.a. Whitebeard. Achiku knew that if Whitebeard hadn't betrayed Zebek, the final result of God's Valley would have been drastically different. Edward Newgate was a slumbering titan. As long as you stayed clear of him, you were safe. But once you threatened his people, he transformed into an entirely different beast. Even Lean Lean's legendary wrath could not compare to the fury of Edward Newgate under such circumstances. This was one of those situations. Achiku's thoughts raced as he watched Whitebeard in his element. The sight of the former crewmate protecting his own with unyielding ferocity was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. They had just planned to kill Odin, whom Whitebeard considered his brother. The consequences of such an action were now painfully clear. Whitebeard stood on the deck of the Moby Dick, his massive frame casting a long shadow over the battlefield. His eyes burned with an intensity that sent shivers down the spines of even the most hardened warriors. His Haoshiku haki surged, a palpable force that churned the sea and shook the air. The two titans clashed mid-air, their haki-infused attacks sending shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. Whitebeard's punch met the god's knight's talons, creating a colossal explosion of energy that lit up the sky. The sea beneath them trembled, and the waves churned violently, as if the very elements were reacting to their power. Whitebeard unleashed a series of devastating punches, each one infused with the power of the Tremor fruit. "Seaquake," he bellowed, sending a massive shockwave towards the god's knight. The wave of destruction tore through the air, creating a path of devastation in its wake. The god's knight flapped his wings, generating powerful gusts of wind that deflected the shockwave. "Garuda's wrath," he roared, his body crackling with divine energy. He launched himself at Whitebeard with blinding speed, his talons glowing with a fierce light. He aimed to rip Whitebeard apart with a single, devastating strike. Whitebeard met the attack head-on, his fist colliding with the incoming attack, ripping it apart. The impact created a massive shockwave that blasted one of the Marine battleships that ventured too close, sending soldiers and debris flying. The two titans grappled mid-air, their haki clashing in a battle of wills. The very air around them crackled with energy as their conquerors' haki collided, creating a palpable tension that suffused the battlefield. The CP-0 agents, clad in their distinctive masks and suits, joined the fray. They moved with blinding speed, their Rokushiki techniques allowing them to traverse the battlefield effortlessly. One agent, wielding a pair of sai, lunged at Whitebeard with a series of rapid, precise strikes. "Shurgan, Tsubaki," he shouted, his fingers stabbing forward with the force of bullets. Whitebeard deflected the attack with ease, his haki-infused arm creating a barrier that the CP-0 agent couldn't penetrate. He retaliated with a swift punch, blasting the CP0 agent's head like a melon. Another agent, this one armed with a katana, slashed at Whitebeard with deadly precision. "Rankyaku! Hakurai!" he shouted, sending a powerful air slash towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard dodged the attack with surprising agility for a man of his size. "Island Shaker!" he roared, slamming his fist into the air in the agent's direction. The resulting shockwave sent ripples through the battlefield, causing the air to crack and heave, and countless spiderweb-like cracks spread. The CP0 agent froze midair, and the cracks ran over him, and the next moment he shattered like glass. The God's Knight seized the opportunity, disregarding the deaths of the CP0 agents, launching a devastating attack. "Garuda's Fury, Divine Talon," he roared, his talons glowing with armament haki imbued with Conqueror's haki. He slashed at Whitebeard with blinding speed, aiming to end the battle with a single strike. Whitebeard met the attack with a powerful punch, his fist crackling with the power of the tremor fruit. The two attacks collided, creating a massive explosion of energy that lit up the sky. The shockwave tore through the battlefield, causing ships to rock violently and soldiers to be thrown off their feet. The battle raged on, with Whitebeard and the God's Knight trading blows with incredible speed and power. Each clash sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield, causing the very air to crackle with energy. The remaining CP0 agents darted in and out of the fray, their attacks precise and deadly, but they were no match for Whitebeard's overwhelming power. As the battle reached its peak intensity, Whitebeard unleashed his ultimate attack. "World's End," he roared, his naginata crackling with the power of the tremor fruit. He slashed the air with all his might, creating a shockwave of such immense power that it seemed to tear the very fabric of reality. Danger unleashed his own ultimate attack. "Heaven's Wrath, Divine Storm," he roared, his body crackling with chaotic energy. He flapped his wings with incredible speed, generating a massive storm of wind and lightning. The storm clashed with Whitebeard's shockwave, creating a cataclysmic explosion that lit up the sky and shook the battlefield. The resulting shockwave sent ripples through the sea, causing the entire ocean to part around them. The air crackled with energy, and the battlefield fell silent for a brief, breathtaking moment. Then, with a deafening roar, the sea crashed back into place, and the fight continued with renewed ferocity. Boom! The Chief Warden of Impel Down went crashing into a cell in his forest golem form, nearly demolishing the surrounding area. Almost the entirety of Level 6 was now covered with roots and vines. Yet even such a formidable display of power was not enough to best his opponent. The only reason Level 6 still stood intact was because of the sea stone. If it had been made of ordinary metals, the entire prison would have crumbled. Cough! Cough! The Chief Warden hacked up blood and fragments of his internal organs, barely able to pick himself up from the rubble. His massive golem body was utterly brutalized, the last attack having almost severed him in half. He was hanging on by a thread. "Ha ha ha, Warden! Who would have guessed that you would have such a day?" One of the prisoners jeered. "Look at the mighty Warden now. Can't even stand up." Another taunted, their voice dripping with mockery. "Pathetic. All that power, and for what? To end up in the dirt like the rest of us." A third prisoner added with a sneer. The Chief Warden's eyes turned red in an instant, fury and desperation blending into a terrifying glare. Roots erupted from his body, spreading to all the nearby prison cells. The jeering prisoners' smug expressions turned to panic as the roots began restraining them. Then, with every ounce of energy he could muster, the Chief Warden bellowed, "Essence Devourer!" The roots drilled into the prisoners' skulls despite their screams and protests, sucking out everything. Blood, bones, flesh. Nothing was spared. Even the final husks crumbled to dust. These were Level 6 prisoners, their vitality immense even in their weakened state. The Chief Warden's grievous wounds started healing at a visible rate, his depleted haki slowly restoring. I stood there, watching with amusement the final struggles of a dead man. This was the 5th time he had drained the prisoners after losing his fighting ability. Each time he did so, he gained less and less. This time, even after devouring more than 20 prisoners, he hadn't even filled up 20% of his original vitality. The Chief Warden's body, once on the brink of collapse, now shimmered with renewed, albeit limited, energy. His wounds closed, and his breathing steadied. However, the air of invincibility he once had was gone, replaced by a desperation that only I could see. As he pushed himself to stand, the mocking voices of the prisoners he had drained echoed in his mind, their lifeless eyes staring back at him from the abyss. This grotesque cycle of renewal was a testament to his waning power. Each time he drained the life essence from his captives, he became a shade of his former self, a powerful figure reduced to a leech, desperate for sustenance. "You think this will save you?" I called out, my voice calm, yet laced with menace. "How many more will you sacrifice for a few more moments of borrowed time?" The Chief Warden's eyes narrowed, fury and pain etched into his features. "I will not fall to the likes of you," he growled, his voice resonating through the chamber. "I will drain every last one of these scum if it means stopping you." His declaration was met with silence, the once taunting prisoners now nothing but dust. The chamber felt colder, darker, a tomb for the fallen. The roots retracted, leaving behind a grim testament to the warden's desperation. The energy he absorbed coursed through him, revitalizing his limbs, yet the toll of such dark acts was evident in the trembling of his form. "You've drained yourself into a corner," I said, taking a step forward. "Every time you kill, you lose a piece of yourself. This power, this forest you command, it's eating you alive." The warden roared, a sound of rage and defiance. "I am a guardian of impelled down. I am its life force." He lunged at me, his hockey-infused claws slashing through the air with deadly precision. I sidestepped his attack effortlessly, watching as his movements, though powerful, lacked the fluidity they once had. His hockey was strong, but it flickered like a dying flame. "Then show me, Guardian, how much life you have left to give." The battle resumed with renewed ferocity. The warden's attacks were relentless, his desperation driving him to unleash the full extent of his forest logia powers. Vines and roots lashed out, forming barriers and striking with deadly force. His observation hockey allowed him to anticipate my movements, but his reactions were slowing, his precision dulled by the constant toll on his body. I countered with my black lightning, the raw energy crackling around me. Shusway sang through the air, cutting through the warden's defenses with swift, deadly strikes. Every clash sent shockwaves through the prison, the sea-stone walls barely holding against the onslaught. "Essence Devourer," he cried again, the roots seeking out more prisoners to drain. But this time I was faster. With a flash of lightning, I severed the roots before they could reach their targets. The warden's eyes widened in shock as his lifeline was cut off. "Your time is up, and like I said, I will have your head before I leave impelled down," I said, my voice low and menacing. I surged forward, black lightning enveloping Shusway as I aimed for his heart. The warden raised his arms to block, but his movements were sluggish, his strength waning. A massive ethereal form of a grim reaper crackled with black lightning, tracing the path Shusway had taken. The warden bellowed, pouring everything he had into his defense as his instincts screamed at him of the finality of this moment. "Death's embrace," I whispered as I poured every ounce of armament hockey into my blade and unleashed my conqueror's hockey to its limit. With an upward slash from Shusway, the Grim Reaper's scythe tore through the massive forest golem. The attack was infused with advanced forms of armament hockey, rendering the warden's logia fruit abilities useless. The scythe cut through everything in its path. Even the sea-stone walls were no exception. It was a blade of oblivion. Everything went silent except for the crackling noise of residual lightning. A gaping hole had formed at the top of level 6, breaching its way up to level 5 and beyond. The commotion above now echoed down below, a stark reminder of the chaos I had unleashed. The warden's entire form was severed in two vertically, and his life was extinguished in an instant. As his massive form reverted back to his human shape, blood pooled where he had fallen. My anger began to subside, replaced by a cold satisfaction. The silence that followed was profound, the echoes of the battle slowly fading into the background. Then, as if a spark had been lit, the prisoners started pleading and making requests to take them along. No one was foolish enough to threaten me now, not after they had witnessed what I did to the chief warden. He was a genuine admiral-level powerhouse, a man whose status was comparable to that of the admirals of the Marines. And I, a teenager, had killed him. This display of strength and potential was not lost on the prisoners. "Please, take me with you." One prisoner cried out, desperation in his voice. "I swear loyalty to you. Just get me out of here." Another pleaded, his eyes wide with fear and hope. "We'll serve you, follow you anywhere. Just get us out of this hellhole." A third one shouted, grasping the bars of his cell with white-knuckled hands. Their pleas filled the air, a cacophony of desperate voices making all sorts of oaths and promises. They were ready to serve, to pledge their lives, all for the chance of freedom. I walked through the devastated prison, feeling their eyes on me, their hopes and fears tangible in the oppressive air of level 6. However, I ignored all of their pleas and returned to the cell where Senor was held. As I approached, I noticed another man next to Senor. Both had regained some color, indicating that Leo had ventured out and successfully retrieved Diamante. I wondered how the dwarf had managed to free Diamante from the sea stone shackles. Turning to Leo with my eyebrows raised, he understood my confusion and simply showed his metal spear, which he must have used to pick the locks. It seemed like his experience with stealing in Dressrosa had endowed Leo with quite a few useful talents. I glanced around and counted 4 more corpses with their tendons severed, similar to the first one I had left inside the cell. Mancherry had used these unfortunate souls to drain vitality and heal Senor and Diamante. Despite still being unconscious, their vitality had returned, and they were now out of danger. "How did you find him?" I asked Leo, who smiled widely and pulled out an old, tattered bounty poster of Diamante and Senor. "Daffy gave it to us just in case," Leo explained. "And how did you manage to capture 4 of them?" I inquired, genuinely curious. These prisoners were weakened, but still prisoners of level 6, after all. "Oh, they were just caught in the crossfire when you fought the forest man," Leo said with a grin. "I just dragged the ones who fell unconscious after severing their tendons like you did, Ross. Did I do great? Praise me. Praise me." Despite his strict persona with others, Leo had warmed up to me significantly, spending the most time by my side along with Mancherry. His enthusiasm was infectious. I gave Leo a thumbs up, making him extremely happy. "Leo, look after them," I instructed. "I just need to get a few more things done. Wait for me here, all right?" Leo nodded, his face beaming with pride. "You got it, Ross." As I stepped into the deepest part of level 6, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. This place housed the worst of the worst. If not for certain reasons, the world government would have killed them all. I came to a stop in front of the innermost cell. "Shahaha, brat, did you come here to gloat?" The sea stone chains rattled as Shiki's voice echoed from within the dimly lit cell. He was restrained with more than a dozen sea stone chains, in addition to cuffs, and pinned to the floor. I also saw cut marks on his feet and understood that the decision to cut them was not made on a whim. A sharp-edged stone, stained with blood, lay hidden nearby. According to the canon timeline, Shiki would escape impelled down in another year by severing his own feet. "Do you remember me, Golden Lion Shiki?" I asked curiously. Although I had trained under Garp, and during that time they had clashed with Shiki a few times, I didn't think Shiki would take notice of me. "Yes, you were the brat from Garp's ship back then, weren't you? It seems the Marines messed up again and gave away such a good seedling," he commented casually, then went back to admiring the prison ceiling. Silence prevailed until I finally broke it. "Do you want me to help you get out?" I questioned. Contrary to my expectations, Shiki bellowed with laughter and sat up. Despite being restrained in sea stone, his aura poured out like a raging sea, but I stood there unmoved. Shahahaha. Who do you think I am, brat? I am Shiki, the golden lion Shiki. I do not need anyone's help. I will find my own path. Like how? Severing your own limbs in exchange for freedom? You are nothing but a caged lion now, Shiki. You were once hailed as the overlord of the New World, alongside Roger and Whitebeard. Roger immortalized himself, and Whitebeard will leave his own legacy behind. So what about you, Shiki? Do you want to rot in this prison? Is it the legacy you want to leave behind? I questioned him, making his anger boil. You little bastard, I would rip you apart if I was not confined by these chains. Shiki roared. In retaliation for his words, I pulled Shu Sui and cut through the sea stone bars, stepping into the cell and standing face to face with Golden Lion Shiki. I casually placed the blade next to Shiki's neck, the sharp edge drawing blood. Tell me, Shiki, in your current weakened state, how much effort do you think it will take me to sever your head? Shiki's eyes widened in rage and disbelief. The infamous pirate, known for his ruthless ambition and unyielding spirit, was now face to face with a challenger who dared to question his legacy. You have guts, brat. I will give you that. Not many in this world would have the balls to challenge me. Even in my current state, Shiki growled, his voice low and dangerous. But don't think for a second that I'm helpless. His aura surged, a testament to the indomitable will that had once terrorized the seas. Even bound by sea stone, Shiki's spirit was not easily subdued. I felt the pressure of his conqueror's haki clashing with my own, creating a tangible tension in the air. To Shiki's surprise, my own conqueror's haki surged out like a primordial beast, clashing with Shiki's will. Yellow lightning clashed with black and gold lightning. Despite Shiki trying to overpower me with his will, mine was unshakable. It was like an unstoppable force clashing against an immovable object. Shiki suddenly felt that he saw the silhouette of Roger within the teen in front of him. I met his gaze without flinching. I'm offering you a chance, Shiki, a chance to reclaim your legacy. But if you prefer to rot here, bound and forgotten, then so be it. One pirate to another. I don't want your legacy to end here, I said genuinely, though I had a hidden agenda as well. For a moment, Shiki was silent, his eyes boring into mine, searching for any sign of deceit or weakness. Then, with sudden, fierce resolve, he spoke. What's in it for you? In these seas, nothing is free, Shiki asked, his tone suspicious but intrigued. I have my reasons. As long as you are against the world government, that is all I ask, I replied. But know this, if you accept my help, I need your word as a fellow pirate that you will not target my family. However, if you want to clash with me, you are welcome to try any time. All I ask in return for your freedom is that you shake the very foundations of the world as you originally intended. Shiki's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes gleaming with renewed fire. Very well, brat. I thought that with Roger gone, the sea might not have another true man who I can call my rival. But you brat, have the potential to be my rival. You pique my interest. But remember, if you disappoint me, I will make sure you suffer before you die. I chuckled, accepting his challenge. With a swift motion, I sliced through the remaining chains, freeing Shiki from his bindings. He stretched, testing his limbs, and despite his weakened state, there was a palpable energy about him, a lion ready to reclaim its throne. As Shiki stood before me, I extended my hand. Welcome back, Golden Lion. He clasped my hand in a tight grip. Remember, brat, keep growing and never stop. If you ever fall back, I will personally come to claim your head. He was serious about his words. The fire that had been extinguished after Roger's death lit up inside Shiki once more. The world would once again know the true terror of Golden Lion Shiki. Fine, brat. It seems like you have quite a party going on. Let me go ahead and stretch my limbs a bit. As he stepped up, I placed Shu Sui in front of him. Remember, Shiki, if you go back on your word and touch my family, your death will be so gruesome that it will scar your soul for eternity. I warned him. Although he gave me his word, this was a cruel world, and with my voice of all things, I knew that Shiki would keep his word. But then, Strength is the only absolute in this world, so I warned him. Sha ha ha, brat, you are still a bit too early to threaten me. And who do you think I am? I may be a pirate, but I never go back on my word. With that, he walked out of the cell to unleash a rampage within Impelled Down. As Shiki stepped out and flew up to level 5, the atmosphere of Impelled Down shifted. The guards, who had been frantically trying to regain control, froze at the sight of the legendary pirate walking free. Their eyes widened in recognition and terror as they saw the Golden Lion, a man who was supposed to be securely imprisoned, now striding with purpose and menace. "Stop him!" one of the guards shouted, but his voice was laced with panic. Shiki raised his hand, and with a flick of his fingers, he used his float fruit ability to hurl debris at the approaching guards, sending them crashing into the walls. "Pathetic," he muttered, as Shiki left to carry out his carnage. Searching for his blades, I began releasing a few other prisoners who would be an absolute headache for the world government. Although the idea might backfire, I was confident in growing strong enough to counter any potential problems. For now, I did not want the world government to concentrate all their attention on me. Although the chief warden was an admiral-level fighter, he wasn't at the level of Sengoku or Zephyr, and forget about Garp. Garp was in a league of his own. Only Roger and Whitebeard could clash against a monster like Garp, and I didn't want Dressrosa to be sieged by such monsters anytime soon. The more chaotic the sea becomes, the more time I get to grow. Following the Golden Lion, I sought to release another man who dominated the seas during Roger's era, Patrick Redfield, more famously known as Red the Aloof. He was caught by Garp after the Great Pirate Age started. Rumor had it that Garp and Redfield fought for 7 straight days before Garp triumphed. I very much wanted to kill him and see if my luck held, perhaps even obtaining his mythical Zoan fruit when it recirculates into the sea. Other than saving Senor and Diamante, I had a secondary objective: to release truly dangerous pirates who would cause chaos, diverting attention away from us as much as possible after this event. There were so many devil fruit users in level 6 that the world government wanted to keep them locked away. I even had a vague suspicion that the world government might have a way to extract devil fruits upon one's natural death, but that was mere speculation. I wanted to let all these devil fruits return to the sea and maybe snatch a few with luck, especially with Shirley by our side. Her powers became more and more mysterious each day with her new devil fruit abilities. With the voice of all things, reading people's hearts was as easy as reading a book. Despite Redfield's advanced observation hockey, he had no advantage over me. As I passed by his cell, I didn't stop, but his voice echoed from within. "What, brat? Think that I'm not as worthy as that yellow cat?" Redfield moved next to the cell door, and despite it being made of sea stone, he held it firmly, showing his resolve. As I expected, the mythical Zoan fruit gave him a certain level of resistance to sea stone. "What do you want, Mr. Redfield?" I questioned him while facing him. "Oh, you know who I am?" For a second there, I wondered if the world had already forgotten about me. "Then tell me, brat, why am I not being offered the same deal as that yellow bastard? Do you think he is superior to me?" Redfield's eyes glowed dangerously, and in the limited light, it was eerie. "Mr. Redfield, if you wanted me to free you, you should have just asked. Why all this drama? And I'm sure you already heard everything I told Shiki." I questioned him. He grunted and nodded. "Then that makes things simple." I placed my hand on the cell door and ripped it apart under Redfield's shocked eyes. Even with his mythical Zoan fruit, he could only casually place his hand on the sea stone, not rip the cell door like I did. Patrick was sure that I was a devil fruit user. "Brat, how?" Redfield questioned. I simply shrugged and swung Shu Sui, severing all the sea stone chains. "Fascinating. Truly fascinating. You don't seem to be affected by the sea stone, despite being a devil fruit user. I wonder what more secrets you are hiding, brat." Redfield was now truly curious. He rubbed his wrist to make the blood flow easier. "Stay alive, Mr. Redfield. Stay alive until the next era comes. You'll see so many things that you'd regret missing them." I answered cryptically and moved to the next cell. Next, I turned my attention to Bernie World. Known for his monstrous strength and desire to dominate, He was another formidable force. Burndy glared at me as I approached, his eyes filled with suspicion. "What do you want?" he growled. "I want you to do what you do best. In exchange, I offer you freedom," I answered. "Cause as much chaos as you can for the world government. In return, your life is yours again." Burndy's expression shifted from suspicion to a feral grin. "You've got yourself a deal." He didn't even think twice about my offer once I said I needed him to cause problems for the world government. Following Burndy, I chose to release a dozen other pirates who I felt might be a headache for the world government and stay away from Dressrosa in exchange for their release. I judged most of their hearts with the voice of all things, so it was safe for now at least. Then I moved to my next target. However, this one was marked for slaughter. This was a devil fruit I was very determined to get my hands on. There was no way I would let such a dangerous fruit fall into the hands of others. "Well, has my time come, little one?" A seductive female voice echoed from the cell. Chained within the cell was Katerina Devon, dressed in ragged prison clothes. Her long, unkempt hair fell around her shoulders, and her eyes gleamed with a dangerous charm. Despite her confinement, her beauty and allure were undeniable, a testament to her power as the most dangerous woman on the seas. "So, you're not even going to entertain the idea of giving me the same deal as the others? I'm sure I could even work under you directly if that's what you want," she purred seductively, her charm oozing despite being shackled by sea stone. Her devil fruit was one potent fruit, the mythical Zoan Inu Inu no Mi model, Kyubi no Kitsune, a truly dangerous fruit. "Miss Devon, I would have believed your words if you weren't hiding that shank you're planning to bury into my eye when I stepped closer." I chuckled and stepped into the cell casually as I sliced the prison cell open. Her face soured, and the smile shifted to a scowl. "You're a clever one, aren't you?" she hissed, her voice losing its seductive lilt. "But do you think you can kill me that easily?" "I think it's worth a shot," I replied calmly, drawing shoe sway. "Your devil fruit is too dangerous to be left in the hands of someone with your ambitions." Devon's eyes flashed with rage and desperation. She lunged, but her movements were sluggish, weakened by the sea stone shackles. I sidestepped her attack and, with a swift, clean motion, severed her head from her body. Her form slumped to the ground, lifeless. As her body lay there, I watched intently, waiting for the telltale sign of the legendary vitality of the mythical Zoan. I was just curious to know if the mythical Zoan could fix a severed head. I waited for a good few seconds, but there was no movement. Devon was truly dead. Maybe the sea stone might be the reason, I thought to myself. But no matter what, because her devil fruit was too dangerous. The Inu Inu no Mi model, Kyubi no Kitsune, would soon be free, ready to be claimed. I turned to Leo, who had just entered the cell, to inform me that both Senor and Diamante were stable now. "Keep an eye out for the fruit. It should reappear soon. We need to secure it." Leo nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. The mythical Zoan fruit was too powerful to be left unattended. "Take them to the upper level. I don't want you guys to witness what's going to happen next, especially Mancheri," I whispered to Leo, who was still shocked by the headless body that lay in front of him. "Ross, is this really necessary?" Leo couldn't help but ask. Although he showed himself to be brave and fearless, killing was not something he was used to. I sighed, trying to convey the gravity of the situation. "Listen, Leo, this world isn't simply black and white. Is what I'm doing really necessary? I don't know, but I do know it gives our family a better chance to survive in the coming years. As long as I can keep our family safe, I don't mind burning the whole world. And don't worry, most of them here don't deserve to be called humans. For those who still have a shred of humanity left, I've released them. Now go, take the rest to the floor above. The others must have already cleared the guards on the 5th level." Leo hesitated for a moment, then nodded, understanding the weight of my words. "All right, Ross. Just be careful." As soon as the others left the level, I turned my attention to the other devil fruit users within level 6. The ominous feeling spread throughout the level known as Eternal Hell, and even the prisoners felt the chill. Many who knew their end was coming tried desperately to break free from their restraints. But the weakness induced by Seastone was not something even these hardened criminals could overcome. I steel my resolve one last time, holding Shusway firmly. What followed was carnage, a one-sided slaughter. I could have released them, but they would have caused more trouble to regular people than to the world government. Killing them so their devil fruits could be released back into the wild was the solution I came up with. This would also teach the world government the consequences of trying to mess with us. Meanwhile, on level 2, the clash between Daffy and Magellan had reached its climax. Despite trying his absolute best, Magellan could not hold back the Flame fruit user. Hydra! Magellan bellowed with the last ounce of strength he could muster, unleashing his massive poison attack. Daffy was ready, his flames dancing as he roared and formed a miniature sun, hurling it at the massive poison hydra that Magellan had transformed into. "NTI!" he cried out. Boom! The miniature blue sun collided with a massive poison giant. Despite Magellan's best efforts, he was thrown back as the attack exploded right in front of him. Magellan could no longer hold his giant form, and as he flew through the air, he crashed hundreds of meters away, buried beneath the debris. Daffy was huffing and puffing. Despite coming out on top, he had to expend quite a bit of energy to best Magellan. Suddenly, a powerful burst of Conqueror's Haki targeted Daffy. He immediately released his own Conqueror's Haki, and the yellow lightning clashed with the red lightning. Daffy narrowed his eyes to see who the attacker was. Floating in the air was someone he recognized, Golden Lion Shiki. The legendary pirate, once hailed as an overlord of the New World alongside Roger and Whitebeard, looked down on Daffy with a mix of curiosity and amusement. Shiki's wild, golden mane flowed around him, and his sharp, piercing eyes gleamed with interest. "Brat, you must be that kid's elder brother," Shiki said, his voice echoing with a mixture of amusement and admiration. "Not bad. Both siblings have the qualities of kings. That's very rare, especially when they are in the same group." Daffy stood his ground, his flames still flickering around him as he caught his breath. "Golden Lion Shiki, huh? I didn't expect to see you here," he said, his tone calm but wary. Shiki chuckled, the sound reverberating through the level. "The world is changing, brat, and it seems you and your brother are right in the middle of it. I must say, it's been a long time since I've felt such potential. Both of you possess the spirit of a true conqueror." Daffy's eyes narrowed. "And what does that mean for you, Shiki? Are you here to test me? Or do you have other plans?" Shiki's grin widened. "Consider this a greeting, and perhaps a warning. The seas are about to become a lot more interesting. I look forward to seeing how you and your brother shape the new era." With that, Shiki's form began to fade into the shadows, leaving Daffy standing amidst the aftermath of his battle with Magellan. The legendary pirate's words echoed in his mind, a reminder of the growing stakes in their world. "Marine HQ, Marineford." A hurried knock echoed on the fleet admiral's door. Outside, a vice admiral stood, his hands tightly clutching an emergency report. "Come in," a commanding voice called from inside. It was unmistakably the fleet admiral. The vice admiral rushed in, noticing Admiral Zephyr was also in the room, examining a folder. "What is it?" Fleet Admiral Kong's voice echoed, bringing the vice admiral back from his distraction. "Fleet Admiral, it's an emergency. We have lost all communication with Impel Down. They have not made their regular check-in for the last 4 hours," the vice admiral said urgently. Kong, who had been reading a folder, shifted his expression to one of fierce intensity. "What did you say? We have had no contact with Impel Down for close to 4 hours. And you're telling me now," he roared, standing up and smashing his fist into the table, breaking into pieces. "Calm down, Kong-san. We first need to understand what's going on," Zephyr intervened, trying to save the vice admiral from Kong's wrath. He turned to the man to explain in detail what exactly was happening. "Sir, it's not that I didn't want to inform you, but the protocol is to reach out to you only if they have missed the check-in for 3 hours continuously. Recently, they have had trouble with their communication, so at first, we thought it was a regular occurrence. But then I felt it was better to recheck, so we reached out to the control room for the Gate of Justice, where the communications are always intact. But but we got no reply from them. We even tried to reach out to the battleships in the vicinity of Impelled Down, but nothing. It's as if the entirety of Impelled Down has gone dark, the Vice Admiral explained, sweat flowing down his brows. No, 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 this cannot be happening. For all we know, Impelled Down might be under siege, Kong murmured. Then he turned to Zephyr. Zephyr, get to Impelled Down immediately and assess the situation. We cannot afford any mistakes at this time, especially when we have started a war with Wayno. If we lose control of things here in the first half of the Grand Line, then we will have to practically forget about the New World for a few years, he said in a hurry. Zephyr understood the gravity of the situation and immediately mobilized a token force. Himself and 5 vice admirals, a total of 3 great battleships. As they prepared to depart, the tension in the air was palpable. The stakes were high, and any delay could mean catastrophe. The Marines mobilized in haste, and in under 20 minutes, 3 great battleships were ready to depart. On board his flagship, Zephyr briefed his vice admirals. We have to assume the worst. Impel Down is one of our most secure facilities, and if it's been compromised, we are dealing with an unprecedented threat. Our primary objective is to secure the prison and ensure that none of the high-level prisoners escape. We cannot let this situation spiral out of control. The vice admirals nodded in understanding, their faces grim with determination. They knew the importance of Impel Down and the catastrophic consequences if it fell. As the fleet cut through the waves, the urgency of their mission weighed heavily on their minds. Impel Down lay in ruins, its once impenetrable defenses shattered. Originally, 3 Marine battleships had been anchored at the infamous prison, but the sheer number of escaping prisoners far exceeded their capacity. Many fishmen took the dangerous route, diving directly into the sea despite the lurking threat of sea kings. However, Bernie World made a significant difference, enlarging all 3 ships to accommodate the influx of prisoners. Despite deep-seated grudges, the prisoners formed a temporary truce, focused solely on escaping the Comm Belt. Later, they would go their separate ways, with some already starting to recruit for their crews. Attention was drawn to a small group of pirates standing near the entrance of Impel Down, patiently waiting. The group was led by Doflamingo, followed closely by Miyamoto, Wolf, Iceberg, Leo, and Mancheri. They had already transferred Senor and Diamante to a small ship and were standing by their sides. Next to Doflamingo stood the legendary Golden Lion Shiki and the infamous Patrick Redfield, both eager to say their farewells before departing. Suddenly, a palpable tension filled the air. Everyone felt the presence of someone ascending the main entrance steps from within. As Doflamingo laid eyes on his brother, a wide smile spread across his face. Deep down, this was the version of Ross he had always wanted to see. Even monsters like Shiki and Redfield felt a sense of unease. Emerging from the depths of the prison was Ross, drenched in crimson blood, as if he had bathed in it. The stench of death clung heavily to the air, permeating the surroundings. The other pirates, initially curious, felt a chill run down their spines and instinctively cleared the area, boarding their ships hastily. Doflamingo watched intently as his little brother dragged a headless corpse behind him. The corpse, clad in an officer's uniform, was unmistakably that of the chief warden of Impel Down, recognizable by the blood-drenched epaulets. Ross's entrance was nothing short of epic. His eyes, fierce and determined, scanned the gathered pirates. His presence exuded an aura of unyielding power, causing even the bravest to avert their gaze. The blood-soaked figure of Ross was a testament to his ruthlessness and resolve. "Little brother," Doflamingo greeted, his voice tinged with pride and a hint of amusement. "You've certainly made an impression." I dropped the headless corpse unceremoniously, the thud echoing ominously. "Impel Down is no longer an impenetrable prison," I stated calmly, my voice carrying an unsettling calmness. "The world government will know the price of underestimating us." Shiki and Redfield exchanged glances, both recognizing the formidable force standing before them. "Shahahaha," Shiki laughed, though there was a note of respect in his voice. "You've got quite the guts, Don Quixote Brad." "Indeed," Redfield added, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. "This new era might be more interesting than I thought." As the pirates began to disperse, boarding their now enlarged ships, the sense of a new, chaotic era settling over the seas was undeniable. The release of such powerful criminals and the devastation of Impelled Down signaled a shift that would be felt across the world. Ross and Doflamingo stood at the precipice of this new dawn, ready to shape it according to their will. With their farewells exchanged, Shiki and Redfield departed, each promising to bring their own brand of chaos to the seas. The Doflamingo siblings, along with their crew, prepared to return to Dressrosa, the air around them crackling with anticipation and the promise of what was to come. A few hours later, the marine battleships led by Zephyr approached Impelled Down. They had also recalled the battleships out on patrol in the vicinity, so the initial size of 3 ships had swelled to more than a dozen marine ships. But as the fleet closed in on Impelled Down, the ominous silence of the sea was unnerving. No usual patrols, no radio chatter, just an eerie quiet that set everyone on edge. Zephyr's thoughts raced. Could it be a coordinated attack? Pirates? Freedom fighters? Whoever it is, they're bold to attack Impelled Down. The fleet reached the waters surrounding the infamous prison, and the sight that greeted them was shocking. The once formidable fortress was in disarray, with smoke rising from parts of the structure. There were signs of battle, but no immediate sign of the enemy. "Prepare to dock. We need to secure the area and get inside," Zephyr ordered. The Marines sprang into action, their training taking over as they moved with precision. As Zephyr and his team made their way into the main entrance of Impelled Down, the true extent of the chaos became apparent. The bodies of the prison guards lay littered, and there were signs of a brutal conflict. The most dangerous criminals in the world had been unleashed, and the implications were terrifying. "How could this happen?" one of the vice admirals muttered, shock evident on his face. Zephyr clenched his fists. "We'll find out soon enough. Right now, we need to re-establish control and contain this disaster." Just then, one of the rear admirals leading the charge froze in shock. Vice Admiral Mamanga, assessing the damage, ran into him, knocking the rear admiral onto his rear. Despite the fall, the Marine remained fixated on something ahead, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Get a grip, Rear Admiral," Mamanga barked, but his words were lost as he traced the Marine's gaze. What he saw made his blood run cold. At the top of a large mast, likely broken from one of the Marine ships, a headless corpse was pinned as a gruesome display. Positioned right at the main entrance of Impelled Down, the figure was unmistakable even without the head. The blood-drenched uniform and the distinct epaulets identified the body as that of the Chief Warden, an admiral-level figure now displayed as a morbid trophy. The sight was both chilling and awe-inspiring, a macabre testament to the devastating power and ruthlessness of their unknown adversary. The Marines around Mamanga began to murmur in fear and anger, the morale of the troops wavering in the face of such a brutal and audacious act. Mamanga clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing with determination. "Everyone, stay focused," he commanded, his voice cutting through the murmur like a blade. "This is an act of war. We must assess the situation and regroup. Prepare for the worst, but do not let fear control you." As he barked out orders, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him. Impelled Down, the impenetrable fortress of the world government, had been breached in the most violent and humiliating way. The Chief Warden, a man of immense power and authority, had been reduced to a warning sign, a stark declaration of the attackers' might and their contempt for the world government. The Vice Admiral's mind raced, trying to piece together the events that led to this disaster. The coordinated silence from Impelled Down, the overwhelming force required to subdue the Chief Warden, and the precision of the attack all pointed to a well-planned and executed operation. But who could have orchestrated such a daring assault? And what were their intentions? Just then, Zephyr arrived at the scene, his reaction mirroring Mamanga's as rage boiled within him. threatening to tear apart whoever was responsible for this atrocity. Assessing the situation at Impel Down was crucial, and he turned to address one of his subordinates, a rear admiral. Bring the chief warden down. He cannot be disrespected like this. Take a team and see if you can find his head. We need to give the man a proper burial, Zephyr commanded. The rear admiral immediately moved to bring down the corpse. Unbeknownst to many, one of the Marines in the back secretly took a picture of the gruesome display. He occasionally sold exclusive photos to Morgans for a hefty sum, and this particular photo was going to earn him a thick wad of cash. The remaining Marines meticulously began assessing the damage inside Impel Down. Almost the entirety of the prison security forces had been slaughtered. Even the control room for the Gates of Justice had been completely destroyed, likely using a high explosive device to obliterate the massive gears and other mechanisms. Suddenly, on level 2, Zephyr, who was scanning the area for any signs of life using his observation hockey, found a faint trace of vitality beneath a massive pile of rubble. He immediately moved to push aside the molten debris and, beneath it all, found the unconscious and charred form of Vice Warden Magellan, still clinging to life by a thread. Quick, send for the medics. Transfer him to the ship. Zephyr roared. Soon enough, the medics carefully transferred the nearly dead Magellan. Zephyr then turned to the rest of Level 2, which resembled a battlefield more than a prison. Hundreds of corpses littered the ground, both Impel Down's forces and prisoners among them. Admiral, we need to secure Level 6. Mamanga stepped up, reminding Zephyr of the most critical location within Impel Down. From the condition of the first 2 levels, no one held any hope that the carnage hadn't spread to Level 6. Zephyr, followed by the main force of the Marines, the Vice Admirals and Rear Admirals, made their way to Level 6. The rest of the Marines spread out to secure the other levels. The Great Prison, once housing more than 100,000 prisoners, now seemed desolate. Quite a few prisoners had escaped the carnage by hiding themselves and staying inside their cells, but more than half of the inmates had turned into corpses from the chaos. Initial estimates suggested over 6,000 Impel Down guards had perished, and close to 40,000 prisoners seemed to have succumbed to the mayhem. Splat! Splat! As Zephyr stepped onto Level 6, his feet immersed themselves in a thick liquid. Zephyr's gaze narrowed as he recognized what it was, but he gritted his teeth and walked deeper into the level, bracing his heart for the worst. Reaching the core of Level 6, Zephyr froze, taking in the horrific sight before him. A grotesque pyramid, constructed meticulously from severed heads, rose ominously from the blood-soaked ground. Hundreds, maybe close to 1,000, heads were stacked in a gruesome testament to the carnage, each one a silent scream frozen in time. At the very top, in a morbid display of supremacy, sat the head of the chief warden of Impel Down, a crown of death that embodied the utter annihilation and cold, calculated brutality of the assailant. The macabre monument was a chilling, awe-inspiring spectacle, a symbol of unyielding power, and an unspoken declaration of war against the world government. It's him. There can be no one else. It must be him. There is no one else who could have done this, and I have seen this before. It's that monster, the sword demon, Rosinante, Mamanga said, stepping next to Zephyr, his hands unconsciously clutching his sword for courage. The display was bone-chilling, and he would bet his life that Rosinante was responsible for this gruesome act. Are you sure, Vice Admiral? Zephyr's tone was neutral, but there was an underlying steel in his voice. Mamanga looked at the pool of blood they stood in and stepped closer to the pyramid of heads. Zephyr-san, as much as I would like to deny it, I cannot think of anyone else who would have the audacity to pull this off. Garp-san truly raised a monster, and what we did in Marineford unleashed that chained beast. Even a veteran vice admiral like Mamanga felt weak in his knees at the display. This was a statement, a clear display of power, and a reminder of what would happen if they crossed the monster known as Don Quixote Rosinante. Zephyr's fists clenched, and his rage barely contained. This is a declaration of war. We must respond with all our might. The world government and the Marines will not stand for this. The Marines around them steeled themselves, their fear transforming into a burning resolve. The sight of their fallen leader galvanized them into action, each one determined to honor his sacrifice by fighting with every ounce of their strength. As they stood amidst the carnage, the reality of their situation settled over them like a heavy fog. This was not just a simple prison break. It was the beginning of a new era of piracy and rebellion, one that threatened to upend the entire world order. Zephyr turned to his officers. We need to secure what's left of Impel Down and gather all available intelligence. Alert Marine headquarters and request immediate reinforcements. We cannot allow these criminals to escape unchecked. We need to capture them all before they unleash chaos on the seas. We will need to restore order, no matter the cost. Heavenly fire! Big Mom roared, unleashing a searing blast of flames with the aid of Prometheus aimed at a Marine battleship. 10,000 hands! Sengoku, in his towering golden Buddha form, countered with a barrage of shockwaves. The clash reverberated across the tumultuous sea, where Whitebeard's fleet relentlessly battered the remaining Marine warships. What started as over 30 vessels had dwindled to just a dozen in the fierce onslaught orchestrated by the combined forces of Wano and Whitebeard. Lean, are you so intent on opposing the Marines? Why Wano? You have no stake in this matter. Sengoku's voice boomed across the chaotic battlefield. The Big Mom pirates, unexpectedly joining the fray, closed off any escape route for the high-end Marine forces. Mama, Sengoku, when did I ever claim to support Wano? I'm here to remind you Marines that the New World isn't your playground. This sea belongs to the pirates. You have no jurisdiction here. Big Mom retorted defiantly before launching another devastating attack, which Sengoku promptly countered with a determined resolve. Meanwhile, on the shores of Wano, the clash between Whitebeard and the God's Knight had escalated into a brutal spectacle. Moby Dick, the legendary ship, lay splintered amidst the chaotic waters, its crew safely evacuated to shore. Whitebeard, undeterred by the ship's fate, focused solely on his opponent, the God's Knight. Hours had passed since their battle began, each moment adding to the celestial dragon's mounting desperation. Though he was confident about triumphing over even veteran admirals like Sengoku and Zephyr, he found himself outmatched by Whitebeard's relentless onslaught. With one of his wings torn away and his right leg maimed, he struggled to stand, his vision blurred with exhaustion. Yet, fueled by the pride of the celestial dragon and bound by duty to Imusama, he refused to yield, even as defeat loomed ever closer. Suddenly, Sengoku's emergency transponder snail bust. He disengaged from battle as Akainu and Borsellino took over, keeping the enemy at bay with the assistance of Achiku and Hector. Despite being old crewmates, Lin paid no heed to Achiku's presence. Just as Sengoku received the call, the flustered and hurried voice of Tsuru echoed from the other end. Sengoku, you need to retreat back to Marineford immediately. Everything is chaos here. We might possibly lose control of the first half of Paradise entirely. Her urgency and seriousness were evident in her tone. Sengoku, in the thick of battle, retorted, Tsuru, I am in the middle of a war if you have forgotten. Any other matter will have to wait. It's good that you reached out. Send reinforcements to Wano. Have Zephyr sent over. Both the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates have besieged us. If this continues, our siege of Wano will fail. He spoke logically, confident that with enough reinforcements from HQ, he could turn the tide. But then Tsuru almost spat from the other end. Sengoku, did you not hear me? This is a direct order from Kong-san. He is currently at Mary Geos, trying to do damage control. Impel Down has fallen. Almost all the high-profile criminals have been released back to the sea. Suddenly, Sengoku felt like he had been hit by a sledgehammer to the chest. His breathing became ragged. But then Tsuru threw another curveball. Make sure you retreat with the man leading the mission. He is a celestial dragon. If anything happens to him, you know the consequences. Tsuru spoke urgently and then disconnected the call, not wanting to distract Sengoku any longer in the middle of a fight. Sengoku's mind froze. That was a celestial dragon? A celestial dragon was the one clashing with Whitebeard. He had thought the man was some kind of secret weapon of the world government, but that mythical Zoan fruit user turned out to be a celestial dragon. He immediately spread out his observation hockey to check what exactly was happening on Wayno's shores, as the intensity of the battle had died down since Whitebeard had managed to tear one of the mythical Garuda's wings. Ignoring the consequences, Sengoku sounded the retreat signal, knowing they would take heavy losses. He himself rushed towards the shores of Wayno to get the celestial dragon out. On the shores of Wayno, Whitebeard stood majestically over his defeated foe, who was sprawled on the ground, clinging to life by a thread thanks to his mythical Zoan vitality. Not bad. Not bad at all, Newgate. No wonder the elders are wary of you. You are indeed worthy of their attention. But so what if you have bested me? Let me tell you something. I am a celestial dragon. So tell me, Whitebeard, do you still have the guts to take my life after knowing my true identity? The god's knight chuckled. This was his greatest reliance. He was a descendant of gods. These vermin dared not look them straight in the eye, much less kill them. Sengoku, frantically rushing towards Wayno's shore, detected the presence of Whitebeard and the celestial dragon from miles away with his observation hockey. Whitebeard, you might have saved Wayno today, but what about tomorrow? The day after? I will return to the Holy Land, bring a bigger army, and raze you and your pathetic sons to the ground. The Naginata soared through the air, severing the head of the god's knight in one clean stroke before he could complete the sentence. Sengoku, witnessing Whitebeard behead a celestial dragon, roared, "Edward!" and launched a devastating shockwave attack directed at Whitebeard. But Whitebeard simply clenched his fist, creating a white halo, and punched back. The two attacks collided, but after a dozen seconds of stalemate, Sengoku was thrown back hundreds of meters. He safely landed on one of the marine ships. Realizing all was lost, Sengoku decided to save at least what he could of the remaining Marines. Soon enough, the Marines made a full retreat. Whitebeard ordered his crew not to chase the Marines, but Big Mom was not going to let go of such a chance. She started chasing the battered Marines, maximizing her profits by hunting down as many as she could. Staying near Wayno with Whitebeard around was simply asking for disaster, so the Big Mom pirates chose to seize the opportunity, capitalizing on the chaos. Soon enough, the entire world shook with three pieces of news. The first was that the Big Mom pirates had chased the Marines throughout the New World, ultimately sinking all 10 great battleships intended for the Buster Call. This victory cemented the Big Mom pirates' position as the second emperor of the New World. Anyone who had doubted their claim was silenced upon realizing that the fleet had been led by none other than Sengoku, the Golden Buddha. The second piece of news was even more shocking. A massive war had erupted between Wayno and the Marines, and with the support of another emperor, Edward Newgate, the defenders of Wayno successfully repelled the Marines. To make matters worse for the world government, the Whitebeard pirates declared to the world that Wayno was now in an alliance with them. Challenging Wayno was as good as challenging Whitebeard himself. However, it was the third piece of news that shook everyone to their core. Impel Down had fallen. The great underwater prison, deemed impenetrable, was breached by the rising superstars of the New World, now being dubbed the Twin Heavens. The heavenly demon Don Quixote da Flamingo and the heavens equal Don Quixote Rosinante. The notoriety of the Don Quixote brothers skyrocketed, especially with the leaked photos of the Impel Down aftermath. The headless corpse of the chief warden hung from a post, and an ominous blood pyramid was built within level 6. While the true extent of the damage had not been disclosed, rumors spread that almost all of the criminals within Impel Down had been set free, and the chief warden had been beheaded. Look, little brother, they've given you a moniker, Heaven's Equal. Sure is a grand name, just like mine. Da Flamingo snickered as he flipped through the newspaper. Wolf, sitting nearby, thought for a second and spoke. Isn't that supposed to be the title of the Monkey King from the old legends? If I'm not wrong, he must have had another title. What was that? Wolf scratched his shabby beard, trying to remember. The Great Sage. I responded as I filtered through the new bounty posters. The world government sure was efficient when it came to printing out new bounty posters. Monkey King. Daffy snickered, adding, "Tell me, little brother, since when did you get a tail?" Leo, who had been listening quietly, suddenly shot up. "Wait, what? Ross has a tail, just like us? Where? Where?" He turned to me, excitement shining in his eyes. "Ross, quick, show me your tail. I want to see it." The whole boat burst into laughter. Annoyed, I threw the stack of bounty posters at Daffy's face, who had started all this. He casually caught the stack and looked through them with interest. Daffy couldn't help but chuckle. Although his own bounty saw a significant increase, his little brother's bounty had skyrocketed, leaping by 1 billion belly compared to the previous one. This was unprecedented. Other than the Pirate King, GOLD, Roger, no pirate had experienced such a massive spike in their bounty. The new bounty posters were overflowing with attention, and despite the world government's efforts to keep the matter under wraps, the news had spread, accompanied by damning pictures from within impelled down. With a sudden influx of notorious pirates back into the sea, the world government could not deny the matter. Blow after blow hit them. The rise of a new emperor in the New World, Whitebeard joining hands with Wayno, the loss of one of their 3 great institutions, and to top it all, the loss of a god's knight. Daffy, after this, we might have to lay low for a while, react only if the world government targets us. We have bought ourselves time, but I don't know how long it will last. Now, with Wolf Sand here, we might need to revisit our plans one by one, I remarked. Daffy's earlier jovial demeanor dropped, and he turned serious. "Yes, little brother, you are right. Standing out too much might spell our doom. Once Senor and Diamante wake up, we must start hunting down all those bastards from back then. It's also time to reclaim the entirety of North Blue. They've kept my seat warm long enough," he said, his veins popping as he vividly remembered everything that had happened back then. His revenge was yet pending. "Fine. In that case, you can deal with the matters of Dressrosa and the underworld while I roam the seas," I commented with a smile. Daffy raised his brows. "So, you're planning to set sail again, little brother?" "Yes. Now that we've stirred up this shitstorm, it's time to start fishing in these troubled waters. There are still quite a few talents out there that I'd like to add to our family," I said, thinking of the numerous tasks ahead. I had to fulfill the final plea of a dying father. Though he never said it to me in words back in Lowtown, I knew what Roger's final request was conveyed through the voice of all things, meant for me and me alone. In addition to that, with so many devil fruits released back into the sea, I had to try and get some for our family. Leo had raided the kitchen and the storehouse and impelled down and found a paramecia-type devil fruit, which would be a perfect match for Gialasan, who had been practically raising our Don Quixote family. With the fruit, she would become another trump card for us, and just like Shirley, her abilities would need to stay a secret. "So, are you planning to set sail alone again this time?" Daffy questioned, but I saw a hint of tenderness reserved only for me on his face. "Well, I was thinking maybe I would take Miyamoto-san and maybe Lucci along," I said, gazing at Miyamoto, who was sharpening his blade. He nodded, accepting any arrangements I made for him. "Mimi, I want to come too. I want to see the world, experience adventure, and sail into the unknown. I want to see it all." Suddenly, little man Sherry, who had been quiet all along, started throwing a tantrum. "If the princess is coming, then I am too," Leo declared. As Mancherry's steadfast protector, he couldn't even think of staying away from her. Daffy chuckled at the display, but I was getting a headache. I had truly spoiled these two. They tended to do whatever they wished. Now, I would have to speak to the Tontada chief about taking them out on a voyage. "Mancherry, we can discuss that once we reach Dressrosa. Now, will you please stop rolling around all over the deck?" I quickly picked her up, seating her on my shoulders and dusting off her clothes, returning them to their pristine condition. The entire ship seemed to relax for a moment. Despite the chaos we had stirred up in the world, moments like these reminded us why we fought and why we stayed together. The bonds we shared were stronger than any external threat, and as long as we held on to that, we could face anything. In the opulent room of authority within Mary Geos, tension hung thick in the air. Elder Mars, one of the highest-ranking figures in the world government, stood with a face contorted in fury. His hand, trembling with rage, clenched the delicate porcelain teacup before hurling it with all his might. The cup shattered against Kong's face, the pieces scattering across the polished marble floor. "This is an outrage," Elder Mars roared, his voice echoing through the grand chamber. First, the loss of the Buster Call fleet, then the debacle at Wano, and now Impel Down has fallen. How could you allow this to happen, Kong? Kong, the fleet admiral of the Marine Forces, remained stoic, despite the sting from the broken cup. His stern features barely flinched as he wiped away a trickle of blood from his cheek. "Elder Mars," he began, his voice a calm contrast to the Elder's fury. "The situation is dire, but reacting out of anger will not rectify our losses." "Reacting out of anger?" Elder Mars spat, his eyes blazing. "This isn't about anger, it's about failure. Sengoku's operation was a disaster. The Marines were humiliated, and now Whitebeard has openly allied with Wano. The pirates grow bolder by the day." "Enough!" Elder Saturn, the senior member of the council, interjected, slamming his fist on the table. "We must focus on solutions, not blame." Kong nodded, appreciating the intervention. "We need to re-strategize. The loss of Impel Down is a severe blow, and the escape of the prisoners will cause chaos. We must increase security across all our territories and hunt down these criminals swiftly." "Shut up. No one asked for your opinion." Elder Warcury fumed from the side as Kong put forth his suggestion. Get out and wait outside until we call for you." Elder Mars roared, and Kong, without any complaint, turned and left with his head hung low. "Swift action is needed, but we must also deal with public perception," Elder Mars added. "Our strength must not be seen as wavering. The news of Impel Down's fall has already spread, and the emergence of those brats, hailed as the twin heavens, will inspire further rebellion if we do not act decisively." Elder Mars, his anger simmering but not entirely quelled, took a deep breath. "Forget about those little bastards. What we have to worry about now is how to explain to Imu-sama that we lost one of God's knights. For all we know, Imu-sama is already aware of the matter. That's what unnerves me, the fact that Imu-sama hasn't summoned us yet." The room fell into a tense silence. The elders knew the gravity of their situation. The loss of the Buster Call ships and the fall of Impel Down were significant blows, but they were not insurmountable. However, losing a God's Knight was a catastrophe of a different magnitude. Elder Mars's eyes narrowed as he continued. "We requested the God's Knight be dispatched. This places the responsibility squarely on our shoulders. How do we explain this to Imu-sama? The God's Knights served Imu-sama exclusively, dispatched only because of the direct request of the elders. Each God's Knight was groomed from a young age, trained to be the ultimate enforcers of divine will and protectors of the celestial dragon's interests." Elder Saturn, attempting to maintain a semblance of calm, interjected, "Our priority should be to assess the situation thoroughly and present a plan of action. Imu-sama will expect solutions, not just explanations. And if we are punished for our folly, then we will accept it without complaint." Elder Nostro nodded, his expression grave. "We need to show that we are still in control. Increasing security around Mary Geos is imperative. We must also initiate an immediate hunt for the escaped prisoners from Impel Down. We need to demonstrate our strength and resolve to the world." Elder Mars, though still agitated, acknowledged the plan. And what a Whitebeard! His defiance cannot go unanswered. Killing a God's Knight is a direct affront to our authority. "We will deal with Whitebeard in time," Elder Stars responded, his voice firm. "But we cannot rush into another confrontation. We need to plan carefully and ensure that our next move cripples him for good." Dressrosa, New World. King Riku tried to keep as much distance as possible, even though he was ruling under the Don Quixote name. He knew that as long as he kept faith, his and his family's lives were guaranteed. However, the recent news had shaken him to his core. These madmen had broken into Impel Down, the Impel Down, one of the three great strongholds of the world government in Paradise. When was the last time someone had challenged the might of the world government so blatantly? Not in recent centuries, at least. They didn't just stop at infiltrating. No, they emptied out Impelled Down. More than 50,000 prisoners were slaughtered, and the rest escaped. The two brothers had unleashed hell upon this world just so they could rescue two people. King Riku had seen them bring in the unconscious forms of Senor and Diamante. At least that was the name he had heard from Scarlet. His daughter now truly believed herself to be a part of the Don Quixote family, and had even helped them devise a tax structure to collect money from the territories under their control. He was at least happy that the tax wasn't as exorbitant as what the world government or other pirates levied, so he could count that as a win. But now he had a new headache. The world government had secretly reached out to him, trying to instigate him against the Don Quixote brothers. However, he was not as naive and stupid as they thought. He had already learned his lesson the first time around, when Daffy burned almost 100,000 men to cinders. Sitting in front of him on the throne of Dressrosa was Doflamingo. More than a dozen seats were neatly arranged on either side of him. Isho sat on the seat closest to Daffy's throne, while his brother Ross was trimming the hedges of the little plants within the throne room. These little stunted trees had been brought in at the request of the Tontata princess. Luckily for King Riku, because of his daughter Scarlet and his vassal status, he was allowed a seat within the throne room. Snap! 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 The sound of Ross trimming the branches was the only noise that echoed throughout the room. King Riku had just disclosed the news of the world government reaching out to him. Finally, it was Isho who broke the silence. Perhaps we should use this to our advantage. Let them believe that we are oblivious to their actions. This way, they might not take any direct actions. As long as King Riku shares all the details, there is nothing they can do, Isho commented. The recent events at Impelled Down had left a sour taste in Isho's mouth. The things Ross had done were not agreeable to him. He had outright protested such actions, but Ross simply waved off Isho's reprimands and carried on as if nothing had happened. King Riku sighed, feeling the weight of his position. I will continue to share all details with you. The world government believes they can manipulate me, but I will not make the same mistake twice. My priority is the safety of Dressrosa and my family. Doflamingo leaned forward, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Excellent, King Riku. Your loyalty is appreciated. We will use the world government's arrogance against them. They believe they can control everything, but we will show them that they are wrong. Ross, still tending to the plants, added, and while they're busy trying to sow discord, we will strengthen our forces, regain the things that we have lost, and prepare for any eventuality. The world is changing, and we must be ready to seize every opportunity. King Riku felt a sense of unease, but also a strange comfort in the presence of these powerful individuals. He knew that the path ahead would be fraught with danger, but he also knew that with allies like these, Dressrosa stood a fighting chance. Suddenly, Gladius burst into the room in a hurry. They're awake, Senor and Diamante. They are awake. I immediately dropped what I was doing, and even Daffy forgot about the meeting and rushed to the room where Senor and Diamante were resting. Isho and even King Riku followed. As we entered the room, I saw both of them sitting on their respective beds, looking weary but alive. Senor, Diamante, Daffy exclaimed, his usually cold demeanor giving way to genuine relief. He strode across the room with purposeful steps, his long coat billowing behind him, and reached out to clasp Senor's shoulder. You stubborn fools, you made it. Senor, sporting a massive scar on his chest, managed a lopsided grin. I couldn't let you have all the fun, Master Daffy. Besides, someone had to keep an eye on you. Diamante, leaning back against his pillow, chuckled weakly without uttering a word. I stepped forward, feeling a mix of emotions. You both had us worried. I'm sorry that I couldn't bring you guys out of that hellhole earlier, I said, my voice thick with relief. But seeing you here, alive and kicking, makes everything worth it. Senor turned his head around, checking all the new faces that surrounded him, though he missed a few of the familiar ones. His usual stoic expression softened. Young Master Ross, we heard what you did. Breaking into Impelled Down, That was insane, even for you. It had to be done, I replied, a hint of a smile tugging at my lips. The family comes first. Always. Daffy, still holding onto Senor's shoulder, nodded in agreement. We don't leave our own behind. Ever. Senor scanned the room again, noticing the absences more keenly. By the way, where are the rest? Where's Treble? Is he out on a mission? And where is Pica? Senor's voice trailed off, his expression faltering as he recalled seeing Kaido knock Pica out. He hoped that, like them, Pica had made it too, but the reactions from both Daffy and me were all the answer he needed. The same reaction occurred when he mentioned Treble's name. So, Treble, you didn't make it either? Senor turned to me, and I could only shake my head, confirming that Treble was no longer with us, like the rest who had fallen. Daffy's eyes glistened with sadness as he looked at the original Don Quixote cadres in front of him. Say, Diamante, you haven't said a word since you met us. I know how much you like to talk. Say something, would you? Daffy wanted to lighten the mood and turned to Diamante, who had been silent since the beginning. Daffy smirked, a familiar wicked gleam in his eyes. Come now, say something. If you want me to praise you, I could do that too. But Diamante simply gave a wry smile. He opened his mouth, forcing himself to speak, but no voice came out. My gaze narrowed, and I quickly understood that it was not that Diamante didn't want to speak, but he couldn't speak. Mancheri, who was sitting on the table, said with a frown on her little face, Sorry, Ross. I swear I tried my best, but his voice couldn't be restored. Daffy's veins popped in frustration. Although he had never said it out loud, he had always liked the way he interacted with Diamante, teasing him every time he wanted to be praised. Now he realized that Diamante might never speak again. However, Diamante on the bed didn't seem to care much and simply waved his hands. I then immediately remembered something and turned to Giala. I had recently given her the paramecia fruit that Leo had found in the impelled-down kitchen. Giala, did you use your fruit? Were you not able to restore Diamante's voice? I questioned her because the devil fruit I gave her was the now know me. It allows her to revert and restore objects, substances, and entities through touch. It was one broken devil fruit. I'm sorry, Ross. My control over the fruit is practically non-existent because I just ate the fruit. I need to have better control of the fruit's powers to help Diamante, so it might take quite some time. Giala replied. I understood. Broken fruits like these sometimes had restrictions, and the restriction on this one seemed to be mastery. But then Diamante's eyes glinted with delight. Now that he knew in the future he might have a way to restore his voice, his old bright demeanor returned, and a wide smile plastered his face. We'll get there, Daffy said, clapping Diamante on the back. We've faced worse and come out stronger. This will be no different. Senor, still looking around, finally allowed himself to relax a bit. It's good to be back, and it's good to see that despite everything, we're still a family. Always, I affirmed, no matter what happens, we'll face it together. The Don Quixote family stands united. Daffy nodded, his expression a mixture of determination and pride. Indeed. Let's take this moment to regroup, recover, and then we'll make the world remember why the Don Quixote family is to be feared. Smoker, noticing the somber mood despite the reunion, couldn't help but comment, I thought everyone's supposed to be happy on such an occasion. Why don't we throw a large banquet? I'm sure the entire population of Dressrosa can celebrate the return of the family members. The people could use it too. Everyone's eyes brightened at Smoker's words. Yes, this was supposed to be a happy occasion. Isho, who had been standing quietly to the side, added, Yes, the people of Dressrosa might enjoy such a celebration. The recent years have been tough on them, and with Ross about to venture into the sea again, why not throw a huge party before he departs? Leo jumped up in delight and said, Yeah, we're getting a send-off party. I'm going to call the entire tribe to join in on the festivities. The room buzzed with excitement at the suggestion, and I turned to Daffy to gauge his reaction. Fufu. Yes, we haven't had a proper party in a long time. Now that the family is back together, let's throw a great festival and let the entirety of Dressrosa celebrate, he declared with a grin. Turning to King Riku, he continued, make the preparations. Get in touch with Scarlet and let her know not to spare any expenses. We're going to make this a grand event. King Riku nodded, feeling a mix of relief and anticipation. I'll make sure everything is ready. The people of Dressrosa will be thrilled. As everyone began to discuss the upcoming party, the atmosphere lightened significantly. Senor and Diamante, despite their recent ordeal, couldn't help but smile at the prospect of a celebration in their honor. The tension from moments ago melted away, replaced by a sense of camaraderie and shared joy. The news of the grand festival spread quickly throughout Dressrosa. Banners were hung, streets were decorated, and a palpable sense of excitement filled the air. Scarlet, taking charge of the preparations, ensured that every detail was perfect. Musicians, dancers, and performers from all over the island were invited to showcase their talents. The aroma of delicious food wafted through the streets as vendors prepared their best dishes for the festivities. The evening of the festival arrived, and the palace courtyard was transformed into a vibrant, bustling scene. People from all walks of life gathered, their faces lit with smiles and laughter. The Don Quixote family, dressed in their finest attire, mingled with the crowd, sharing in the joy of the celebration. Isho stood near the stage, a content smile on his face as he observed the festivities. It's good to see the people happy again, he said, turning to Smoker, who was enjoying a candy. Your idea was brilliant. Smoker shrugged, a rare smile tugging at his lips. Sometimes, all people need is a reason to celebrate. Leo and Mancheri were at the center of a group of Tontada dwarves, their laughter ringing out as they shared stories and played games. Even the stoic Gladius was seen smiling, engaged in a lively conversation with some of the palace guards. Senor and Diamante, though still recovering, were the guests of honor. They were showered with well wishes and gratitude from the people, who were relieved and overjoyed at their safe return. As the night wore on, Daffy took the stage as the ruler of Dressrosa, his presence commanding the attention of everyone. Citizens of Dressrosa, he began, his voice carrying across the courtyard. Tonight, we celebrate not just the return of our family members, but the strength and unity of Dressrosa. We've faced many challenges, but together, we've overcome them. Let tonight be a reminder of our resilience and our spirit. Enjoy the festivities, and know that as long as we stand together, we are unstoppable. The crowd erupted in cheers, and the festivities continued with renewed vigor. Music played, people danced, and the sense of community grew stronger with each passing moment. As the grand festival reached its peak, the entire courtyard of the palace was alive with color and sound. The people of Dressrosa danced with newfound freedom, their faces lit with happiness. Banners fluttered in the evening breeze, and lanterns cast a warm glow over the festivities. It was a scene of pure jubilation, a stark contrast to the dark days they had endured. The transformation in people's perceptions was striking. The same individuals who once looked upon us with fear and resentment now greet us with smiles and gratitude. I couldn't help but marvel at the change. Daffy stood tall, his charismatic presence commanding respect and admiration. His laughter was infectious, and his demeanor lightened the hearts of those around him. As I walked among the crowd, I overheard snippets of conversation, expressions of relief and joy that their protectors were among them. The air was thick with the aroma of grilled meats and sweet pastries, the finest Dressrosa had to offer. A nearby group of children laughed and played. Their innocent joy was a testament to the safety and stability we had brought back to Dressrosa. Their laughter echoed the sentiment of the entire island. Isho approached me with a content smile on his face. It's remarkable, isn't it? How quickly can they adapt and find happiness again? I nodded, reflecting on his words. Yes, it truly is. The human mind is indeed a fickle thing, swayed by the tides of circumstance. But it's also resilient. This festival, this joy, is a testament to that resilience. Discover Island, Grand Line. within a lively inn where the patrons were merrymaking with abandon. Laughter and music filled the air, mingling with the aroma of roasted meats and ale. In a secluded corner, a group of 6 pirates sat quietly, their eyes darting around the room. They were patiently waiting for the appointed time for their meeting. These pirates, seasoned and rugged, huddled close together, their attention focused on a bundle placed carefully on the table between them. The bundle contained an old, tattered book, its cover worn and pages yellowed with age. It was a relic from their recent expedition, something they had initially considered discarding. However, one perceptive crewmate suggested listing it in the underworld market, believing there might be antique collectors interested in such an item. To their astonishment, only 2 days after posting the trade, a party had reached out, offering a staggering 50 million belly for the almost rotten book. Now, the pirates were on edge, waiting for the buyer to arrive. The stakes were high, and the atmosphere was tense. The leader of the group, a burly man with a thick beard and a scar running down his left cheek, leaned back in his chair, his eyes never leaving the bundle. "I still can't believe someone's willing to pay 50 million belly for this old thing," he muttered, his voice a low rumble. A lanky pirate with a crooked smile and a missing tooth chuckled nervously. "Aye, Captain. Guess some folks have strange tastes. Just hope this deal goes smooth." The youngest of the group, a wide-eyed boy barely out of his teens, fidgeted with excitement. "Do you think it's some kind of treasure map or something?" An older pirate with a weathered face and a patch over one eye shook his head. "Who knows? All I care about is the money. With that kind of cash, we can refit the ship and live easy for a while." As the minutes ticked by, the tension grew thicker. The inn's patrons continued their revelry, oblivious to the high-stakes deal about to go down in their midst. Suddenly, the inn's door creaked open, and a group of cloaked figures entered, their presence instantly drawing the pirates' attention. The cloaked figures moved with purpose, their leader stepping forward, hood casting a shadow over their face. They approached the pirates' table, the atmosphere around them shifting as the merry patrons seemed to sense the gravity of the moment. The leader of the cloaked figures spoke in a calm, soft, measured tone. "You have the book?" The pirate leader nodded, his grip tightening on the bundle. We have it. You have the money." Without a word, the cloaked figures signaled to one of their companions, who stepped forward and placed a heavy satchel on the table. The sound of clinking coins could be heard from within. The leader of the pirates reached out and opened the satchel, his eyes widening at the sight of the glittering belly inside. 50 million, as agreed, the cloaked leader confirmed. "Now the book." The pirate leader handed over the bundle, his eyes never leaving the satchel. The cloaked figure carefully unwrapped the book, examining it with meticulous attention. After a few moments, they nodded in satisfaction and signaled their companions to withdraw. As the cloaked figures left the table, the pirates erupted in relieved laughter, their tension dissolving into triumph. The inn's patrons, sensing the shift in the air, resumed their festivities with even greater fervor. The pirate leader clapped the young boy on the back. "Looks like we struck gold, lads. Drinks are on us tonight." The inn's atmosphere shifted from joyous revelry to absolute chaos in an instant. The door splintered with a deafening crash, and dozens of Marines poured into the room, weapons drawn. Outside, the building was surrounded by hundreds of Marines, their gun muzzles aimed menacingly at the inn. A Marine rear admiral, flanked by a CP agent, casually walked through the shattered doorway. His expression was a mix of confidence and cruelty. "Nico Olivia, you have nowhere to run. I know you're in here," he called out, his gaze narrowing on the group of cloaked figures. "Surrender now? This doesn't have to be harder than it should be. Don't make me repeat myself." Before he could finish his threat, a gunshot echoed through the room. Olivia, her face determined, had fired her pistol at the rear admiral. With a swift motion, he drew his cutlass and deflected the bullet, sending it careening into the ceiling. The patrons of the inn were stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. Such a feat marked the rear admiral as no ordinary Marine. The rear admiral's smile faded into a sneer. "It seems like words don't get through to her. Kill the rest, capture her. We need to extract quite some information. His command was cold and merciless, and the Marines sprang into action. Chaos erupted as the Marines began their assault. The inn, once a place of joy and camaraderie, turned into a scene of slaughter. Patrons, most of them regular folk, screamed and scrambled for cover. The Marines, however, saw everyone as a potential threat. To them, all were guilty by association, and they struck without hesitation. "You bastards!" the bartender roared, his voice filled with rage and desperation. He reached for a rifle behind the counter, but a Marine was quicker. With a brutal slash, the Marine's sword severed the bartender's arm, sending a spray of blood across the bar. The pirates, momentarily frozen by the sudden attack, sprang into action. The leader, his eyes blazing with fury, drew his sword. "Protect the money at all costs," he shouted, rallying his crew. Olivia, seeing the bloodshed, shouted, "We need to get out of here. Follow me." She led the cloaked figures toward the back of the inn, their movements swift and coordinated. As the Marines continued their rampage, the pirates fought back fiercely. Blades clashed, and gunshots rang out in the confined space. The young boy, wide-eyed with fear and determination, managed to grab a fallen Marine's weapon and fired blindly into the melee. The rear admiral cut down anyone who stood in his way, his eyes fixed on Olivia. "You won't escape this time, Nico Olivia," he muttered, his voice dripping with malice. Amidst the chaos, the CP agent moved with lethal efficiency, his eyes scanning the room for any sign of the target. He was a shadow, slipping through the fray with the grace of a predator. The inn, once filled with laughter and music, was now a battlefield. Blood stained the wooden floors, and the air was thick with smoke and the smell of gunpowder. The townsfolk caught in the crossfire screamed in terror, desperately trying to find safety. Olivia and her group finally reached the back door, but as they burst through it, they were met with another squad of Marines. Trapped, Olivia gritted her teeth. "We fight our way out," she declared, raising her pistol. As Olivia flung open the back door, her escape was abruptly cut short. A rifle but slammed into her face, the force of the blow knocking her off her feet. Pain exploded in her skull, and her vision blurred. She staggered, her surroundings spinning wildly, before crumpling to the floor. Her consciousness slipped away, but not before she heard the relentless cacophony of gunshots. Each deafening crack of a rifle echoed through the confined space, followed by the sickening thud of bodies hitting the wooden floor. Her companions, once so full of life and hope, fell one by one around her. Olivia lay there, the metallic scent of blood filling her nostrils. The warm, sticky liquid pooled around her face, mingling with her hair and seeping into her clothes. She struggled to stay awake, to move, but her strength was fading fast. In her last moments of consciousness, Olivia's thoughts drifted to her friends, brave souls who had followed her into this nightmare. Their lifeless forms now lay beside her, sacrificed in a futile attempt to escape the iron grip of the Marines. Darkness closed in, and Olivia succumbed, her world reduced to the sensation of blood and the sound of distant, fading gunfire. Dressrosa, New World. A few months flew by after the massive celebration in Dressrosa, and the year 1501 soon approached its close. During this time, Wolf, after months of relentless work and countless failures, finally came up with the first successful prototype of the weapon I wanted installed as a strategic defense system around Dressrosa, the railgun. Though I knew the working principle of the railgun from my previous life, Wolf was truly a genius. He managed to develop a working prototype in just a few months, albeit a bit bulkier than anticipated. This was expected, as the technology of this world was still not as advanced as the one in my past life. The first prototype was currently installed at the eastern port, the direction from which Marines and other pirates typically approach Dressrosa. The weapon could swivel around an axis, covering all 4 cardinal directions, and its range could be adjusted. This strategic placement ensured that Dressrosa was well defended from potential threats. Despite my initial plans to set sail earlier, I decided to delay my departure until we could successfully deploy the electromagnetic railgun across Dressrosa. For now, the only problem we faced was its energy source. I had charged tens of thousands of energy cells using my lightning powers, with each shot from the railgun consuming a single cell. However, we were in the process of converting the area where I temper my body with lightning into a place where energy cells could be produced without my intervention. The entire zone had transformed into a perpetual lightning area due to the changes I had caused, with lightning constantly raining down inside this forbidden zone in Greenbit. The Tontata tribe was instrumental in helping to create these energy cells. Say, Daffy, do you still want to make that bet? I teased, knowing full well that Daffy was still skeptical about my claims regarding the railgun's ability to obliterate a large-sized battleship 100 miles away. The entire family was present to witness this monumental event. Even King Riku and his family had come to see the birth of a true monster of a weapon. Daffy pondered for a few seconds and then, with a smirk, added, "How about we raise the stakes, little brother? Let's increase the range to double, and we'll double the bet amount as well." Smoker, standing nearby, couldn't help but roll his eyes at the two shameless masters of the Don Quixote family. Seriously, the original bet was just a measly 100 belly. You guys are speaking as if you were betting a billion belly. If it was me, I would bet. Before he could continue, he was smacked on the head by Scarlet, who told him to keep quiet. She was already making a note that Master had taken 200 belly for a bet. Daffy couldn't help but give the little girl a dumbfounded look. He had appointed her in charge of the finances, and now she was even taking count of 200 belly. He sighed and turned to me, saying, "So double or nothing? Okay, deal. Why don't you take the first shot?" I then turned to Shirley, who sat there comfortably with a crystal ball in hand. "Shirley, find us a random pirate or marine ship about 200 miles away and direct Daffy." Shirley was our linchpin in making the railgun system work. The technology had yet to come up with a decent targeting and tracking system, but Shirley, with her powers, could take on that role. Each railgun we planned to install would come with special transponder snails which connected directly to Shirley, who would act as the guidance system for these railguns. With her devil fruit powers, 200 miles was a cakewalk. Shirley nodded and quickly started scrying. Within a few moments, her eyes glowing, she spoke, "We have a Marine Scout ship disguised as a merchant ship about 210 miles away." I gestured for Daffy to take the shot. Daffy sat behind the controls, and with Shirley's directions, he adjusted the aim and the range. The gun was fully charged. With the go-ahead from Shirley, Daffy fired. The railgun hummed with power, its coils glowing a fierce blue as energy surged through them. A sharp, deafening crack echoed across the area as the projectile was launched. The sheer force of the shot created a shockwave that rippled through the air, causing the ground beneath us to tremble. The projectile itself was a blur, a streak of blue light that shot across the horizon with unimaginable speed. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the direction of the railgun's aim. Shirley's eyes glowed brighter as she tracked the projectile's path through her crystal ball. Moments later, a distant explosion lit up the sky, a faint but unmistakable sign of the railgun's devastating impact. Daffy leaned back, a satisfied smirk on his face. "Foo-foo-foo. It seems the bet is in your favor this time, little brother." The crowd erupted in cheers and applause, amazed by the sheer power and precision of the railgun. King Riku and his family looked on in awe, while Smoker simply shook his head in disbelief. "Impressive," Isho commented, his voice calm yet filled with admiration. "This weapon will truly make Dressrosa an impenetrable fortress." "Prepare for next phase," I instructed Wolf. "We need to ensure we have enough energy cells and that the system is fully operational across all key points. I want at least a dozen of these scattered around Dressrosa and 4 more in Greenbit, and we need to place a super large railgun at the highest point on Dressrosa." I then turned my attention toward my brother. "And Daffy, under no circumstances should the secrets of this weapon leak to the outside world. As long as we have a monopoly on the railgun, the world government will not pester us. But once they catch a whiff of a super powerful weapon, they will come knocking and try to get the designs by hook or crook. Daffy simply nodded, his expression serious. He understood the importance of this directive. He had been fooled once, and he was not going to be fooled a second time. Foo, don't worry, little brother. I'll ensure that the railgun's secrets remain just that, secrets. As I looked around, I saw the family members bustling with activity, preparing for the next steps. The atmosphere was a blend of excitement and caution. The railgun's successful test had injected a sense of invincibility into our ranks, but it also came with the heavy responsibility of safeguarding this newfound power. Wolf approached, wiping his hands on a cloth, with a look of satisfaction on his face. The prototype performed better than expected. With some tweaks, we can improve its efficiency and reduce its energy consumption. Excellent work, Wolf-san, I replied, clapping him on the shoulder. Let's focus on streamlining the production process. We need these deployed across all key points in Dressrosa as soon as possible. As Wolf nodded and walked off to oversee the next phase, I turned back to Daffy. We should also think about implementing a layer defense system. The railgun is our trump card, but we can't rely solely on it. Fortify our conventional defenses and ensure our men are well-trained and equipped. Daffy grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Consider done. We'll make Dressrosa the most fortified island in the New World. In the heart of the calm belt, amidst the serene waters and monstrous sea kings, Silver's Rayleigh moved with an unparalleled grace, despite the relentless attacks. He swam with a sword clutched tightly in one hand and a worn satchel slung over his shoulder. Despite being in his prime, the relentless assaults had taken their toll, and his small boat had been destroyed. The permanent markers he carried, essential for navigation in these treacherous waters, were shattered during the Sea King's relentless onslaught. Rayleigh had been adrift for close to 2 weeks, futilely attempting to navigate his way out of this labyrinthine sea. His clothes torn and bloodied, Rayleigh's resolve remained unbroken even as a persistent wound on his back oozed a poisonous venom, a reminder of his recent battles with the Sea Kings. These gargantuan creatures circled him menacingly, their predatory instincts on full display. Just as one of the Sea Kings lunged to engulf him, Rayleigh's sword flashed with blinding speed. With a single stroke, he cleaved through the colossal beast as if it were paper, its 1,000-meter body falling lifeless into the dark waters. The other Sea Kings wasted no time in devouring their fallen comrade, a gruesome reminder of the perpetual danger surrounding him. Since the disbandment of Roger's crew, Rayleigh had dedicated himself to a desperate quest, finding a cure for his ailing friend, Joel D. Roger. He had bid farewell to Shaki and embarked on this perilous journey through the calm belt, driven by a flicker of hope to discover a remedy, whether a devil fruit or some other arcane solution. Unbeknownst to him, the world had changed in profound ways during his self-imposed isolation, and he remained oblivious to the tragic fate that had befallen Roger. Frustration simmered beneath Rayleigh's composed exterior as the Sea Kings continued their relentless harassment. In a surge of indomitable will, a burst of conqueror's haki erupted from him, spreading like a shockwave through the water. The pressure Rayleigh emitted was like that of a primordial beast. Beholding a power that transcended their own, the surrounding Sea Kings recoiled in terror. Rayleigh's gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through their monstrous forms, commanding obedience with a mere whisper. "I'm only going to say this once, begone." His voice, infused with authority and ancient power, resonated through the water. For the Sea Kings encircling him, it was not a suggestion, but an imperative from a higher authority. He watched as they scattered, retreating into the depths, cowed by the presence of a true master of the sea. Alone once more in the eerie silence of the calm belt, Rayleigh exhaled a weary sigh. The relentless pursuit of a cure for Roger had brought him to the brink of exhaustion and despair. Yet, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he recalibrated his course, resolute in his quest despite the insurmountable odds. As he vanished beneath the surface, The waters stirred with a whispered promise of his unwavering resolve, echoing through the silent expanse of the calm belt. Swimming swiftly through the calm waters, Silver's Rayleigh's keen observation hockey picked up on the presence of a life form on a small island ahead. Despite his exhaustion, renewed vigor surged through him, propelling his powerful strokes toward the distant shore. As Rayleigh drew closer, his eyes fell upon a young octopus fishman teenager named Hatchon. With dexterity and skill, Hatchon deftly caught one octopus after another along the rocky shore of his secret paradise island. Today he had set out with a singular purpose: to capture the finest octopuses for his beloved takoyaki dish. This routine had become a monthly ritual ever since he discovered this remote haven in the calm belt 3 years ago. "Ah, that's 13, Hatchon muttered to himself, his satisfaction evident as he added yet another catch to his basket. He moved with practiced ease, his movements fluid and precise, a testament to years spent perfecting his craft. Suddenly, Hatchon's attention shifted toward the horizon, where a small piece of floating wood caught his eye. Clinging to it was a man, clearly shipwrecked and at the mercy of the ocean's currents. Hatchon hesitated momentarily, torn between the instincts of compassion and the age-old animosity between fishmen and humans. Alone on his secluded island, he knew the consequences of aiding a human could be severe. His fellow fishmen, especially his friend, who occasionally visited the island, would not look kindly upon such an act. Yet, as he watched the helpless figure drift closer to the treacherous rocks, Hatchon's heart stirred with empathy. He remembered his own struggles, his dreams of opening a takoyaki stand where humans and fishmen could share his culinary creations. With a decisive nod to himself, Hatchon dove into the water, his powerful limbs propelling him toward the drifting survivor. In moments, Hatchon reached the man, pulling him from the brink of certain peril. As they reached the safety of shore, Hatchon regarded the unconscious stranger with a mixture of concern and curiosity. He laid the man gently on the sand, assessing his condition and wondering about the circumstances that led to his predicament. Rayleigh slowly regained consciousness, feeling groggy as he sat up within the makeshift shelter of palm leaves. The sun was descending on the horizon, casting a warm glow over the tranquil island. Outside, the faint whistle of someone merrily enjoying the sea breeze reached his ears. With cautious steps, he emerged from the shelter to find a fisherman teenager cooking what appeared to be takoyaki over a crackling fire. The tantalizing aroma of the food wafted through the air, instantly catching Rayleigh's attention. It had been over 2 weeks since he had last eaten, surviving on merely his energy. All that was left on his person was his sword and a satchel, which included the now broken eternal log pose and 2 devil fruits acquired during his relentless search in the past 2 years. Though they were not the fruits he sought, he knew their value for future exchanges. With the resolve to return to civilization, meet with Roger and Shacky, and embark again on his quest to save Roger, Rayleigh's stomach growled loudly like a beast. Hatchon, alerted by the sound, turned swiftly and picked up a half-burnt timber defensively. He had rescued the man out of compassion, but remained wary of how a stranger might react to a fishman's presence. Rayleigh's unexpected gesture left Hatchon dumbfounded. Rayleigh bowed deeply, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for saving my life." The tension dissipated as Rayleigh's stomach grumbled again, prompting an awkward laugh from him. Hatchon cautiously set aside the timber, extending an invitation for Rayleigh to join him by the fire, where the takoyaki was nearly ready. Rayleigh gratefully accepted, settling onto a stone seat beside the crackling flames. Soon, both sat opposite each other with palm leaves brimming with takoyaki. Rayleigh, despite the food being piping hot, eagerly began devouring it. The savory flavors burst in his mouth, filling him with a sense of nourishment and warmth after days of hardship in the calm belt. "I'm Hatchon, but you can call me Hatchie. Do you like the takoyaki?" Hatchie broke the silence as Rayleigh devoured the food he had been offered. Rayleigh almost choked on the takoyaki, realizing he had forgotten to introduce himself to the teen who had saved him. Ahem, ahem. Well, my name is Rayleigh. Silver's Rayleigh. And yes, the takoyaki is simply great. It's the best takoyaki I've ever had, Rayleigh praised, returning to his meal with renewed vigor. Hachi froze in shock, his hand suspended in midair with a piping hot takoyaki hovering near his open mouth. Silver's Rayleigh? As in Dark King Silver's Rayleigh? The right-hand man of the late Pirate King, Joel D. Roger? Hachi questioned. The Roger pirates were legendary, their fame reaching even Fishman Island. Rayleigh's heart sank at a single word, late. It meant his friend, Roger, was dead. He set aside his food, turning his full attention to the Fishman teen. Hachi, right? Can you please tell me what has happened in the world since the Roger pirates conquered the Grand Line? Rayleigh's voice was steady, but the gravity of his request was clear. Hachi, still grappling with the reality of sitting next to a living legend, quickly nodded. Sure, Mr. Rayleigh, he began, his voice respectful and slightly awed. Well, after the Roger pirates disbanded, the world changed a lot. Roger turned himself in and was executed in Logtown. His last words ignited the great pirate era. Pirates from all over the world set sail in search of the One Piece, the legendary treasure Roger spoke of. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed, absorbing the information. So it's true. Roger did say something that stirred the world into chaos. He murmured, mostly to himself. Hachi continued to recount everything he knew about the world since the Roger pirates had disbanded. His voice carried a mix of awe and reverence, painting vivid pictures of the events that had reshaped the seas. Soon, Hachi recounted everything he knew about the events that had transpired since Rayleigh's departure. He spoke of the turmoil in Wano, the fall of Impel Down, Big Mom becoming the new emperor, the Marines' loss in Dressrosa, the celebrations in Fishman Island, the rise of the Shichibukai, and the increased pirate activity around Fishman Island. Hachi, I would like to ask you for a favor. Would you be able to point me in the direction of the nearest human-inhabited island? Rayleigh asked as he stood up. He noticed that Hachi had helped dress his wounds and even tended to the Sea King venom that had caused him to bleed relentlessly. He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Hachi, but he had pressing matters to attend to. He needed to find Shaki, who had become a warlord. He was certain she had been forced into the position. Another crucial task was to locate Roger's resting place. If the Marines and the world government had handled Roger's body, they would have likely burned it to ensure nothing remained. However, Rayleigh hoped against hope that someone had been able to salvage Roger's corpse and perform the final rites that the man deserved. Hachi looked up from the fire, surprise and concern evident in his eyes. Silver's Rayleigh, it's an honor to help you in any way I can. The nearest human-inhabited island is about 2 days' swim north of here. It's called Batarilla, but you should rest more before you go. You've been through a lot. Rayleigh smiled, touched by the young fishman's concern. Thank you, Hachi, but I can't afford to wait. There's too much at stake. Hachi nodded, understanding the urgency. He stood up and pointed towards the horizon. If you follow the stars tonight, head towards the North Star, and keep the rising sun on your right in the morning, you should reach Batarilla in 2 days. Rayleigh bowed deeply. Thank you, Hachi. You've saved my life and given me the direction I need. I won't forget this. If you ever need my help in the future, use this to find me. He passed a small piece of his Vivre card over Hachi. As he prepared to leave, Hachi handed him a small bag of takoyaki. Take these for the journey. They might not last long, but they'll give you some strength. Rayleigh accepted the bag with a grateful smile. I appreciate it, Hachi. Take care of yourself. With that, Rayleigh dived into the sea, swimming with powerful, determined strokes towards his destination. His mind raced with thoughts of Shaki, Roger, and the world that had changed so much in his absence. In Dressrosa, within Green Bit, lay a serene and beautiful place, a final resting ground that had been lovingly reshaped since the Don Quixote brothers took over. Lush cherry blossom trees were in full bloom, their delicate pink petals fluttering down like gentle rain, creating a peaceful and ethereal atmosphere. This sanctuary, meticulously cared for by the Tontata tribe at Ross's request, radiated tranquility and reverence. Doflamingo, in a rare display of his human side, knelt before a stunning grave fashioned from pink marble, a stone renowned for its durability and timeless beauty. He was deep in prayer, his usually formidable demeanor softened as he paid his respects. Standing a respectful distance away were Gladius and Smoker, followed by Giala, Senor, and Diamante, who had almost fully recovered except for his voice. Smoker, unable to contain his curiosity, whispered to Giala, "Whose grave is that?" Giala's expression softened as she explained, "That is the grave of Master's mother. They had it rebuilt here as the final resting place of the Don Quixote matriarch." She pointed to an obelisk a bit further away. "See that obelisk? Young Master Ross had it built in remembrance of all those who had fallen while serving the Don Quixote family." She paused, memories flooding her mind. The gesture touched everyone who was originally part of the family. Even Treble has a place of his own here. At his mother's grave, Doflamingo gently wiped the marble clean, though it bore no blemish. The name Nerona Grace was etched into the stone, and below, in beautiful calligraphy, were the words, "In loving memory of a mother." As he caressed the cold stone, a tear escaped his eye. Despite his hatred for the world, there were two people he loved with all his heart, his brother and his mother. Smoker couldn't help but admire the beauty of the place. The Tontata truly knew how to blend nature and artistry. As he looked around, his gaze fell on a lone grave at the far end, away from the rest. It was grand, second only to the grave of Doflamingo's mother, and stood like a solitary king among the towering trees. "So whose grave is that?" he asked, pointing towards the solitary grave. Just then, Doflamingo approached the group, his steady steps marking the end of his moment of solitude. His usual demeanor had returned, but there was a lingering softness in his eyes. "You wouldn't believe me even if I told you," he chuckled, the edges of his mouth curling into a familiar smirk. "Try me. It's not like you have the pirate king himself buried there," Smoker challenged, eager to know the secret behind the grand yet nameless grave. Even the others were mildly curious, for the grave bore no inscription, as if waiting for the right time to reveal its identity. Doflamingo simply laughed and walked past them, evading the question. Smoker grabbed his sleeve, desperate for an answer, but all he received was more of Doflamingo's laughter. Only Doflamingo and Ross knew the true identity of the grave's occupant, a secret they kept close to their hearts. The scene was a poignant reminder of a human side of Doflamingo, a man capable of deep love and profound sorrow, hidden beneath layers of ambition and cruelty. As the cherry blossoms continued to fall, the beauty and tranquility of the resting place stood in stark contrast to the turbulent lives of those who paid their respects there. O'Hara, West Blue. A little girl was hurriedly pulling along a teenage girl down the stone-paved path. The teenage girl was carrying what seemed like freshly baked food, carefully balanced in her arms. "Robin, slow down. The cake is going to fall if you pull me along like this," Lily commented, struggling to keep up with the enthusiastic little girl. They were on their way to meet some new friends Robin had made. A small group of visitors had arrived in O'Hara last month and settled on the northernmost edge of the town, away from everyone else. Robin, being Robin, had secretly been interacting with this group, unknown to anyone. According to Robin, the group included a teenager around Lily's age, a young boy the same age as little Robin who always wore a blacktop hat, and, most intriguingly for Lily, two dwarfs from the famed Tontata tribe, mentioned in many books within the O'Hara Library. Today, Lily had finally mustered the courage to meet these strangers, driven by her fascination with the dwarfs. "Lily, you are too slow and clumsy. You know what? Brother Ross is super handsome. Maybe you should try and make him your boyfriend." Robin giggled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Since her first contact with the strangers, she had grown attached to them, especially Leo and Man Sherry, and the silent kid called Lucci, who, despite never speaking to her, did not display the disdain or hatred she often encountered from the other children on the island. Brother Ross, however, had become her idol. They shared a secret she hadn't even told Lily, whom she considered her own elder sister. Ross was knowledgeable about the world and had started teaching her a dialect that even the researchers in O'Hara struggled to decrypt, the lost language. Every day, he taught her a little, and in return, she promised to keep it a secret from everyone, a promise she intended to keep. As they approached the edge of the island, where the newcomers had built their abode, Robin and Lily could see the modest yet beautiful house. It was a charming, cozy dwelling right by the shore, surrounded by lush greenery and colorful flowers. The scent of the sea mingled with the sweet aroma of blooming cherry blossoms. By the shore, a small caravel lay anchored, its sails gently swaying with the breeze, a vessel that probably belonged to the visitors. Just as Robin scanned the area, she and Lily heard the sound of children crying and pleading. They immediately rushed to see what was happening. As they neared the house, they saw a young boy wearing a top hat stringing 4 kids, about 10 years old, to a tree and beating them with a stick. It was none other than Rob Lucci. Lily was shocked by the display, but Robin immediately understood. These were the 4 kids who had strung her to a tree yesterday and beaten her badly. She hadn't disclosed this to anyone to avoid causing problems, but it seemed Lucci had found out. What Robin didn't know was that it was Ross's observation hockey, covering the entire O'Hara and beyond, that had caught this act. He had instructed Lucci to teach the kids a lesson, so they wouldn't bully Robin again. Lily hesitated, her shock evident, but Robin stepped forward, her little voice firm. "Lucci, stop," she called out. Lucci paused, his stern expression unwavering, but he lowered the stick. But just then, from behind the tied-up kids, a small figure appeared and perched on Lucci's shoulder. It was Leo, carrying a little stick to punish the kids. The Tontata tribe are simple people, and once they consider someone their friend, they will do anything to help them. When Leo found out that these kids had harmed Robin, it was his idea to repay them with the exact same treatment they had subjected Robin to. "Leo, can you guys please let them go? I don't want them hurt," Robin pleaded. Though she was happy inwardly to see that someone was standing up for her, she didn't want the issue to escalate. She was sure that if the kids were hurt, their parents, along with the villagers, would come and cause problems for Brother Ross. Beside her, Lily was frozen in shock. It was a dwarf from the Tontata tribe, the tribe believed to have a history spanning over a millennium, having lived through even the Void Century. Lily's eyes sparkled with excitement. She already forgot about the wailing kids strung to the tree, her eyes shining as if she wanted to gobble up Leo whole. Under Robin's repeated coaxing, Lucci released the 4 kids. However, his glare promised retribution if they ever considered hurting Robin again. Originally, Lucci wouldn't have cared much about a random girl, but Ross had told him that soon Robin might become part of their family, so he had started to treat her like one of their own. For Lucci, all that mattered was family. Everything else was irrelevant. "Oh, we have guests." Just as Lily was about to grab the cute little Leo, who was ready to bite her finger off, a voice echoed from the shore, catching everyone's attention. Suddenly, a small pebble hit Lucci squarely on his forehead. Though he detected it at the last second, he couldn't dodge it. Lucci had already started his hockey training, and such attacks were the norm. Lily suddenly turned towards the shore again and saw a young teen rising from the water, carrying what seemed like a massive sea king, a creature large enough to feed the entirety of O'Hara. The teen effortlessly pulled the massive behemoth. Lily, mesmerized by what she saw, noticed his blonde hair, tall, lean build, and perfectly toned muscles glistening with water droplets in the sun, his entire upper left bare for her to admire. Her heart skipped a beat. She had never felt such a rush except when handling ancient documents. Robin giggled at her sister's reaction. She definitely had a crush on Brother Ross at first sight. Lily immediately flushed with embarrassment, looking away but sneaking glances as the teen moved closer to the house, dragging the Sea King. Suddenly, a small figure rushed towards Robin, circling around her before finally settling on her shoulders. It was little man Sherry, her delicate tail fluttering as she perched comfortably. "Robin, who's your friend?" Mancheri asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. In the last month since they had met, both Robin and Mancheri had grown close. This is my sister, Lily, Robin introduced, smiling warmly. Lily, still flustered, managed a shy wave. Hi, it's nice to meet you. Mancherry beamed. It's nice to meet you too, Lily. Do you like barbecue? We were about to make some. Lily's eyes lit up. I'd love to try some. She was thrilled by the fact that she was actually interacting with a Tontata tribe member. Just then, I approached the house, dragging the Sea King and dropping it to the side with a thud that seemed to shake the entire ground. Lucci immediately moved to carry out the prep work, punching the Sea King's corpse to tenderize the Sea King meat. I smiled at the new guest, already guessing who it was because Robin had spoken of her sister Lily many times in the past month. Though I was certain Lily was not a character from the canon, this world has changed since I arrived. The current Robin was not as miserable as in the original story, thanks to Lily, whom she considered family. Welcome, everyone. Make yourselves at home. I gestured for the two to take a seat at the table on the porch. Suddenly, Lily dropped the cake she was holding onto the grassy ground with a plop. Her eyes were wide with sheer terror, and she instinctively pulled Robin behind her, shielding her. Lily finally recognized the handsome face that had seemed familiar to her earlier. Initially love-struck, she now saw the teen up close and realized there was no mistaking it. This man was a pirate, and not just any pirate, but one whose bounty was over 2.2 billion bellies. A monster, a true monster of the New World. Why was such a monster here, and why did he approach Robin? Lily's mind started racing, but fear had frozen her in place. Robin might not have recognized me, but as someone who documented all the recent news, Lily would never mistake it. The guy standing casually in front of her while wiping himself with a fresh towel was none other than one of the twin heavens, Don Quixote Rosinante. She had to let the others know. The others in the library needed to know that a true monster of a new world was here, right on this very island. I could tell that Lily had already recognized me. She wanted to run far away from here, but fear had frozen her. Robin, standing by her side, didn't understand why her sister was showing such an extreme reaction and stepped forward to make sure Lily was all right, worry etched on her face. However, I wasn't bothered by her reaction and moved into the house to change into a fresh set of clothes. Inside, I glanced back and saw little Robin trying to comfort Lily, who was trembling with fear. Robin's small hand was patting Lily's arm, confusion and concern mingling in her young eyes. Lily, what's wrong? He's nice, I promise, Robin said softly, trying to reassure her sister. But Lily's gaze was fixed on me, her thoughts a whirlwind of panic. She had read every piece of news, every bounty poster, and every story about the infamous pirates. And here stood one of the most dangerous among them, casually wiping his face with a towel. Robin, we need to leave, Lily whispered urgently. He's dangerous. Robin's brows furrowed. But he's my friend. They all are. They've been so kind to me. Lily looked at Robin, seeing the innocence in her eyes. She didn't want to shatter that innocence, but she also couldn't ignore the threat. I know, but he's not what he seems. Meanwhile, outside, Lucci and Leo continued their tasks, seemingly unfazed by the tense atmosphere. Leo hopped over to Robin and Lily, smiling brightly. Hey, Robin, want to help with the barbecue? Robin's face lit up. Yes, please. She turned to Lily, her expression pleading. Please stay, just for a little while. I apologize if I scared you, Lily. My name is Rosinante, but you can call me Ross. We mean you no harm, I said gently, trying to ease her fear. Lily's eyes widened at my calm demeanor. She had expected a ruthless pirate, but instead, she saw a young man trying to reassure her. Her fear began to heighten, because all she saw in front of her was the propaganda that the world government spread about me in the newspapers and other articles. Robin smiled up at me. See, Lily? Ross is nice. He's been teaching me so many things. No, Robin, we are leaving now. Lily finally composed herself. Despite Robin's struggles and protests, she was dragged away by Lily, who was still trembling in fear. Mancherry flew back to my shoulders, a bit of worry etched on her face. Is Robin going to be all right? She asked. I reassured her. Don't worry. She will find her way back later. How about we set aside a portion of the barbecue for little Robin? Mancheri beamed in delight. Yes, let's do that. Just then, one of the transponder snails inside the house started ringing. Mancheri immediately flew over and received the call. Ross, it's Miyamoto-san. He says he wants to speak to you about something important, she declared, carrying the snail towards me. I had sent Miyamoto on a very important mission, so for him to call outside the scheduled contact time meant something significant must have transpired. As I received the transponder snail, a steady voice from the other side echoed. Ross Dano, I'm here in Batarilla, as you instructed. I have yet to find any traces of the woman you asked me to locate, but earlier this morning, I saw someone from the list of people you instructed me to avoid if I saw them out at sea. I had given Miyamoto a list of individuals he had no chance against in the seas. For him to meet one of them in Batarilla piqued my curiosity. I had sent Miyamoto to find Port Gasti Rouge. Like me, Gart must be looking for her. Maybe he had even found her. However, I didn't want to reach out to my teacher for a favor, at least not yet. The man had not been accepting any form of communication and seemed to have completely gone dark, so I was sure he was searching for Rouge. Even Bogart-san was unreachable. So who was it? I asked, wanting to know if the presence of this person would hinder my upcoming plans. The Dark King, Miyamoto responded. My eyes narrowed. The man was believed to be dead by everyone. Someone who had vanished for almost 3 years had resurfaced again. I couldn't help but smile involuntarily. This was going to be quite a show, especially with Shaki being forced into servitude to act as a dog for the world government. Is he still on the island? I asked. Miyamoto confirmed Rayleigh's presence and said he was collecting information around the island. He had followed the Dark King discreetly to gather intel. And Miyamoto-san, you thought it was smart to try and follow the right hand of the Pirate King? For all I know, he already knows you're stalking him. He may be just waiting for the right time to strike. Do not try to fight him. Just tell him my name. Just then, the call disconnected abruptly before I could complete my instructions. The sudden silence from the transponder snail left me uneasy. Miyamoto, while capable, was no match for Rayleigh. The Dark King's reappearance complicated things, but it also presented an opportunity. If Rayleigh was collecting information, it meant he was looking for something or someone. Shaki's predicament under the world government's thumb made me wonder if Rayleigh's return was tied to that in some way. Batarilla, South Blue. In a secluded alleyway, Miyamoto was on a call with his master, Ross. He had been sharing updates about his mission in South Blue, where he had been searching for a woman whose sketch Ross had provided. The likeness was strikingly accurate, more like a portrait than a mere sketch. Just as he detailed the recent events, including his sighting of the Dark King on the same island, Ross expressed dissatisfaction with Miyamoto's decision to follow the man. As Ross began giving further instructions, a sudden, looming presence appeared behind Miyamoto. Despite his observation hockey being active, he had not detected the person approaching so close. His instincts screamed at him to disconnect the call and destroy the transponder snail, but before he could react, an arm shot out at blinding speed, catching his wrist and preventing him from crushing the snail. Care to tell me why you have been stalking me and who exactly you were reporting to? Aren't you quite far from home, especially for a samurai from Ueno? Rayleigh's voice was cold and dangerous. Miyamoto turned slowly, immediately recognizing Silver's Rayleigh. Just as Ross had feared, the Dark King had come for him. Despite the pain, he tried to crush the snail. Crack! But before he could make an attempt, Rayleigh crushed his wrist, sending pain shooting through his entire body. Though Miyamoto was a towering and bulky man, he was powerless against Rayleigh, who was smaller but far more formidable. Now, Miyamoto understood why Ross had advised avoiding the people on the list at all costs. I'm not going to repeat my question again. Tell me who you are and who you were reporting to. Rayleigh tightened his grip, crushing the already shattered wrist further. Filled with wrath after learning of his friend's demise and Shaki's fate, Rayleigh was on edge, ready to unleash his fury on any perceived threat. Despite the overwhelming pain, Miyamoto didn't give in. Sensing Rayleigh's intent to pull the snail from his hand, Miyamoto quickly drew his katana with his free hand. He didn't aim for Rayleigh, knowing he didn't stand a chance, but instead aimed to sever his own palm to destroy the snail. Rayleigh, with his observation hockey honed to perfection, foresaw this. In an instant, he unsheathed his own blade and plunged it into Miyamoto's right shoulder, pinning it to the wall. The samurai was completely powerless. Despite his struggles, Rayleigh pulled the special transponder snail from his hand and redialed the number, leaving Miyamoto pinned to the wall. Though Miyamoto had made a conscious effort to change his attire and blend in, Rayleigh could tell he was a samurai from Wano. The snail buzzed, and the line connected again. "Are you still there?" Rayleigh's voice was measured, but the underlying threat was unmistakable. "I have your man here. Care to explain what he's doing by following me? And more importantly, who are you?" On the other end, my mood was dangerously calm. My voice turned stern as I disregarded Rayleigh's question. "Put my man back on the line," Rayleigh-san. "Whatever you have to ask, I can wait until I make sure Miyamoto-san is all right." Rayleigh could tell that the person speaking seemed somewhat familiar with him by the way he was addressing him. It was a young voice, but he vaguely remembered it from somewhere, though he couldn't put his finger on exactly where. "Brat, whoever you are, it's better you don't test me. I'm really not in the mood for games right now. With all the anger I'm experiencing currently, it wouldn't take me long to plunge the sword that's now stuck to his shoulder into his neck and end him," Rayleigh said, his threat genuine. He was not in the mood to entertain anyone. "Try harming one more hair on his body, Rayleigh-san, and trust me, I will start hunting every single one of Roger's pirates and present them to you with their heads. You should know better than most that I am not the sort to make empty promises, Rayleigh-san. I understand that you are angry, but trust me, you do not want me as your enemy." I spoke, my fists clenched in anger. Though I was acquainted with Silver's Rayleigh, his importance did not match that of Miyamoto, who was part of my family. Rayleigh couldn't help but smile at the challenge, his face brimming with a mix of anger and amusement. When was the last time someone dared to threaten him like this, and to threaten him with his own crewmates' lives? The boldness of his young opponent made his mind race curiously, trying to figure out who exactly he was talking to. And then it struck him. "Ross, is that you, little brat?" Rayleigh questioned urgently, his features softening a little at the recognition. "Rayleigh-san, it's good that you recognize me, but please put Miyamoto-san on the line," I replied, my tone still edged with coldness. Rayleigh thought for a few seconds, reflecting on everything Roger had said about Ross back when he was still alive. With a sigh, he turned to Miyamoto, who was pinned to the wall. He pulled out the sword, and Miyamoto crashed to the ground with a thud. Casually, Rayleigh tossed the transponder snail to him. "That kid Ross wants to talk to you." He then moved away, picked up a rag, and started wiping the blood-stained blade as he sat down in the alleyway. "Miyamoto-san, are you all right?" My voice echoed through the transponder snail, bringing Miyamoto, who was still eyeing Rayleigh warily, back to concentrate on the call. He hastily responded, "I'm sorry, Rossinante. I let my guard down. I will punish myself for this folly," he replied sincerely, feeling frustrated about not being able to keep Ross's identity from Rayleigh. "Forget about that, Miyamoto-san. Neither of us is at the level where we can challenge the Dark King. Even I don't stand a chance against that man as I am now. So, tell me, are you seriously wounded?" I questioned, my tone softening compared to when I spoke to Silver's Rayleigh, concern etched in my voice. "Sigh, I am fine, Rossinante. Nothing fatal. I will be able to completely recover in a week or two with treatment," he responded, still feeling a bit ashamed. "Fine. In that case, pass the transponder snail over to Rayleigh-san. Leave the transponder snail with him. You can use the spare one to reach out to me. Get treated and rest for a week before you start your search again. I'm sure she must be somewhere in South Blue. Keep an eye out for Bogard-san and Garp-san. They might lead you to where Rouge is, but be careful not to follow them too closely," I said, relieved after knowing Miyamoto-san was all right. By the side, Rayleigh's ears perked up. He seemed to vaguely remember the name from somewhere, though not exactly where. It seemed like a name Roger had mentioned long ago. He decided maybe he could ask Ross about it. Soon, Miyamoto stood up after receiving all the instructions from me and passed the transponder snail to Rayleigh, who had cleaned his blade meticulously. "Sorry about that. I thought you were an enemy," Rayleigh pointed to Miyamoto's shoulders and wrist, but Miyamoto did not show any resentment. He simply nodded and thanked him. "Thank you for sparing my life, Rayleigh Dono. The exchange showed me how much I am lacking. Thank you for your guidance. You samurai are a weird bunch, just like Odin. You should get that treated soon." Rayleigh chuckled and took the transponder snail from him, preparing to leave. Miyamoto was curious about the mention of the shogun, but understood this was not the time and left the alleyway to find a local healer to fix his wound. "So, Ross, care to tell me why your man was stalking me?" Rayleigh questioned, still curious. His earlier doubts were dropped because he knew they were not after him. The samurai following him was a mere coincidence. "Rayleigh-san, my man was not stalking you. He was on a mission to find someone important to us, a woman," I replied, deciding honesty would be the best course with someone as perceptive as Rayleigh. Rayleigh paused, trying to make sense of the name he had heard earlier. "Rouge? Why is she important to you? And why do I feel like I should know her?" His instincts told him that the woman was significant. "And why would I tell you that, Rayleigh-san? She is not someone you should be concerned about, at least for now." I couldn't help but chuckle. He had harmed Miyamoto, and I intended to repay him in some way. Although I couldn't harm him physically for now, I could torment him mentally. I was petty that way, especially when someone tried to harm my family. "Ross, you are not going to tell me, are you?" Rayleigh stressed, trying to pry the information from me. "You harmed my man, Rayleigh-san, so this will be your punishment. And let me warn you, don't go looking for that woman because your presence will surely put her life in danger. If something happens to Rouge because you were being reckless, you will come to regret it dearly later on." I could hear Rayleigh muttering under his breath from the other side, but I simply smiled and continued. "I promise to tell you about her when the time is right. If I am not wrong, by my estimate, the woman should currently be in safe hands. I am warning you again, Rayleigh-san, don't try anything," I stated firmly. It was Roger's final request to me, and I couldn't have Rayleigh mess it up. The Dark King's mere presence would attract attention from all parties, and for the time being, Rouge being under Garp-san's protection was the safest bet. There was a lingering silence over the call for more than a minute. Rayleigh's gut instinct told him that whoever the woman Rouge was, she was important. But he weighed my words and knew I was warning him for a reason. Rayleigh took a deep breath and exhaled. "Sigh. Fine. I promise not to go looking for Rouge, but promise me that you will tell me about her when the time is right." "I will, Rayleigh-san. For now, I think there are other things you should be worried about, like maybe Shaki-san," I commented, knowing he must have already learned about the Shichibukai. As someone who knew what the world government truly was, he would understand the kind of means they must have used to make Shaki accept the offer of becoming a pirate again. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed at the mention of Shaki. "Shaki, what do you know about her situation?" His voice was tinged with concern. "Rayleigh-san, you should know that Shaki's involvement with the Shichibukai is not by choice. The world government has their ways of coercing even the most strong-willed individuals. She's been forced into servitude, and her freedom is a mere illusion," I explained, hoping to stir his protective instincts. Rayleigh clenched his jaw, his anger palpable even through the transponder snail. "Damn those world government bastards. They never change," he muttered. "I will deal with Shaki's matter on my own, but if you meet her before I do, have her talk to me." "I will hold on to this transponder snail," Rayleigh declared. He didn't want me getting involved in Shaki's matter. Maybe he still hadn't come across my bounty poster. I agreed. There was no benefit in helping the duo currently in the matter unless they wanted to join my family. In the future, I was sure with all the pieces I had in place, sooner or later they would join, especially after Ace was born. "So tell me, Ross, were you there?" Rayleigh spoke again. His steady voice cracked a bit. His question was vague, but I understood what he was asking about. He wanted to know about his friend's final moments. "Yes, Rayleigh-san, I was. He died a free man, giving birth to a new era. You should have seen it. It may have well been the single greatest moment of his life," I said, recounting Roger's final moments in vivid detail to Rayleigh. "So, were the others there to give him a proper send-off?" he asked. I knew he was speaking about his crew. "Your captain had given orders forbidding it. I heard it from Shanks and Buggy, who had come below town despite that. And I'm sure Gabon-san was there. The others must have been too. The whole island was chaos. He surely went out with a bang. I shared. I could hear a sniffle from the other side, but chose not to say anything, knowing Roger and Rayleigh were close like brothers. So did he go out with his stupid smile plastered on his face like he had promised me? Rayleigh almost choked when he asked me about it. Sigh. You should have seen it, Rayleigh-san. I don't think anyone would have welcomed death's embrace as much as Roger did. There was not an ounce of regret or fear. All I could feel was happiness and the contentment of a man who had conquered it all, I said genuinely. When Roger had died, I had used my voice of all things. All I could feel was unbound happiness and the will of a man who had achieved it all. You should have been there, Rayleigh-san, at his final moment. He would have liked that despite asking you guys not to come there. I shared. I didn't know. I didn't know that Madman would go ahead and do something so crazy. But I should have expected something like this from him. If I were there, I would have broken his legs and taken him back safely. He fumed at the madness of his friend, but more than anyone, he understood why. I don't think you could have, Rayleigh-san. I don't think you could have bested him, I said with certainty. Maybe not in his prime, but as he was, I'm sure I could have beaten him unconscious and dragged him away from the scaffold, he countered. Roger had been gradually weakening after the ailment struck him, and by the time the crew disbanded, Rayleigh was sure he could best his ailing friend. I very much doubt it, Rayleigh-san. The man I saw in Lowtown was not something anyone could match. Even Roger in his prime would have been a mere flicker against that sun. He burned so brightly, Rayleigh-san. On that day stood a man who had the will to topple the whole world. Rayleigh fell silent, absorbing my words. The weight of Roger's legacy hung heavy between us, a testament to the Pirate King's indomitable spirit. He always did have a flair for the dramatic, Rayleigh finally said, his voice softening. But I suppose that's why we all followed him, why we believed in him. He had that light, that fire. Indeed, and that light has ignited a new era. The world is changing, Rayleigh-san. We have to be ready for what's to come, I replied, the weight of the future pressing on my shoulders. Rayleigh sighed deeply, the sound of a man carrying the burdens of the past. I'll hold you to your promise, Ross. When the time is right, tell me everything. Until then, I'll handle things on my end. And remember, if you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you, Rayleigh-san. I will. Take care, I said, ending the call. As I put down the transponder snail, I couldn't help but reflect on the monumental task ahead. The legacy of GOLD. Roger was a heavy mantle to bear, but it was also a promise that I made and intended to keep. Back on O'Hara, Lily dragged Robin hastily toward the library and into her grandfather's office, hoping he could talk some sense into the little girl. She knew how headstrong Robin was. Once she set her mind to something, she wouldn't easily let go. Entering the small office, Lily ushered Robin in and closed the door behind them. She looked for her grandfather, but it seemed like he was away. Frantically, she searched the table and finally found what she was looking for. She placed it in Robin's arms, the latest bounty poster of Don Quixote Rosinante. Look here, Robin. He's a pirate, I say. He's not a good man. Everyone who has a bounty to their name is a criminal who only deserves death. They all need to be put down like beasts. They don't deserve to be called humans, Lily roared in frustration. She did this out of genuine concern for her little sister, but Robin's eyes became moist and tears started falling down her face. Lily froze, not understanding why Robin showed such extreme emotions when talking about a criminal. It wasn't like they had known each other for long. And there was also a reason why Lily hated pirates so much. Both her parents were killed by pirates, and she had never known her parents. As she sniffled, Robin looked up at Lily with tear-filled eyes and asked, "Do you really mean that, Sister Lily? Do you really think everyone with a bounty is a criminal and needs to be put down like a beast?" Tears streamed down her face. Lily paused, but thought that to keep Robin away from that monster, she needed to say it. "Yes, Robin, they're all monsters. They are people who thrive on the suffering of innocent people," she added, sharing her general opinion about pirates and criminals alike. Robin sobbed, then took out a neatly folded bounty poster from her pocket and presented it to Lily. "Do you think she needs to be put down like an animal too?" Do you think she is also cruel like you say? She asked, her eyes reddened. Lily's hands trembled as she held the bounty poster. It was someone she recognized well. Robin's mother, Nico Olivia. Wanted, Nico Olivia, dead or alive. 79 million belly. Lily's heart skipped a beat. As a scholar involved in forbidden research, she knew that Nico Olivia was part of the team that had ventured out to sea to collect more details about the Void Century. Although it was deemed illegal, they did it anyway in the name of finding the truth. Lily now didn't know how to salvage the situation. She knew that whatever she tried to say now would make her seem like a hypocrite, and Robin was too smart to be fooled. Just as she was at a loss, the door to the room opened, and Professor Clover stepped in. He saw the two bounty posters and somewhat deduced the situation. He had already known that little Robin was stealthily making trips to the island's edge, and that the young man, there was none other than an infamous pirate from the New World. But because Rosinante hadn't caused any issues in the past month, he had chosen to ignore his presence. Little Robin, seeing the old man step in, started sobbing more loudly and clung to his legs, bawling. Professor Clover turned to his granddaughter, Lily. What happened? Tell me everything in detail, he said gently but firmly. Lily took a deep breath, trying to steady her emotions. She then started sharing everything that had happened. Professor Clover's expression softened as he looked at the tear-streaked face of little Robin. He knelt down beside her, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. Robin, not everyone with a bounty is a monster. Some people are labeled as criminals for seeking the truth or for standing up against injustice. Your mother, Nico Olivia, is one of those people. She is a brave woman who wants to uncover the truth about our world's history. Robin sniffled, looking up at her grandfather with wide, tear-filled eyes. But what about Brother Ross? He doesn't seem bad. Professor Clover sighed deeply. Rosinante is a complicated youth. While many people out there have a bounty, it doesn't necessarily mean they are evil. Sometimes people are forced into difficult situations and their actions are misunderstood. It's important to judge people by their actions and their intentions, not just by the bounty on their heads. Professor Clover offered gently. While I can confidently say that your mother's hands are not drenched with the blood of innocence, I cannot say the same about your new friend Rosinante. What Lily told you may hold partial truth. He knew that saying this might not convince Robin to stay away from such a dangerous youth, so he thought it would be better to confront Rosinante face to face. From what he had come to understand over the past month, the ex-celestial dragon didn't seem like the type who was averse to dialogue. As long as he kept Robin away from Rosinante's influence, it would be a win for him. Robin's face, however, soured. She did not believe that Brother Ross was truly evil. She had seen the bond between Lucci, Leo, and Mancherry with Ross. That kind of familial bond could not be faked. Professor Clover saw the mix of doubt and confusion on Robin's face. He stood up while ruffling her hair affectionately. How about this, Robin? Let's go ahead and meet your friend. I'm sure if he is as good as you say, then he wouldn't harm us. Brother Ross won't harm us, I promise. I promise. She sniffed, rubbing her tears away. Although she trusted Ross, she trusted Lily and Grandpa Clover even more. For now, she decided to heed their words, following them to find out if Brother was really the sort of person they had told her he was. Soon, under Professor Clover's lead, both Lily and Robin followed towards the island's north. It seems like we're going to have guests. I couldn't help but comment as I detected the presences making their way toward our abode. Lucci, eat properly. The more vitality you can store within yourself, the longer you can train, and the longer you train, the stronger you get. I eyed Lucci, who, with his bloated tummy, had fallen on his back, giving up eating halfway. He immediately sat up and started practicing life return, and at a rate visible to the naked eye, his bloated tummy started shrinking back to normal. He once again started devouring the Sea King meat. Unfortunately, Leo hadn't learned life return yet, so he cutely rolled around with a bloated belly under the silent giggles of Mancherry. Just then, Professor Clover and the others arrived near the massive fireplace I had built to barbecue the Sea King. Would you like to join us? I offered without turning back. Lucci was about to get up to get fresh plates. Robin even wanted to join, but Lily held her back. Now all she held in her eyes for the blonde teen in front of her was hatred, a hatred she held for all pirates. Professor Clover looked around the fire and saw the happy faces of Lucci and even the jovial dwarves of the Tontata tribe. For a moment, even he himself doubted if the young teen seated by the fire was really the monster the world government made him out to be. But for now, he did not want to take any chances with Robin, so he cleared his throat and spoke. "Can we speak? Somewhere in private?" The crackling of the fire was all the sound that was heard. Then, with a sigh, I stood up, gesturing for Lucci to make sure the rest of the Sea King meat wasn't overcooked because I hadn't had my fill yet. Soon, Professor Clover and I stood at the edge of the shore, the sea water caressing our feet. Though he had said he wanted to talk privately, Robin had insisted on following along, and Lily had joined them. "So, what did you want to talk about, Professor?" I questioned him, though I already knew what the matter was regarding. "Tell me, Rosinante, what is a pirate like you, whose name is infamous even in the New World, doing here in West Blue? And what exactly do you plan to achieve by getting close to young Robin?" He questioned me, knowing full well he was no match for someone like me. But he stood firm, hoping to make me back down. What I planned to achieve. I couldn't help but chuckle at his question. "Tell me, Professor Clover, aren't you a smart man? Do you really think I can achieve something by forming a friendship with an 8-year-old girl?" "Ross." He paused and checked if I was okay with him addressing me that way, and I simply nodded. "Listen, you should understand that you are a pirate, a criminal, and a man wanted by the world government. If you really thought about little Robin's well-being, you should have stayed away. Do you think it's safe for Robin to associate with people like you, Ross Cohen?" Clover tried to get through to me with logic, but the old fool had no idea that the only reason I had come all the way here was to try and help these people in the upcoming tragedy. I wanted to smash the old man's skull in, just to make it clear that I am a pirate and I can bloody well do what I want. But then I calmed myself down. It seemed like Daffy's behavior was rubbing off on me. The little kid was the one who found us, despite our settling at the remote edge of the island, where people rarely venture. I had entertained little Robin because, in the canon, she was a future crew member of Luffy, and her life was tragic. Although now I was really in the One Piece world, I still had a lingering attachment to the original One Piece world that I had only known as fiction in my past life, especially its main characters, if that made any sense. I sighed again, deciding to overlook the old man's stupidity and let it slide this time around for little Robin's sake. But then I couldn't help but scoff at the old man's hypocrisy as he kept blabbering on and on. Old man, are you sure that little Robin is going to be in danger because she associates herself with me? So what about you? Do you think that little Robin is safe if she associates with people like you?" I countered, not willing to put up with more of his words. You, how dare you? Of course, Robin is safe with us. You are a pirate who thrives on destroying the lives of innocents. You are someone who blatantly breaks the laws and harms others in the process of breaking them. Lily roared. Professor Clover was flustered. He did not expect his granddaughter to speak up. He knew she hated pirates with vigor, especially since she had lost both her parents to a pirate attack. I almost tripped over laughing. Really? Really? Breaking the law, harming innocents. You speak as if the people here aren't doing the exact same thing. So tell me, what's the difference between you and me? I questioned. Roscoe, and what do you mean? We scholars are peace-loving people. Please don't slander us. We don't break the law, and we absolutely do not harm any innocents. Clover's face soured. He was an intellectual man, and my words were an insult to him and his profession, which he worshipped. So what about your study of the poneglyphs? Your underground secret lab that you have set up to decipher the secrets of the Void Century? Isn't that blatantly breaking the law? I mocked him. And please don't tell me that you don't know what the consequences would be. Isn't that inevitably harming all the innocent lives here in O'Hara? You already know the consequences of your actions, and you still choose to play with innocent lives. So tell me, Professor, how different are we? I asked with sarcasm, wanting to pull him down from his high horse. Clover's face turned a shade darker as my words sank in. He was not sure how I had become aware of their research on poneglyphs. He instinctively turned to Robin, But then he realized even little Robin was not aware of what exactly they were doing down there, as he had always managed to fool Robin when she wanted to be involved with the poneglyph. Robin stood by, confusion evident in her eyes. She looked between us, struggling to reconcile the image of her kind, knowledgeable grandfather with the accusations I hurled at him. "Ross," Clover began, his voice softer but laced with a steely resolve. He knew there was no use in trying to act ignorant of the matter in front of such a person who could simply force himself into the lab if he denied its existence. "We study history to uncover the truth and understand the past so that we may build a better future. The laws that prohibit this knowledge are unjust, and it is our duty to challenge them. Yes, there are risks, but the pursuit of knowledge is worth those risks. Knowledge at the cost of lives? At the cost of innocent lives who have no idea about your noble pursuits." I interrupted. "The world government will not spare O'Hara if they find out what you're doing. You know this, and yet you persist. You're gambling with lives, old man. So tell me, how are you any better than the pirates you despise? Did you even bother asking the opinion of the same innocent people whose lives you are gambling with according to your own whims? Who gave you the right to act God when it comes to those innocent lives, Professor? Or are those lives insignificant and worthless in your eyes? Knowledge, my foot. You're simply fulfilling your ambition while sacrificing others." Clover remained silent for a moment, clearly struggling with his thoughts. Lily, however, was not so restrained. "You speak as if you care about innocent lives, pirate. But what about the lives you've ruined? The people you've killed? You have no right to lecture us on morality." She spat, her eyes blazing with anger. I took a deep breath, reining in my temper. "I won't deny who I am. I've done terrible things, things I'm not proud of. But never have I staked another person's life and called it greater good. What I do to fulfill my ambition, plain and simple. And there are no lies. Don't act like sacrificing innocent lives for the so-called greater good is a saintly act. You're playing with fire, and when it burns, it won't be just you who suffers." The tension hung thick in the air. Robin's eyes filled with tears, clearly torn between her loyalty to her grandfather and her growing bond with me. However, with her intelligence, she could say that the matter wasn't simple. "Let's not pretend any of us are saints," I finally said, my voice softer. "But remember this, Professor. The pursuit of knowledge is a noble goal, but not when it comes at the cost of those who trust and depend on you, especially when the people involved don't even realize what they're dying for. Trust me, that's the worst way someone can die. Make sure you're ready to face the consequences of your actions." Little Robin, still confused about how to react, decided to step up and make a conclusion of her own. She stepped next to me despite Lily's protests. "Brother Ross, please tell me, are your hands stained with the blood of innocence?" she asked in a sobbing voice. I had a complicated feeling, but I chose to answer the kid honestly. "Yes, I have the blood of innocence on my hands," I sighed. "Are all the bad things that Sister Lily told me about you true?" she asked, quivering. She just wanted Brother Ross to say it was all a lie, and she would believe it, but the words she wanted never came. "I'm not sure what your sister told you, but from the looks of it, she doesn't seem like a liar, so whatever she told you must have some truth in it." I knew I was destroying the little girl's hope, but lying was not something I wanted to do to her. So, "Brother Ross, are you a monster?" She sobbed, taking a step back in fear. "Are you a good man or an evil man, Brother Ross?" the little girl asked. I looked at the horizon, wanting to know the answer to that question myself, and whispered, "I wish I knew." Little Robin felt disappointed and silently turned around, walking away along the shore, while Lily silently followed her. After the two girls left, Professor Clover turned to me. He had lost all the charisma of a learned man. His pride in dedicating his life to the pursuit of truth was no longer there. My words had shattered everything he had believed. "Ross, I don't care why you have come to O'Hara any longer, but I hope you can stay away from matters regarding little Robin and O'Hara. We scholars will take responsibility for everything. Please do not involve yourself in matters regarding O'Hara or its people anymore." He made an earnest plea. Although he was shaken by my words, he had pride as a scholar. He wanted to show me that whatever I said earlier was false, and that scholars were different from pirates. Even thinking about it made him feel disgusted, so he had to prove it. Are you sure, old man? There's a storm brewing. Are you absolutely sure that you don't want me to involve myself in the matters regarding O'Hara? I knew what was coming. My observation hockey had already detected a giant washing ashore, and with the direction both Robin and Lily took, they would surely come across Saul. Yes, you are a pirate, and we scholars do not want a pirate involving himself in our matters. If possible, I request that you leave the island immediately, he added. It seemed like fate. After a soft chuckle, I spoke. You have my word, old man. I will not involve myself with the matters of O'Hara, and rest assured, I will leave the island within a week or two. You have my word. Saying so, I turned around and walked back in the direction of my house. The walk back was slow, each step heavy with the weight of what had just transpired. I could still hear Robin's sobs echoing in my mind, her innocent questions cutting deeper than any sword. I glanced back once, seeing the figures of Clover, Robin, and Lily fading into the distance in different directions, their future uncertain and fraught with danger. But then my heart was steady as my conscience was clear. As I neared the makeshift camp, the scent of Sea King meat wafted through the air. Little Lucci was diligently tending to the fire, ensuring the meat didn't overcook. Leo was still rolling around, his belly full, and Mancheri giggled at his antics. How did it go, master? Lucci asked, not looking up from his task. I had already told him what was coming for O'Hara. I sighed deeply, sitting down beside the fire. About as well as expected. The old man, Clover, wants us gone. He thinks they can handle what's coming on their own. Lucci nodded, his young face unreadable. And you, master? Do you think they can? And what about Robin's fate? Didn't you say that we could consider having her as part of our family? I stared into the fire, the flames dancing wildly. No, but it's their choice to make. We've given them the warnings. Now it's up to them. As for little Robin, if she decides to become one of us, then we will help her. I knew that though Lucci showed a cold expression, he always cared about his friends, and despite not showing it, he had already come to consider little Robin his friend. The night grew darker, and the stars overhead twinkled like distant beacons. The Sea King meat crackled and sizzled, filling the air with its rich aroma. I couldn't shake the feeling of impending doom, the sense that no matter what I did, the tragedy of O'Hara was inevitable. As the fire burned down to embers, I made a silent vow to myself. I would watch over little Robin from a distance, at least for Lucci's sake. I might not be able to intervene directly, but I could ensure that when the storm hit, the little girl wouldn't face it alone. Marine HQ, Marineford. Knock, knock. A soft knock echoed inside Admiral Sengoku's office as he prepared the necessary paperwork for a secret mission. According to the world government, the scholars of O'Hara were researching ancient documents to recreate ancient weapons, and the Marines needed to put an end to this. After nearly 6 years of a cat-and-mouse chase, the Marines had finally found incriminating evidence that the O'Hara scholars were researching taboo topics. Orders had come from the elders to destroy everything pertaining to the research and eliminate all the scholars involved. Sengoku had personally handed over the golden transponder snail to the director of CP9, Spandine. Come in, Sengoku said without lifting his head from the documents. A rear admiral in charge of the intelligence team entered the room and began conveying an important message he had just received from the scout ship monitoring O'Hara. Admiral, we seem to have a complication in O'Hara, the rear admiral said. Sengoku's mood soured. In recent times, the Marines' reputation has been taking blow after blow. The loss of Dressrosa, Ueno, and Impel down. They could not afford a mishap in O'Hara mission. Though the world government had a stake in all these matters, the blame ultimately fell squarely on the Marines' shoulders. Even Sengoku felt the pressure, especially with a man like Garp missing. If his friend were here, he could have single-handedly stopped the Marines from suffering so much humiliation. With a sigh, Sengoku set the pen aside and looked up. Tell me, Rear Admiral, what seems to be the problem now? What kind of new issue are we facing? The Rear Admiral understood the Admiral's frustration, but spoke up. Sir, the scout ships had detected the presence of Don Quixote Rosinante on O'Hara Island. He is currently residing in O'Hara, and from the looks of it, he has been staying there for quite some time now. The rear admiral added. Sengoku couldn't help but rub his forehead in frustration again. Garp's protege, he muttered, standing up from his seat. Pass me the folder. I will discuss it directly with Kong-san. Collecting the folder, he directly moved to the fleet admiral's office. Without knocking, as he always did, Sengoku entered the fleet admiral's office, where Kong was diligently working on some files. Kong raised his brow in surprise. He never expected Sengoku to barge in like this. Such behavior was only reserved for Garp, who never cared for protocol. What is it, Sengoku? What's the hurry? He asked the admiral. We have a problem. Rosinante is on O'Hara, and the people we have already sent for the mission will not be able to handle him, Sengoku shared, not wasting any time. Both of them knew how important this mission was. If they failed, there was a high chance the world government would pass down orders to downsize the Marines and increase the world government's operatives. Even a Marine's ranks might be filled by world government operatives. What the hell is that kid doing there? What is our intelligence team doing? Wasn't it estimated that he was still in the New World? Kong fumed. He mentally made a note to talk to the department head later to give him a piece of his mind. Kong-san, he is the Lightning Logia user. Tracking him is like trying to find a needle in the ocean, practically impossible. We should rather try and find a solution for the current situation. If Rosinante intervenes, I am afraid the mission may go sideways. Kong's fingers started tapping the table incessantly as he tried to find a solution. Then suddenly he spoke up. Isn't Akiji's ship near O'Hara? Kong asked, remembering all the deployments. Sengoku nodded in confirmation. Have Akiji make contact with Rosinante. As former students of Garp, they might not come to blows immediately. All Akiji needs to do is keep Rosinante from involving himself in the matter. Make it clear to Akiji not to engage Rosinante first, he strategized. For now, with their forces en route, facing Rosinante would be disastrous. The kid had already showcased his strength by facing two Admiral-level fighters simultaneously when he faced Akiji and Tsuru back in Dressrosa. Now, the O'Hara team only consisted of Kuzan and Sakazuki as Admiral-class fighters, so Kong needed to look for a compromise. But Kong-san, you know about the kid's character. He will definitely try to stir up trouble just for fun, Sengoku said, speaking the truth. Ross had inherited many traits from his mentor, one of which was causing unnecessary trouble for others. Kong's expression soured, understanding Sengoku was right. He then questioned, how much longer will it take for our main forces to reach O'Hara? The main force consisted of the entire might of the Buster Call. They had already departed Marine HQ long ago. It consisted of 10 great battleships and carried 5 veteran vice admirals, with Sakazuki leading them. The main force should reach O'Hara in 4 days. At worst, in 5 days' time, Sengoku answered. Kong was now in a fix. He couldn't find countermeasures for the problem because even if they dispatched a second force with enough strength to counter Ross, it might not reach O'Hara on time. Just when Kong seemed out of options, Sengoku made a suggestion. How about we mobilize the Shichibukai in the vicinity? From the last report, Shinu, Crocodile, Hector, and Bonnie should be able to reach O'Hara on time if we mobilize them immediately, Sengoku added. Although he didn't like involving pirates in such matters, the presence of Ross alone could topple their mission, so they had to play all the cards they had. Kong considered the suggestion, his fingers drumming a steady rhythm on the table. Very well. Mobilize the Shichibukai. We need to ensure that this mission is not compromised. Contact them immediately and provide them with the details. Make it clear that their objective is to prevent Rosinante from interfering at all costs. Sengoku nodded, already planning the communication. Understood, Kong-san. I'll make sure they understand the importance of this mission. As Sengoku left the office, the weight of the mission pressed heavily on his shoulders. The fate of O'Hara and the reputation of the Marines hung in the balance, and the presence of Rosinante only complicated matters further. But they had their orders, and failure was not an option. On the waters of West Blue, A few miles away from O'Hara, a marine battleship lay anchored, swaying peacefully in the clam waters. On the deck, sprawled on an easy chair, sleeping cozily, was none other than Admiral Candidate Akiji. He had been assigned to duty here because something big was going to happen in O'Hara. Before the dispatch, Sengoku had explained to him the importance of the mission. The scholars were blatantly breaking the law by researching the poneglyphs in secret to create ancient weapons. Just as Akiji was enjoying his sleep, a loud shout from one of his subordinates woke him up. "What the hell are you guys shouting for?" he yelled back, his tone irritable. The relationship between him and his subordinates was much warmer compared to other marine ships. "Kazan-san, we have urgent orders from HQ." A subordinate ran in, carrying a transponder snail, and passed it to Kazan, who leisurely sat up. It was Admiral Sengoku on the other side of the call. As Kazan listened to his new orders, his face showed a mix of frustration and reluctance. "Seriously, Sengoku-san? You want me to face that monster alone?" Kazan questioned, still holding some resentment for Ross trying to cut him back in Dressrosa. He was addressing him as a monster. "Kazan, you know how important this matter is. As much as I don't like pointing it out, just you and Sakazuki aren't going to be enough to stop that kid." Sengoku's voice echoed from the other side. "So, what if Ross tries to attack first? And you should know, if he decides to go on a rampage, without Borsellino here, no one will be able to match his speed." Kazan added, aware that Ross was unparalleled in speed unless someone with a speed-based devil fruit stalled him. "Just keep him away from our matters. You don't need to fight him. I know you can do this. And don't worry, for the Shichibukai are on their way." Sengoku's voice was firm but reassuring. "You really want to deploy those scum in such a sensitive matter and four of them at the same time, Sengoku-san? It might spiral out of control real quick, real fast." Kazan voiced his concerns. The Shichibukai were loose cannons. Except for Sheku, who followed orders, and Maihawk, who vanished to who knows where, everyone else in the Shichibukai was unhinged in one way or another. With Moria's capture, these mad pirates had become more cruel to establish their authority in the chaotic seas. "Fine, I will meet with Ross, but no guarantees, Sengoku-san. You better send me a backup fast. For all I know, Ross might already be aware of what we are planning for O'Hara. The Don Quixote Pirates Intelligence Network has been growing undetected at a monstrous rate. Even the underworld is shocked at how efficiently their network is spreading," Kazan said with a sigh. After getting a few more instructions from Admiral Sengoku, he disconnected the call. He was ready to meet his former junior, who had now completely unfurled his wings and become a monster that even he doubted whether he could best in a life-and-death battle. As Kazan prepared himself, he couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. The mission in O'Hara was already a delicate operation, and now, with Rosinante's presence, the stakes were even higher. He knew that his encounter with Ross could go in any direction, and he had to be prepared for the worst. As he gazed out at the sea, Kazan couldn't help but reminisce about the days when they were all under Garp's tutelage, simpler times when the lines between right and wrong were clearer. "Guess it's time to face the music," Kazan muttered to himself, stepping off the deck and creating a small road of ice to head towards O'Hara. The upcoming confrontation would be a test of not just strength, but also of wit and will. "Faster, faster, Lucci. Don't just rely on your senses alone. Use your instincts, use your will." I was currently helping Lucci train in observation hockey. Since he had already mastered Tekai, armament hockey seemed to come more naturally to him. But I wasn't letting the kid off that easily. Little Lucci was blindfolded and trying to dodge attacks from a makeshift cane I had fashioned from sea king bone. Nearby, Leo was going through similar training, with little man Sherry merrily beating him up while his eyes were blindfolded. "Kazan-san, don't you think you would understand the method much more easily if you observed closely?" I spoke without shifting my eyes away from Lucci, my hands moving in practiced motions as I swung the cane. "Aurora," and here I thought I could keep myself hidden longer. "Seriously, you want me to get closer to a monster like you? And then what? You expect me to get cut like last time?" "No thanks." A voice sounded from the edge of the makeshift training ground. From behind a tree, a tall man stepped out. Mancheri gave him a look, shrugged, and went back to merrily hitting the blindfolded Leo. You still haven't forgotten that, have you, Kazan-san? From what I remember, you were attacking my home and trying to freeze me into a popsicle. You don't see me whining about it. I chuckled, taunting my former senior. Despite his initial reluctance, Kazan steadily made his way closer to where we were training and stood next to me. With how honed my observation hockey was, I wasn't afraid Kazan would suddenly attack the kids. He wasn't that type of character anyway. So, do you think such a crude method really works? Kazan asked, intrigued. He picked up another bone cane and started swinging it wildly at Lucci, who twisted and turned at unnatural speeds. As Kazan increased the speed of his swings, Lucci struggled to keep up. Suddenly, Kazan infused a bit of armament hockey and swung at Lucci's chest. Lucci's instincts kicked in. Tekai. In his defensive stance, a small layer of hockey covered his chest area. Despite his defense, he was sent flying back 10 meters but managed to somersault and stay on his feet. So you tell me, Kazan-san? I raised my brows in a mock challenge. Do you think the method is a viable means to awaken hockey? I'm sure anyone can awaken at least one type of hockey with enough beatings, huh? I laughed and asked the rest to take a break from training. Kazan's face soured. If such a method were used as general training, only 1 out of every 100 Marines would even be willing to stay. The rest would pack their bags and leave. So, tell me, Kazan-san, what brings the future admiral to my humble abode? I asked teasingly, although I already knew the answer. Kazan sighed and scratched the back of his head. We got orders from HQ. There's something big going down in O'Hara, and your presence here complicates things. I leaned on the cane, giving him a sly smile. Complicates, huh? What exactly are you planning in O'Hara that you need to keep secret from little old me? Kazan's gaze hardened. He knew for a fact that Ross must be aware of the matter. It was Ross himself who had told him about poneglyphs back when both trained under Garp. The scholars of O'Hara are researching the poneglyphs in secret, and the world government believes they're trying to recreate ancient weapons. We've been ordered to put an end to it. I chuckled darkly. And you seriously think these people here are planning to create some kind of weapon of mass destruction? Look at me, Kazan-san. Do I look that naive to you? The people of O'Hara are not criminals. They're scholars seeking knowledge. Dangerous knowledge, yes. But I don't think they would have the guts to research an ancient weapon. I would have rather believed it if you had pointed at me, saying that I was currently building an ancient weapon in my backyard. Kazan's expression softened slightly. Look, Ross, I don't want to fight you. Just stay out of this. The world government has decided, and the Marines have to follow orders. I leaned closer, my voice low and dangerous. And if I decide not to stay out of it, what then, Kazan-san? He met my gaze, unwavering. And it gets messy, but I'm hoping it doesn't come to that. I've got 4 Shichibukai on their way, and I'd rather not see a bloodbath. I smirked. Now, that's a surprise. Since when did you start relying on pirates, Kazan-san? And do you think they'll be able to stop me? For all I know, they might turn their attention to O'Hara instead. Kazan's face remained stoic, but I could see the tension in his eyes. 2 admiral candidates, a complete division of CP agents for Shichibukai, and the full might of a buster call. Don't you feel that's a bit much to hunt down innocent people? Well, whatever. I'm just sightseeing here. So as long as you guys don't mess with me and my little crew, I won't bother you. And just so, you know, besides the ones you see here, there's one more in the library. So stay away from them. I casually sat down on the easy chair, gesturing for Kazan to take a seat next to me. So you already know about the buster call? Kazan couldn't help but sigh in frustration. What he feared had come true. The information network of Don Quixote was too dangerous. Of course, Kazan-san, I know. Why do you think I'm waiting here? I'm just going to enjoy the show and see how you plan to establish the so-called justice you always preach about. As I commented, Lucci returned with a tray from inside the house. It had sorbets of different flavors. I picked up the blackcurrant one and savored it. Leo and Mancheri dug into their own portions while Lucci mechanically offered the tray to Kazan, who reluctantly picked one and tasted it. Kids love desserts. They can't help it. It's a new specialty of Dressrosa. I hope you like it, I said, completely disregarding the earlier topic. I knew Kazan was here to keep me out of the matter, and with Clover asking me to stay out of it, I intended to do just that. These scholars are criminals, Ross. They are breaking the law, and we have proof. We will only persecute them after we have found ample evidence, Kazan added, wanting to justify the actions of the Marines. On the side, sitting on the grass, Lucci couldn't help but snort in disdain, which made Kazan sulk. Even a kid was mocking them. Lucci, get back to your dessert, I said with a chuckle, and turned to Kazan. See, Kazan-san, even a little kid knows that's all bullshit. And you seem to have mistaken my point. I was never referring to the scholars. They may be criminals. What I'm talking about are the civilians on the island of O'Hara. Do you believe the whole population on the island is working to develop an ancient weapon? I question him. Ross, we Marines are the ones who embody justice. We will not harm the innocent. We have already arranged for evacuation ships to safely escort all the innocent civilians to a safe place, just in case, Kazan shared. He knew about all the arrangements made and still naively believed that the world government was going to spare the innocents. Maybe that was what they had originally intended, but after Clover ran his mouth directly at the elders, it sealed everyone's fate. Well then, I hope everything goes according to your plan, Kazan-san. Enjoy the sorbet. Kazan paused, clearly struggling with the morality of the situation. It's not as black and white as you make it out to be, Ross. If the knowledge they uncover leads to the resurrection of ancient weapons, countless lives could be lost. We're trying to prevent a greater catastrophe. I leaned back, letting his words hang in the air. And you believe that killing innocent civilians is a necessary sacrifice for that greater good? By exterminating an entire island? I scoffed. That's the justice you're here to uphold. Kazan's jaw tightened. We are not here to massacre civilians. I chuckled darkly. You really believe that, don't you? But let's be honest, Kazan. When has the world government ever shown true mercy? They deal in absolutes and control. They're terrified of what they can't understand or manage. Kazan finished his sorbet and stood up. The easy camaraderie of earlier was replaced by the gravity of our conversation. Ross, just stay out of this. If you get involved, it will only escalate the situation. I waved a hand dismissively. Relax, Kazan-san. I gave you my word, and I intend to keep it. I won't interfere unless provoked. But remember, my eyes are open, and I will not forget what happens here. Kazan nodded, a shadow of doubt flickering in his eyes. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Meanwhile, a couple of days passed, and a few miles away from the shore where Ross had made his adobe, Lily and Robin were making their way toward the small, cliffy area where they had found a giant a few days before. Both girls had immediately recognized it was a giant, but since the giant had been unconscious, they had poked him with a stick, waking Saul from his unconscious state. Despite Saul's initial attempts to scare the girls away, they remained unafraid, their curiosity getting the better of them. Soon enough, they began interacting with the gentle giant. Now, the two girls were hauling a large sack of food that they had taken from the library upon Robin's insistence. Lily had initially wanted to inform the others, especially her grandfather, about the presence of a giant. However, Robin had persuaded her not to do so. Robin, who had forgotten her previous sadness, was actively interacting with the giant, who managed to make her laugh. Seeing this, Lily reluctantly agreed to keep it a secret. Saul, whose full name was Jaguar D. Saul, had shared that he would soon leave O'Hara, which also helped alleviate Lily's concerns about causing unnecessary panic. As they approached the cliff where they had left Saul, Robin looked up at Lily, her eyes filled with excitement. "Do you think Saul will like the food we brought today?" she asked, her small hands gripping the sack tightly. Lily smiled down at her. "I'm sure he will, Robin. Giants must have big appetites. Didn't he say that he liked the fruit jam yesterday?" When they reached the small cliff, they saw Saul sitting there, gazing out at the sea while his hands were diligently working on the raft. He turned and smiled warmly at the sight of the two girls, and he noticed the two large sacks they were dragging behind them. "Ah, you two are back, and you brought more food, too." "Thank you." Robin grinned and ran ahead, placing the sack down in front of him. "We brought all kinds of food today. I hope you like it." Saul chuckled, his deep voice echoing off the cliffside. Thank you, little one. You've been very kind to me. Lily, still a bit wary but warming up to the giant in the past few days, sat down on a rock nearby. You said you would leave soon, right? Where will you go? Saul's expression turned somber. I'm not sure yet, but I must keep moving. It's dangerous for me to stay in one place for too long. Robin, sensing the sadness in Saul's voice, asked, Why is it dangerous for you? Saul sighed, looking out over the ocean. Because there are people who are looking for me currently. People who might try to hurt me or capture me because I might be a hindrance to their plans. Lily frowned, understanding a bit of what he meant. You mean the Marines? Saul chose not to answer the question and continued working on the raft. He needed to finish it quickly, find a safe place to hide, preferably an uninhabited island, and if possible, make his way to Elbaf. To shift the topic, Saul turned to the girls and asked curiously, You both have quite a bit of time on your hands, eh? You've been with me here for days. Won't your parents look for you? Robin shook her head, her expression serious. We don't have parents. All I have is Sister Lily here. Actually, I do have a mother. Robin's face blossomed with a smile as she thought about her mother. When I was little, she went out to sea for her work. Honestly, after all these years, I don't even remember her face properly anymore. All I have is this bounty poster that I found. She unfurled the bounty poster and offered it to Saul. Saul glanced at the poster casually at first, but then he froze. His huge form shifted immediately as he stood up, taking a more careful look at the bounty poster in Robin's hands. It was a face he recognized, Nico Alvia. His mind raced as he processed this revelation. This little girl was Alvia's daughter. Saul's expression turned serious as he handed the poster back to Robin. Nico Alvia, so, you're a daughter. Robin nodded, her eyes wide with curiosity. You know my mother? Saul's heart raced as the realization hit him. Is this the island known as O'Hara? This is terrible. Oh boy, don't tell me I ended up being washed ashore on O'Hara. Both Robin and Lily were confused by Saul's sudden panic. Lily stepped up and answered, Of course, this is O'Hara, the island of knowledge. Little Robin here just recently became a scholar, she stated casually. No, this can't be happening. You cannot tell the others you are scholars. They are coming. They are coming to wipe out all the scholars. I can't have you kids die, Saul murmured, trying to make sense of the situation. Saul, what's happening? Who is coming? Who would want to kill all the scholars? Lily yelled, trying to catch Saul's attention. I can't waste time like this, he muttered to himself. Listen, Lily, Robin, you may not believe what I'm going to say, but please, you need to listen carefully, he said urgently. Tell me, who is coming? Lily demanded, her voice rising in panic. The Navy. The Marines are coming to eradicate all the scholars of O'Hara. You must not tell anyone you are a scholar. You kids need to leave the island. You must warn them, he added, desperation clear in his voice. Lily's mind raced as she finally recalled the conversation her grandfather and the pirate had a few days prior. Robin wanted to refute Saul's words, not wanting to believe him, but Lily had already started sprinting towards the library, dragging Robin along with her. As they ran, Lily's thoughts churned. She remembered how her grandfather seemed so serious and how the pirate Ross had warned them about a storm coming. It all made sense now. The storm was the Navy, and they were coming to destroy everything. Lily slowed down. Robin cried, struggling to keep up with her friend. We don't have time, Robin. We need to warn everyone. Lily shouted back. If Saul is right and the Marines are coming, we need to get everyone to safety. The urgency in Lily's voice spurred Robin on. Despite her fear and confusion, she matched Lily's pace. They dashed through the familiar streets of O'Hara, past the homes and shops, towards the grand library that stood at the heart of their island. When they burst into the library, the scholars inside looked up in surprise. Professor Clover was there, along with several other familiar faces. Grandfather, Lily shouted, her voice echoing in the grand hall. The Marines are coming. They're coming to destroy O'Hara and kill the scholars. The room fell silent as the words sank in. Professor Clover's eyes widened in shock, but he quickly regained his composure. Calm down, Lily. Tell us everything, he urged, helping Lily calm down and start explaining the situation. So, it's finally happening, huh? The world government is coming for us, just like Lad said they would. Have I really become someone who is going to cause the death of all these innocent lives? Professor Clover's face was pale, and Ross's earlier words kept echoing in his mind. Everyone in the library was shocked by the information Lily had shared, but what shocked them even more was Professor Clover, who looked completely lost. Professor, it's not your fault. Sooner or later, we knew this would happen. One of the scholars stepped up to comfort the old man. We may still have time to rectify this. They have no evidence against us, he added. But Clover knew better. Finally, after a few moments, he composed himself. He could not let the things Ross warned about come to pass. He needed to act now. Everyone evacuate. You all need to quickly evacuate. Tell everyone on the island to evacuate. Do not trust the Marines. Do not trust anyone. Run. Run away from here as far as you can. Clover stood up, his urgency clear. He understood the true seriousness of the matter and urged everyone to leave. Come now, Professor. Even if the situation is as dire as you think, we have already resolved ourselves to die. Let's face everything together, one of the scholars said, showing a brave front. Every scholar involved in the Poneglyph research was ready to sacrifice their lives to uncover the truth of the world. We did, yes, and for that, I will be eternally grateful to all of you fellow scholars. But what about the innocents on the island? Did they willingly give their lives to the pursuit of knowledge? The world government is coming for everyone. They will not spare anyone. The old man roared, torn between his pride as a scholar and his conscience as a human. Ross's words had struck him deeply. Professor, I don't think what you fear will come to pass. It's just a single Marine ship on the coast, the scholar added. Just then, the door to the room they had gathered and opened, and a woman in a long coat entered the room. No, the professor is right. The world government is coming for all of us, and maybe what the professor says may truly come to pass, the woman said while removing her cap. Everyone in the room was surprised to see the woman they all recognized. It was none other than Nico Olivia, who had left O'Hara with 33 other researchers to help solve the mysteries of the world. However, Olivia failed to notice a little girl standing to the side, tears of joy streaming down her face as she finally met her mother after all these years. Just as everyone was about to bombard Olivia with questions, a sweet but soft voice overpowered every other sound. Mother! Little Robin's voice filled the vast room. Olivia, who stood at the entrance, felt her heart skip a beat as she recognized the voice. She turned to the source of the voice and immediately recognized the little child who bore her likeness. Robin, her voice stuttered and cracked, but tears filled her eyes. Robin rushed toward her mother and jumped up, and Olivia caught her in a loving embrace. It was a reunion between mother and daughter after so many years. The entire room fell silent as no one disturbed the mother and child, who were crying in each other's arms. Then Olivia abruptly reacted, putting Robin down. Robin, listen to me and listen carefully. There are bad people coming to the island, and they should not know that you are related to me. You'll need to act like you do not know me. Is that understood? Olivia said urgently, knowing that associating little Robin with her was a one-way ticket to hell. Mother, what do you mean? No, I will stay with you. I will come to the sea with you. We can be together, Robin said with a smile plastered on her face, despite tears flowing from her eyes. Olivia's mind raced. She could not afford to let the Marines or the world government know that Robin was her daughter. During her time in captivity, they were never able to break her, but if they found out Robin was her child, she couldn't even think about the consequences. No, Robin, listen to me. You need to leave. You need to leave far from here, she said, then turned to the rest and addressed them. Everyone here needs to leave. They are coming here with the sole purpose of killing us all, she warned. But Robin clung tightly to Olivia, not letting her go. I'm sorry, everyone. It was my fault that the world government was able to gather evidence against us. They rummaged through the corpses of the others and were able to make a connection with O'Hara. I have brought disaster to O'Hara, Olivia said, bowing her head in apology. It wasn't your fault. Olivia, nor was it the fault of the rest who sacrificed their lives for the cause. You all have suffered more than anyone here and ultimately paid the price. We are all on the same team, and the world government was simply waiting for an excuse. We have been marked for death for a long time, Clover disclosed. Unlike the others, he seemed to have more information, but his pursuit of knowledge had blinded him to the obvious dangers. So they probably think they've finally got us by the tail. They won't miss this opportunity, and like the professor and Olivia said, they will surely wipe us all out, a scholar said with a smile, but there was no fear in his eyes. So, please, everyone hurry. You need to leave O'Hara before the Marines surround it. Olivia urged. Professor, you need to leave too. You are the one with the most knowledge about the poneglyphs and the Void Century. We must preserve that knowledge, one of the scholars added hurriedly. Now almost everyone in the hall understood the gravity of the situation, but none felt the inner turmoil that Clover was experiencing. His human side was hoping against hope that someone among the scholars would consider the lives of the innocents and speak up, but none did. Everyone was concerned about the knowledge that needed to be passed down. Even Clover himself was going through an internal conflict, but finally, the inner scholar in him won as he turned to the massive library behind him. I'm sorry. If the world government intends to kill us all, then I cannot escape while leaving behind the artifacts of humanity. I hope you all understand. Finally, in Clover's eyes, the worth of this knowledge outweighed the worth of innocent lives. He knew in his heart that he was condemning himself. Even now, before the Marines encircled them, if they acted, they might be able to save a few innocent lives. But for him, saving these books was the priority. Ultimately, the blood of all these innocent lives would be on his hands. We feel the same way, Professor. If we're going to die, then so be it. But we need to somehow preserve all this knowledge, one scholar added. I don't know what the world government is truly planning, but if we all run away, we cannot protect all this valuable history that we have here, another chimed in, and many in the hall chorused similar sentiments. Unknown to anyone, seated on top of the library, I was casually flipping through an old book. I witnessed the entire event going down below and was disappointed. Some of the greatest minds in the world, willing to offer their lives for the noble cause of preserving history for humanity, had just forgotten a simple fact. In their pursuit of knowledge, their once noble ideals had become an obsession. All they needed was to send out a single scholar to warn the civilians of what was to come. But I was not in a position to judge them, for I was also a spectator from the sidelines. I had already left Lucci, Mancheri, and Leo somewhere safe away from O'Hara. I didn't want the Marines to take advantage, especially if I had to engage in a fight. Down below, as every scholar prepared to preserve the knowledge, even Olivia decided to do her part. But she was in a fix, torn between her ideals and her love for her daughter. She had abandoned her daughter once, so she was in a dilemma. Clover, understanding the situation, stepped up. Olivia, I need a favor from you. I hope you do not refute it. I hope you can take my granddaughter and escape from here. The old man decided to make the decision for her. The other scholars had already started running about to preserve as many books as possible. No, Grandpa, I'm a scholar too. I cannot leave you behind. I am involved in the research too. I will also stay behind, Lily protested. But Clover would not have his little granddaughter, who was in her teens and hadn't even experienced life, sacrifice herself. Clover felt more guilt. He was not worried about the other lives, but now he was trying to preserve his own granddaughter's life. In the end, everything Ross had told him came true. He was just a selfish man, more akin to a pirate. But then he steeled his resolve. Lily, listen to me. We cannot have all the scholars die out here. Our mission remains unfulfilled. We need someone to carry out our legacy, fulfill our goal, child, and help the world understand its true history. Clover knew his granddaughter's nature. Only by manipulating her this way would she consent to leave. Lily was now in a fix. She was a scholar like her grandfather, and everything she knew came from him, but that man was making a final wish of her. Olivia, please, consider this a final wish from a dying man. Guide these children, keep them safe. Move to the northern coast of the island. You will find someone there who will help you. Or at least I hope he will, for little Robin's sake. Now leave. Leave before the Marines come, Clover urged. Olivia was struggling, but then she took in the faces of the two children and finally nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. She took Lily and Robin's hands firmly and guided them towards the exit, her heart heavy but resolute. The other scholars continued their frantic efforts to save as much knowledge as they could, their dedication unwavering despite the impending danger. As Olivia led the children away, Ross watched from his perch, contemplating the unfolding tragedy. The scholars of O'Hara, in their pursuit of knowledge, had indeed become blind to the immediate threat, prioritizing ancient texts over innocent lives. It was a harsh lesson in the cost of obsession, a reminder that even the noblest of causes could lead to ruin if not tempered with humanity. Just as Olivia exited the library with Robin and Lily, a world government ship docked on the island. Spandine stepped onto O'Hara, his eyes cold and calculating. Mobilize everyone and surround the island. I need every single person accounted for. Make sure that none of the scholars escape. Detain anyone remotely connected with them and notify headquarters that we have arrived, he ordered. Thousands of Marines and world government agents swarmed the island, transforming the peaceful community into a chaotic nightmare. O'Hara descended into turmoil as Marines burst into homes, breaking down doors. The residents' protests were ignored, their voices drowned out by the relentless march of soldiers enforcing Spandine's orders. In the central square, a world government agent, using a megaphone connected to a transponder snail, repeatedly made a chilling announcement. Hear this, citizens of O'Hara. The scholars on this island are actually demons involved in forbidden research. We have found incriminating evidence against them. They have been using you, the regular folks, as cover to develop weapons, aiming to destroy the world. Anyone who does not want to be incriminated as a demon and hunted down, please share the names of everyone remotely related to these scholars, so we don't end up hurting the innocents. The announcement spread like wildfire, causing murmurs among the people. Some residents bravely questioned the Marines. How? Why? The scholars are the pride of O'Hara. They are some of the most brilliant minds in the world. You guys must be just spinning a tale, a man declared, voicing the sentiment growing among the crowd. Spandine's voice cut through the clamor. I suspect that man is connected to the scholars. Arrest him. As the man protested and resisted, gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, bang. The echo of gunfire silenced the square. The man fell, lifeless, as smoke rose from Spandine's pistol. Don't be fooled by them. They are demons, and they will not hesitate to rile you against us. Identify them all for us, so that your family and loved ones remain safe. Spandine's words struck fear into the hearts of the citizens. Driven by fear more than truth, many stepped forward, offering the names of the scholars, condemning their neighbors to a cruel fate to ensure their safety. This, Spandine knew, was human nature. Smirking, Spandine saw his plan unfolding perfectly. Searching person by person risked missing someone, but with the civilians turning on each other, no one would escape. Listen up, people. This entire island is now subjected to an exhaustive investigation. Please cooperate. Anyone who resists will be marked as a demon and eliminated, the world government agent continued. Those with no connections to the scholars, bring your proof of identification to the West Coast. Once verified, you can board the evacuation ships. Many in the crowd hesitated, reluctant to leave everything behind. Sensing the mood souring, Spandine walked up to the agent, yanked the transponder snail from his hand, and addressed the crowd himself. I understand this might be difficult for you, but we need to ensure the demons are punished. And just so you all know, anyone who provides us with the names of scholars or their acquaintances will receive 100,000 belly for each name. Hurry up, help us catch these demons and secure your future. As he finished speaking, Spandine shoved the transponder snail back into his subordinate's hands, instructing him to keep repeating the message. Among the crowd, eyes that had been clouded with doubt began to clear. Why should they suffer because of these so-called criminals? They convinced themselves that they were doing the right thing by helping the government, not realizing that it was greed for money, that truly drove them. The island's once unified community began to fracture, with each person more concerned with their own safety and profit than the lives of their neighbors. Olivia, clutching Robin and Lily, hurried through the chaos, her heart heavy with dread. The reality of their situation was sinking in, and she knew she had to get the girls to safety before it was too late. The future of O'Hara, and possibly the world, now rested on the choices she made in these desperate moments. But sir, is evacuation really necessary? Don't you think it's extreme? If the scholars are the evil ones, why are we being implicated in the matter? One of the citizens, emboldened by Spandine's departure, mustered the courage to question the situation. Many had already left the square, driven by greed or fear, but some remained, reluctant to leave the only home they had ever known. The government agent narrowed his gaze. My duty is to inform you, and I have already relayed the message. If you choose to ignore it, be ready to face the consequences, he snapped, disregarding the man's plea. He continued broadcasting the offer of a reward and the instructions for everyone to evacuate to the west coast with their identification. Meanwhile, inside the library of O'Hara, government agents were ransacking the place despite the protests of Clover and the scholars. The agents restrained everyone within the library, sparing none. They began destroying shelves, searching for hidden compartments or secret doorways. Suddenly, a scholar who had returned after safely dumping a cartload of books into the lake bed tackled one of the soldiers. Stop it! Stop it, you bastards! These books are the most precious cultural assets of the world, he yelled. Another soldier forcefully pulled him up and rammed the butt of his gun into the scholar's face, breaking his jaw. Another one of those criminals. Get him out of here, the government agent bellowed. The soldier cuffed the scholar and dragged him outside to join the others who had been detained. Curse you people! Someday you will answer for all these crimes, the scholar shouted, earning himself a broken rib in the process. Don't stop searching. There should be some kind of hidden chamber. Continue searching until you find it, the lead agent commanded. The soldiers toppled shelves that had stood for millennia, scattering ancient texts and artifacts. Unbeknownst to them, a lone figure was transferring thousands of books to a nearby, uninhabited island at an alarming rate. I knew the books inside the lake bed would survive and could be collected later, so I focused on saving the oldest, most irreplaceable volumes. My actions were driven by boredom rather than altruism. I could have saved a few lives in the meantime, but would I? No, not after Clover's high and mighty attitude, and knowing how the citizens turn on each other out of fear and greed. For me, a single life on this island mattered, little Robin's. And even little Robin needed to understand the harshness of this world. So for now, I was waiting and watching. From the direction Olivia was heading, she would need a miracle to reach the north coast. The Buster Call ships were already within my vast detection range, and soon the bombardment would start, catching Olivia and the two girls in the crossfire. Olivia, covered by a cloak, hurriedly dragged Lily while carrying Robin. She didn't initially understand why Professor Clover had asked her to trust a stranger and head north, but as they traversed the chaotic streets, Robin explained. Grandpa Clover had asked them to find Brother Ross. Lily then revealed the identity of the person they were seeking help from. As someone who had been out at sea for more than half a decade, Olivia knew things that Lily might not understand. She didn't hold any prejudice against Rosinante, despite Lily's complaints. Robin believed in him, and as a mother, Olivia chose to believe too. Professor Clover would not have sent them to a pirate if he hadn't deemed him trustworthy. Just as Olivia was about to enter an alleyway to dodge the soldiers checking people's identities, a cannon shell exploded right behind her. The force of the blast threw Olivia and Lily, while Robin, in her mother's arms, flew further away. Boom! Boom! The cannon shells ignited chaos, making everyone run for their lives. Hundreds of people were scattered, all heading toward the west coast. Lily's leg was trapped beneath debris as Olivia stood up groggily, unable to see Robin, who was separated from them. Turning her attention to the immediate issue, Olivia started digging at the debris. Lily, stay put. I'll get you out, she urged. After several minutes of backbreaking effort, Olivia managed to free Lily just as the damaged house crumbled. Well, well, well. Look who we have here. The criminal who escaped the clutches of the Marines with the help of a traitorous giant by sinking a prison ship, Spandine commented, smiling cruelly. The main reason he was specially dispatched was to capture Olivia. She was being transferred to the CP9 department, where they planned to extract information and see if the world government could obtain an ancient weapon. Olivia's heart pounded as she faced Spandine, knowing that the situation had just become dire. She needed to protect Lily and find Robin before it was too late. I just asked my ship to start a random shelling to speed up the process of chasing the people, but it seems luck is on my side. Who would have expected that I would catch such a big fish? Spandine said, turning his attention towards the young teenage girl covered in dust. Is that your daughter? We were told that you have a daughter. He smirked, clearly showing interest in Lily. It was well known that Olivia had never broken during her torture sessions with the Marines, but now Spandine had found her weakness. Everyone eventually breaks when you have a hold of their family. In one smooth motion, Olivia pulled the gun strapped to her back and fired at Spandine. He narrowed his eyes and slightly tilted his head, dodging the projectile aimed for his head. Now, let's not be hasty, he gestured. The two agents by his side moved with blinding speed and precisely broke Olivia's limbs. Spandine chuckled, closed in on Lily, whose legs were still bleeding, and crouched down. Tell me, little one, what's your name? He asked with a smile. Lily, from the corner of her eye, watched Robin hide in the nearby alleyway. She had already signaled the little girl to remain silent. Lily kept her composure. She was smart and knew that keeping Robin safe was more important than her own life. Stuttering, she replied, Robin, my name is Nico Robin. Spandine turned to his subordinate, who checked the list he held and nodded, confirming that it was indeed Olivia's daughter's name. What Olivia didn't know was that her own sister-in-law had betrayed her, selling out her little daughter. If Lily hadn't lied about her name, Spandine would have alerted the entire island to look for someone named Nico Robin. Fine, bag them both. Let's take them to where the others are. I'm sure the rest of the scholars would love to see the traitor who will be helping us uncover all the secrets of the ancient weapons. He chuckled as he stood up. For CP agents moved in, restraining both Olivia and Lily, whom they thought to be Olivia's daughter. Robin observed everything from her hiding spot. As a smart girl, she understood what her sister Lily was doing. Clasping her hand over her mouth to stifle her sobs, she watched as both her mother and Lily were dragged away. She knew she had to find Brother Ross. Mancherry had told her how strong Brother Ross was, saying he was capable of sinking entire islands. Without a second thought, as the agents left, Robin started sprinting towards the north coast. Ross was her last hope. Robin ran as fast as her little legs could carry her. She knew she had to find Brother Ross. Her mother and sister had been taken, and it was up to her to get help. She dodged through the crowds, avoiding Marines and agents, her small form easily slipping through gaps and alleyways. As she neared the north coast, she could see the Buster Call ships on the horizon, which her mother had mentioned earlier. The bombardment would soon begin, and she knew that time was running out. She pushed herself harder, ignoring the burning in her lungs and the tears streaming down her face. She had to find Brother Ross. He was their only hope. Is this everyone? Round up all the scholars here, Spandine ordered as he finally reached the area where Professor Clover and the rest of the scholars were bound. Olivia and Lily were pushed to the side. Clover was about to call out Lily's name, but a quick gesture from his granddaughter made him pause. Oh, you recognize the girl? Care to tell me how you came to know Olivia's daughter here? By any chance, is she an aspiring scholar too? Spandine asked, observing Clover's reaction. Seeing that little Robin was missing, Clover realized what Lily had done. Spandine, interpreting Clover's shock as confirmation that the teenage girl was planning to become a scholar, smirked. However, even he could not have guessed that Lily was already a scholar, and there was another scholar even younger than Lily, who was barely 8 years old. Well, who would have guessed there was such a young, aspiring scholar? You sure are trouble. You are already training the next generation of demons. Nico Olivia, Spandine commented. He had just received the message that all the Buster Call battleships were in position. The child has no connection with us. You cannot condemn a child because she was born to a scholar. One of the bound scholars roared, trying to help Lily escape the clutches of these monsters. Nearby, many of the island's citizens were witnessing the scene. It was all true. Look how many monsters were hiding under the guise of scholars, planning to destroy the world, a civilian commented. Similar remarks spread through the crowd. It's all because of these monsters that we are being chased away from our own home, another added. If I had known these things earlier, I would have personally killed them all myself, another citizen declares they made their way toward the evacuation ships. You hear that? Spandine chuckled. The people that called you the Pride of O'Hara are now calling you the Demons of O'Hara. He laughed loudly, but Clover didn't react to his taunt. He was concerned about his granddaughter. Feeling insulted by the lack of reaction, Spandine continued. You guys still don't get it, do you? How about we make a bet? You said this girl was innocent, right? I will let her go. If she is able to safely board the evacuation ship, I will let her go free, he said with a cruel smirk. There's a reason why the elders favored Spandine and why he was on the cusp of being promoted to a higher position. He excelled at breaking the opposition and getting things done neatly. Clover's eyes, which had lost their light, regained some clarity as Spandine spoke again. However, if she fails to board the ship, I will gun her down, even though she might not be a scholar. How about it? He added and released Lily. Lily stood there, dumbfounded. However, Olivia, with her broken limbs, moved. Go, go. Get to the evacuation ship. Get away far from here. Lily then turned to her grandfather, whose eyes spoke the same words. Boom! Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from within the Tree of Knowledge, shaking the entire structure. Spandine's communicator rang. Director, we have found it. There's some kind of underground, hidden chamber. There are thousands of written documents here related to poneglyphs, and they also have a large block of stone, which I believe is a poneglyph. It's confirmed, sir. They have broken the taboo, the agent on the other end covered. Ha, finally! So you bastards are not only studying poneglyphs, but also somehow managed to move one here. You dumb morons have just sealed your fate. I wonder, did you have something to do with the poneglyph that vanished from the seafloor on Fishman Island? I'm sure the elders will be interested in hearing this. Spandine forgot about the matter of Olivia's daughter. He had just found a much more important lead. Their CP organization had been searching for any clues regarding the two poneglyphs that had vanished from the seabed. Moving a poneglyph was not something anyone could achieve, but these scholars had managed to do it. Soon, the call connected, and a heavy voice sounded from the other side. Spandine, is the cleanup done? Elder Sama, I might have found a possible lead about the missing poneglyph. Spandine spoke, and the expression of the transponder snail turned dangerous. Sir, these scholars have a poneglyph hidden in the basement. They have somehow managed to move it, so I thought you should know about it. Spandine spoke respectfully. Let me speak. Let me speak to them. I want to ask them something directly. Clover stood up staggering. On the side, Lily had reached the evacuation ship, but when she tried to board, she was pushed away. Get out, you fucking monster. It's all your fault. You guys are the ones who took everything away from us. A woman shoved Lily away. They knew she was Clover's granddaughter, but didn't understand why she was allowed to board the ship. Many who watched didn't intervene, sharing the same sentiment and hatred for Clover's granddaughter. Luckily, Spandine was engrossed in his call with the elders. Otherwise, he would have realized the girl's name was Lily, not Robin. A man with a daughter of his own felt sorry for Lily and tried to speak up for her. She's just a little girl. But another man quickly retorted, if you're so worried about the monster, why don't you step out of the ship and help the demon yourself? Don't drag us into this. Soon, a few others expressed similar opinions, making the man fall silent. He could not afford to risk himself and his own daughter. Lily, witnessing this, finally began to understand Ross's words. She now felt foolish, completely naive about true human nature. She realized why the CP leader had let her go so confidently despite knowing how valuable a hostage she was. It was because she had nowhere to go and no way of escape. Dear readers, Thank you for your continuous support. In the meantime, I request that my readers please spare a few minutes of their precious time, if possible, and leave their reviews and thoughts about the story, so that I can improve upon the story and help it reach more One Piece fans. For those eager to dive into the next chapters of our One Piece saga before anyone else, I invite you to join me on Patreon. By becoming a patron, you'll not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters, but also play a pivotal role in shaping the future of our narratives and much more. Currently updated until Chapter 208. Patreon, www.patreon.com/silent_Steely. Have the orders been given? Sakazuki questioned impatiently as he waited for the buster call signal, which had yet to be initiated. Not yet, sir. We have been asked to remain on standby, one of the Marines on Sakazuki's ship informed him. O'Hara was now surrounded, and the moment the buster call signal was given, hell would rain down upon the island. From the corner of his eye, Sakazuki saw the Marine evacuation ship filling up with the citizens of O'Hara. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes, but he refrained from taking action hastily. Spandine, has the evidence been found? The voice on the transponder snail echoed with authority. Yes, sir. Without a doubt, they are researching weapons of mass destruction to destroy the world. Spandine lied with feigned sincerity. What an unfortunate outcome. It is such a pity that the famed scholars of O'Hara were involved in such a heinous act against this world. Carry out the execution, the voice on the transponder snail commanded. Spare us your false pity. Elders, we are not fooled by your words. I know why you are afraid of us. Yes, you are afraid. We learned it all from the poneglyphs, the history you want buried. Did you think that the lie you built for over 8 centuries would never come to light again? Clover roared defiantly. Meanwhile, Lily sat there, lost and despondent, yet finding some solace in knowing she had saved Robin. Clover, in a bid to show how much they had uncovered over the years, began sharing his theory, oblivious to the rapidly changing expression on the elder's face. But the key is the ancient kingdom that once thrived. The name of the kingdom is... Just as Clover was about to disclose the information, a voice roared from the other end. Kill him. Spandine immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! Before anyone could react, Clover's lifeless body hit the ground. Grandpa, Lily, lost in her despair, saw her grandfather being shot at such close range and forgot that she was still pretending to be Robin. Spandine, kill them all. Burn every last soul on O'Hara. I don't want any survivors. Is that understood? The order came, and Spandine, without hesitation, activated the buster call. Lily reached her grandfather's cold corpse and started wailing. Confusion etched on Spandine's features. Suddenly, he realized what was going on. You bitch! You dare deceive me! He roared in anger, pulling out his pistol to kill Lily. But suddenly, the entire land shook. Ruawar! A giant rushed forward, knocking out the surrounding soldiers and agents left and right amidst gunfire and cannon fire. Don't leave a single soul alive, Spandine ordered. He knew staying on the island was risky and quickly ordered the Marines to shoot down the subdued scholars while he retreated to the safety of his ship. But then he noticed a peculiarity. The northern coast was not being bombarded. He turned to his subordinate for answers. Sir, we have confirmation that Don Quixote Rosinante is residing in that area, so we were advised not to bombard it, the subordinate replied. You moron, did you not hear the elder's orders? No soul alive. So what if it is Rosinante? Just sink him along with the island. I don't believe he can best the buster call, and we have those government dogs tied up. Unleash them. Let the Shichibukai deal with Rosinante. Just make sure no one leaves the island alive. Sir, what about the evacuation ship? The subordinate questioned. You don't have to worry about that. I have already assigned a mad dog to handle it, Spandine said with a chuckle. On Spandine's orders, the entirety of O'Hara was under siege. However, Saul had managed to save Olivia and Lily, though Olivia's condition was dire, riddled with dozens of bullets. Even Saul had been bombarded by the cannon fire of multiple ships. Sir, that giant is carrying the criminal Olivia and her daughter. The subordinate, tracking Saul with his spyglass, responded. Fucking shoot that giant down. Where's that admiral candidate? Akiji. Spandine roared, seeing the giant scooping up Olivia and the girl pretending to be Olivia's daughter. Just as he was about to clarify the misunderstanding, a massive lightning bolt tore through the sky like heaven's retribution, splitting the world government's ship in two. Spandine, at the center, vanished into nothingness. For a moment, the entire scene froze, even the cannon sound from the buster call ceasing. A few moments earlier, Robin finally managed to reach the house on the edge of the northern coast. I casually stepped out of the house, emptying the last of its contents. Brother Ross, help me. Help me save my mother and sister Lily. Help save everyone on the island. She fell, planting her face directly onto the grassy ground, breaking her nose. Despite the pain and exhaustion, she pleaded with me once more. But I continued arranging the last box as if I hadn't heard anything. Robin struggled to move closer. I'm sorry, Brother Ross. I'm sorry that I doubted you. Please help me save my mother, she pleaded. Little Robin, have you forgotten already? I am a pirate, an evil man. How can you expect me to help you? I questioned. Robin's world crumbled as she heard my answer. She was dumbfounded, but then she did the only thing she knew she could do. She sat on her knees and bowed her little head, ramming it into the solid ground with force, tearing the skin and staining the grassy floor with her blood. She continued, ramming her head with more ferocity each time, tears flowing from her eyes, snot running down her nose. Please, I was wrong. I was naive. Please help me save them, the little girl asked earnestly as she fainted. Sigh, I really am not the monster I thought I was. I looked to the other side of the island. Under my observation hockey, everything was as clear as day. I immediately aimed for the world government's ship, especially Spandine, who had just commanded to bring down Saul, who was carrying the two figures that Robin had asked me to save. As silence reigned, many couldn't comprehend what was happening, but the veterans, especially Sakazuki and Kazan, did. It was the unmistakable power of a lightning Logia user. Even Kazan, who had been tracking his friend Saul to see if it was possible to save him amidst the chaos, froze in shock. A single entity floated in the sky, like the guardian god of O'Hara, with lightning surging out like an unrelenting wave. I'd already left Robin under Lucci's care, who were safely hiding on a nearby island. Suddenly, Sakazuki received a call on his transponder snail. Soon enough, he roared orders, continue the bombardment. Pass down the orders to the Shichibukai. Have them bring down that pirate scum, he commanded. The 10 great battleships re-engaged, and suddenly my observation hockey picked up a projectile aimed for my shoulder. I easily dodged it, but soon enough back-to-back shots were fired, each bullet infused with hockey, forcing me to move away from the island. The only reason I kept dodging and didn't retaliate was because I knew who the attacker was. I came face to face with my attackers and found myself surrounded by the 4 Shichibukai: Shikaku, Hector, and Crocodile. A quick glance told me all I needed to know about their strength. Except for Shaki, who was a peak Admiral-level powerhouse, the other two, and in Hector, had Admiral-level strength, with and having a slight edge and skill, but it seemed like Hector made it up with some kind of special devil fruit. Crocodile, however, was a disappointment, even with his Logia fruit. The moron didn't even seem to have a decent hockey level, and he was challenging Whitebeard's crew? For all I knew, Whitebeard must have asked the rest of his crew to go easy on him. If not, he would have been buried in an unmarked grave already. So you are the infamous sword demon, and was the first to speak, unsheathing her own great sword as if ready for the challenge. Poof, Crocodile exhaled. He is nothing but a brat, he commented. But before he could react, I moved, appearing right in front of him, clad my arm with hockey, and punched him in the gut. Boom! A reverberating shockwave echoed. Although Crocodile had managed to enter his elemental state, his internal organs were ruptured. He was lucky that I was holding back, because Hector was watching me like a predator, ready to pounce if I had fully committed to that attack. TCH, did you really think you stood a chance against a man like Whitebeard? What a naive little crocodile. I teased him. Crocodile, buckling from the overwhelming pain, stood up as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and couldn't help but snicker. The other three kept their distance, knowing how dangerous their opponent was, but Crocodile had the audacity to run his mouth. I sage. Just as I was about to launch another attack at Crocodile, the ground froze, forcing me to quickly retreat and create some distance. Are you not going to chase after your friend, Kazan-san? I questioned him. He didn't respond, just looked at Crocodile with pity. Ignoring the others around me, I looked at Shaki and pulled out a transponder snail, throwing it in her direction. She caught it, despite knowing we were now enemies, and I couldn't help but smile. You can thank me later, Shaki-san. The king wants to speak to his queen. Your days as a warlord are over, Shaki-san. Everyone around me was confused about what was being said, but Shaki's eyes widened in evident delight. The smile that she had lost since she was forced to become a Shichibukai finally returned. In front of everyone's shocked gaze, Shikiaku strapped her rifle to her back. From the looks of it, it was the same high-caliber rifle that I had gifted her. So, you're still using that bad boy, Shaki-san? I spoke casually as if I wasn't surrounded. Saul was already making his way to safety, so I was in no hurry. Ah, this rifle truly is a marvel. I've become quite attached to it, she commented, her old demeanor returning. Shikiaku, what's the meaning of this? Akiji couldn't help but question in disbelief. She lit a cigarette, something she had ceased to do, and took a deep drag. You can go tell your superiors that I quit. I will no longer be their dog. She chuckled and turned to me. I will remember this favor, Rosquin. You owe me quite a few favors, Shaki-san. How about repaying one right now? I questioned her, and, on the other hand, was laughing, holding her tummy as she watched the drama unfold. Hector, however, was getting more and more frustrated at being ignored, like every other time. Akiji was trying to make sense of what exactly was happening. Crocodile, however, was coming to terms with his new reality. You want me to fight them? Shaki asked, raising her brows in amusement. This bunch? Oh no, they aren't even enough to keep me entertained. What I want from you is to ensure the safety of that giant and his companions. I gestured in the direction Saul was heading. With a soft murmur of thanks, Shaki left in the indicated direction before anyone could react. Hector roared, trying to strike Shaki from behind. But just as he took a step, a massive flying slash obstructed his path, forcing him to swing his massive battle axe to intercept the sword slash. Did I give you permission to leave? I chuckled while keeping my eye on Akiji, who was the strongest among the bunch. Ross, what are you playing at? Do you know what you have done? If the world government knows that Shaki has defected, then her home will be destroyed, Akiji added. The current Akiji was not like the one in canon. Because of my influence during my time under Garo, he might even be stronger than Sakazuki in a fair fight. Kazan-san, you should be more worried about what your friend Sakazuki is going to do in a few minutes. You better hurry up and save those people on the ship. And don't worry, I've given you my word. Now that Saul is far away, you can burn O'Hara. Sink it, I don't care. But I'm curious to see what kind of justice you will enact. Go on. Meanwhile, I'll entertain these two warlords here. Oh my bad. It's 3. I've yet to clash with a warlord. I wonder if my bounty will increase if I take one of their heads. I chuckled. Kazan got a bad premonition from my words, so he turned to the other 3. Can you handle him? He asked. Is that supposed to be some sort of insult? Hector roared, readying his weapon, and turned serious, not liking being disregarded. Even though she knew her opponent was tough, she genuinely believed she could best me, being a Logia fruit user like me. Anne's eyes blazed with determination as she brandished her sword, the metal gleaming ominously in the flickering light of the ongoing bombardment. You've got quite the ego, kid, thinking you can handle us so easily, she hissed. Hector, wielding his massive battle axe, took a step forward, his muscles bulging with barely contained rage. I've had enough of your arrogance, he growled, swinging his axe in a wide arc to test my reaction. I sidestepped effortlessly, my eyes locking onto his with a challenging glint. Is that all you've got? I taunted, making sure to keep my guard up. The air crackled with tension as lightning bolts danced around me. a reminder of the power I held. Hector lunged at me, his axe coming down with terrifying force, but I blocked it with my shoe sway, the clash sending shockwaves through the ground, and seized the opportunity to strike, her blade aiming for my side. I easily managed to deflect it, the impact sending a sharp jolt up my arm. She was fast, faster than I had anticipated. Crocodile, recovering from my earlier attack, joined the fray, his sand powers swirling around him menacingly. "You're nothing but a child playing with forces you can't comprehend," he sneered. He wanted to wipe away the earlier humiliation. Ignoring his taunts, I focused on their movements. Shikaku was already gone, heading to ensure the safety of Saul and his companions. That was one less concern for now. "Kazan-san, you'd better hurry. Those people won't save themselves," I reminded him, my voice dripping with mockery. Kazan shot me a final look before turning into a blur of motion, racing toward the evacuation ship, wanting to know what exactly Sakazuki was planning to do with the evacuation ships. "You're good. I'll give you that," and admitted, her breathing heavy. "But you're not invincible. Never claimed to be," I replied, a grin spreading across my face. "But I'm having fun, aren't you?" With a roar, Hector charged at me again, and while his body morphed into a hybrid form, I tried to discern what kind of Zoan fruit he had consumed, but my observation hockey detected a new attack. I ducked under the sand blades and delivered a powerful uppercut, sending Hector sprawling backward, and tried to take advantage of the opening, but I spun around and blocked her attack, our swords clashing in a shower of sparks. Crocodile, seeing an opportunity, launched a massive wave of sand towards me. I responded with a burst of lightning, the two forces colliding in a spectacular display of power. "You're outnumbered and outmatched," Crocodile spat, trying to regain his composure. "Numbers mean nothing against absolute power," I retorted, my eyes gleaming with determination. "And let me show you what absolute power means." Black lightning surged out, forcing Hector and Crocodile to immediately create some distance. "You said I was outmatched, right? Let me show you how naive you've been all these years, Crocodile." More black lightning crackled, and the pressure mounted on the three of them. The skies darkened as thunderclouds covered the entire sky. Despite the commotion, the Buster Call ships fired on the island unrelentingly. I wasn't bothered by O'Hara anymore. Sending Akiji to check on the evacuation ship wasn't out of compassion. It was to pit Sakazuki and Akiji against each other. My plan was soon to come to fruition. I unsheathed Shusui, the blade vibrating with a rhythmic hum as if eager to be unleashed. Channeling black lightning into the blade, I couldn't help but smile. Shusui handled the strain unlike Sandai Kitetsu. "Here I come, ready or not." I vanished and reappeared behind, and unleashing Shusui with a massive bolt of lightning tracing my sword, and immediately stopped holding back and unleashed her devil fruit power. A thick layer of snow formed a shield behind her, but my lightning-clad sword tore through it. The shield, however, gave her enough time to dodge. Snow began to fall, and a snowstorm started building, forming a domain of snow. I moved like lightning, slashing at her. Blows came in rapid succession, each attack sending a jolt of pain up N's arms. Shusui swung, aiming for her neck, but she turned into particles of snow and dispersed just in time. She reappeared a dozen meters away, sweat forming on her forehead despite the low temperature. "Are you guys here to daydream? Or are you too afraid to face him?" And sneered, turning to the other two Shichibukai. She was simply trying to rile them up, knowing that alone it might be too dangerous for her to face me. "Desert Spada," Crocodile roared, sending a massive sand blade towards my back. I simply clad my blade with haki and swung at it, shattering it to dust. Suddenly, with a roar, Hector morphed into his Zoan form. He was a towering, 20-meter-tall abomination, a gorgon from mythology, with serpentine hair and a monstrous visage. His scales glistened with a sickly green hue, and his eyes radiated a malevolent glow. Hector's transformation was a sight to behold, a terrifying blend of human and mythological beast. His massive, muscular body was covered in impenetrable scales, and his hair writhed with living serpents that hissed and snapped at the air. His eyes glowed with a sinister red light, promising destruction to anyone who dared challenge him. "You think you can handle this?" Hector's voice was a guttural growl, echoing through the battlefield. He swung his massive tail, smashing the ground and sending shockwaves in every direction. I held my ground, my eyes locked on his. "Do you even realize how ugly you are?" I replied calmly, gripping Shu Sui tighter. The blade vibrated in anticipation, black lightning crackling along its edge. Hector lunged at me, his giant fist crashing down with the force of an avalanche. I dodged, moving with lightning speed, and countered with a swift slash aimed at his midsection. My blade met his scales, creating a shower of sparks, but not before leaving a shallow scar. "Is that all you've got?" I taunted, jumping back to avoid his sweeping tail. And then Crocodile took the opportunity to attack simultaneously. Anne's snowstorm intensified, her snow particles trying to freeze me in place, while Crocodile sent another wave of sand blades my way. I spun around, my blade a blur of motion as I deflected Crocodile's attack and dissipated in snow particles with bursts of lightning. The three of them were powerful, but I was faster and more agile. My observation hockey gave me the edge, allowing me to anticipate their moves and counter them effectively. The battle raged on, with each clash of weapons and powers creating shockwaves that echoed across the island. The ground shook, and the air was thick with the sounds of combat. Despite the overwhelming odds, I held my own, my determination unwavering. Hector, frustrated by his inability to land a hit, roared in fury. "I'll crush you." He brought both fists down in a devastating double strike, the ground cracking under the force. I dodged to the side, using the opportunity to slash at his exposed side. Shu Sui cut through a few of the serpents on his head, making him roar in pain and anger, and tried to capitalize on my distraction, but I spun around, deflecting her greatsword with a swift parry. Crocodile, seeing an opening, lunged at me, his hook aimed for my chest. I sidestepped and countered with a powerful kick, sending him flying back and crashing through the trees. Just as Hector prepared to charge again, I swung Shu Sui. "Lightning Dragon!" I shouted, summoning a massive black dragon made of lightning. The dragon lunged at Hector, clamping its jaws on the Gorgon's form and sending him flying. As Hector traversed the battlefield, massive lightning bolts repeatedly struck his body, breaking off his scales. Although his armor wasn't as strong as Kaido's, it was still incredibly durable, so the lightning wasn't doing as much damage as I had intended. Suddenly, a massive dome of snow enclosed me, and immediately began layering more and more snow to confine me within the dome. I couldn't help but smile in amusement. Busa Shoka Koka! My entire form was imbued with pitch-black armament hockey, extending to Shu Sui. I sheathed Shu Sui into its scabbard, holding my arm, outside the dome, and relentlessly stacked layers upon layers of snow, already over 24 layers and showing no signs of stopping. She wanted to bury her opponent under a mountain of snow. Itoriu Ai, heaven's roar! I unleashed my blade, which moved with the tranquility of water, in harmony with the whole world. In the next instant, a massive pillar of black lightning tore through the ground, piercing through the snowy dome layer by layer. Outside the dome, and was still stacking more layers, but then she suddenly felt everything shake. Her instincts screamed at her to move, and she immediately entered her elemental state. Beneath her, the snow dome cracked, and in the next second, a massive pillar of light emerged from it, engulfing everything within a 100-meter radius, lighting up the entire sky. The lightning pillar seemed to ascend all the way to the heavens. Crocodile, who had just picked himself up from the rubble, couldn't help but rub his eyes to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. Suddenly, a deafening boom reverberated, the sound of the attack lagging behind its visual impact. Even the people of O'Hara on the evacuation ships couldn't help but marvel at the sight of the massive pillar of light ascending all the way to the skies and beyond. And, now in her elemental form, hovered above the ground, her face a mix of shock and fury. Her once carefully layered dome was utterly destroyed, and the display of power left her shaken. Her entire right arm was drenched in blood, and despite turning into her elemental form and trying to dodge, she was still caught in the attack radius. Hector charged, roaring madly, his massive form barreling towards me with a ferocity that shook the ground. I met his charge head-on, our weapons clashing with a thunderous impact. The sheer force of our collision created shockwaves that rippled across the battlefield. I sidestepped Hector's next attack and swung Shusway, aiming for his legs. Hector jumped back, but the blade still managed to graze him, leaving a deep cut. Black lightning surged out, and Hector roared in pain, his scales cracking under the relentless assault. And, seizing the moment, unleashed a barrage of snow spikes from above. I dodged and deflected the spikes with swift, precise movements, each attack barely missing its mark. Crocodile finally joined the fray again, taking advantage of the distraction, and attempted to encase me in a sandstorm, the swirling sands obscuring my vision. I closed my eyes and relied on my observation hockey, feeling the movements of my opponents through the storm. With a swift motion, I spun Shusway, generating a vortex of black lightning that dispersed the sandstorm, sending particles scattering in all directions. "You'll have to do better than that," I taunted, my voice cutting through the chaos. Crocodile lunged at me, his arm clad in a sand blade aiming for my throat. I parried his attack and countered with a swift kick to his midsection, sending him sprawling back. Hector, enraged by the sight, charged again, his massive form creating tremors with each step. I met his charge with a powerful upward slash, the black lightning-infused blade cutting through his scales. Hector howled in pain, but his momentum carried him forward, and he swung his massive tail at me. I ducked under the tail and retaliated with a series of rapid slashes, each strike finding its mark and leaving Hector reeling. And, seeing her comrades faltering, intensified her assault. The snowstorm around us grew fiercer, visibility dropping to near zero. She created massive ice constructs, sending them hurtling towards me with deadly precision. I sliced through the constructs with ease, but their sheer number and speed were relentless. Amidst the blizzard, I sensed Hector's presence closing in. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, each strike powerful enough to shatter boulders. I deflected and dodged, the force of his blows sending shockwaves through the air. Our clash was a dance of strength and speed. Neither of us was willing to give an inch. The skies above O'Hara darkened ominously, heralding the storm of battle that was about to erupt. Black lightning crackled around me, charging the air with an oppressive energy that made even the most stalwart warriors flinch. "Have you even considered the true power of that mythical fruit, Hector?" I taunted, my voice carrying across the desolate battlefield. "It's simply being wasted on you." Hector, in his colossal Gorgon form, retreated just in time to avoid my blade. He was using the fruit's vitality and nearly indestructible body merely to brawl, not realizing its true potential. Death gaze. Hector roared, his eyes turning golden. Everything in his line of sight began to petrify. The snow, the sand, even my black lightning slowed as if caught in a temporal snare. My movements grew sluggish, the petrifying force sapping my speed. A smile crept across my face. Now, that's what I'm talking about. Suddenly, a massive burst of Conqueror's haki surged out from me, countering the Gorgon's petrification. The almost invisible force rammed into Hector, throwing his massive form backward. The snow and sandstorms were obliterated in an instant. I launched myself forward, intending to cut Hector down, and immediately intercepted, swinging her greatsword to block my path. I swung Shusway, the blade humming with power. Itoriuii, Death Sonata, a thin, precise blade slash aimed for Anne's neck. She reacted swiftly. "Iron Maiden!" and cried, and a massive construct made of snow erupted from the ground, its form covered in her armament hockey. It was one of her strongest defensive moves, but against my hockey-infused lightning slash, it stood no chance. The defensive structure was severed and crumbled to snow. Anne's eyes widened, and she mustered every ounce of armament hockey she had, swinging her greatsword downward to defend herself. Boom! With a resounding explosion, and was sent flying through the air from the force of the blow. Desert La Spada. Crocodile lunged at me from my blind spot, not realizing the extent of my observation hockey. I sidestepped his attack effortlessly, and as he overextended, I swung shoe sway, clad in hockey. Crocodile immediately entered his elemental state, crumbling into sand. AR! A blood-curdling cry rang out as a wrist dropped in front of me. I had cleanly severed Crocodile's arm at the wrist. He reappeared 100 meters away, clutching his stump and roaring in pain. He had never imagined that anyone could touch him, let alone sever his arm. Gorgon's breath. Hector roared, opening his grotesque mouth and firing a massive beam of sizzling acid that scorched through everything, burning trees, the ground, and melting sand and snow. The acid morphed into a massive serpent and shot toward me. Dark Dragon's descent. I swung shoe sway in a downward arc, and a massive black dragon manifested in the sky. With an earth-shaking roar, it descended with ferocity, aimed directly at the acid serpent. The two colossal elemental constructs clashed with ferocity, sending ripples of shockwaves that shook the entire island. Lightning crackled, acid sizzled, and the ground beneath them formed a massive crater. Despite the potent acid, the lightning dragon devoured the behemoth serpent completely, evaporating it and charging forward to strike at Hector. Snake's nest. Hector roared, and thousands of thick snakes made of poison manifested, surrounding him and forming a massive cocoon. The black dragon rammed into the cocoon, melting through the layers. Just then, a phoenix made of snow rammed into the side of the lightning dragon. After a dozen seconds of stalemate, the three attacks neutralized each other. The entire surrounding area was supercharged with static electricity. If these charges weren't dissipated soon, the entire zone would become a lightning field. And supported herself with her greatsword as she climbed out of the rubble, using it as a crutch. The last attack had left a massive gash on her chest, even destroying part of her face. Her once beautiful visage was now marred and scorched beyond recognition. Fury filled her eyes. She had been hailed as the snow goddess, but now all that remained of that beauty was an ugly scar. Rage consumed her, and all she wanted was to kill me and drink my blood. On the Marine side, the relentless bombardment of the island continued unabated. The Marines watched, awestruck, as the nearby island became a battleground for forces beyond their wildest imagination. The clash's ferocity was so intense that it sent tremors through their great battleships, even from dozens of miles away. For an hour, the bombardment had raged, yet the intensity of the clash showed no sign of waning. Even the seas seemed electrified, with lightning crackling and surging around them. On one of the ships, Vice Admiral Sakazuki, known as Akainu, turned his attention to the three evacuation vessels. He had already received orders to send every soul to the afterlife. With a grim determination, he unleashed his attack. Ryusei Kazan, he bellowed, launching a barrage of flaming magma fists into the air. They rapidly expanded, following a deadly trajectory toward the evacuation ships. Each massive fist of magma rained down upon the vessels, which carried thousands of O'Hara citizens and hundreds of Marine soldiers who were manning them. Screams of terror reverberated through the evacuation ships as the inferno approached, and even the Marines on Sakazuki's ship watched in disbelief. Their superior was planning to bury fellow Marines alongside innocent civilians. Just as the magma fists were about to engulf the ships, the sneer on Sakazuki's face turned into a frown. Ice Age. A massive dome of ice suddenly encased the three ships, shielding them from the relentless rain of magma. Akainu's face contorted in anger as he saw a tall man step out of one of the evacuation ships and stand defiantly on its railing. Akiji's eyes were cold, devoid of any warmth for his fellow admiral candidate. Sakazuki, care to explain why you are attacking a civilian evacuation ship? Akiji's voice carried over the open sea. The bombardment ceased as the entire island of O'Hara burned, with even the famed Tree of Knowledge succumbing to the relentless assault. Kazan, why are you here? Weren't you given orders to chase the traitor Saul and capture him along with Nico Alvia and her daughter? Akainu retorted, disregarding Akiji's question. Akainu, you still haven't answered my question. Why did you attack a civilian transport that also carried fellow Marines on board? Akiji roared as ice spread beneath them, freezing the sea and trapping almost all the battleships in a thick sheet of ice. Justice needs to be absolute. I suspect there are scholars hidden among the so-called civilians. To ensure that no one escapes, I have to eradicate everyone, Akainu countered, his voice dripping with conviction. Akiji couldn't believe the absurdity of Akainu's justification. Even if you think there are scholars hidden among them, you could have screened everyone to find the real ones hiding. Why did you even target the Marines on board? Tell me, Sakazuki, what difference is there between you and a filthy pirate? Akiji's voice was a mix of incredulity and anger. The tension between the two admiral candidates was palpable. What Akiji asked was logical. Even if Akainu suspected scholars were hiding, a stringent screening process could have uncovered them. Akainu's actions seemed more like an attempt to bury evidence than to serve justice. Akainu's face twisted in fury at being compared to a pirate. His arm morphed into magma, ready for confrontation. I have my orders, Akiji. It is you who is defying orders and impeding my work. If you do not move away from those ships, I don't mind sinking you alongside them. Akainu roared, his voice almost a dangerous hiss. But Akiji stood unfazed, confident in his ability to face Akainu if it came to a clash. Bring it on, Akainu. For trying to harm your fellow Marines without proper cause, I don't mind putting down a mad dog like you. Akiji's voice rang out with righteous fury. Akainu's actions had crossed his bottom line, and he needed to prove that the Marines stood for justice. Allowing Akainu to kill innocents would shatter his belief in what justice truly means. Daifunka, Akainu roared, launching himself toward the evacuation ships using Jeppo. But Akiji was ready. Ice punch. He launched himself forward, not holding back. The two admiral candidates clashed with ferocity, magma meeting ice in a brilliant display. A resounding shockwave pushed the nearby ships away as the figures parted, equally matched. But Akainu could tell he was pushed back first, anger surging through him. Inagami Girin. Akainu bellowed, manifesting a massive magma hound that launched itself at Akiji. Akiji countered with his own attack. Ice block, pheasant beak. A massive bird made of crystalline ice shot forth, charging at the incoming magma hound. The two constructs, embodiments of raw natural power, tore at each other, trying to gain the upper hand. The elements were relentless, neutralizing each other. Every Marine and world government agent watched, shocked and puzzled, as the two admiral candidates went at each other's throats with a ferocity that seemed intent on tearing the opponent apart. Lightning Nova. A blinding flash of light tore through the skies as I unleashed a devastating attack on Hector. Now battered and bruised, he staggered under the assault, and, despite having lost an arm, had gone completely unhinged. Consumed by anger, she leaped back into the thick of the fight time and again, fashioning an arm made of snow to replace her missing limb. Crocodile, however, was a broken man. Nearly every bone in his body seemed shattered, and even his devil fruit powers refused to respond to his commands. He lay at the battle's edge, resembling a broken doll. Hector, do you still think you can take my head? I taunted, slashing Shusui and leaving another deep gash on his massive form. He was completely on the defensive, desperate for a way to escape. Winter Wind, and roared, slashing her great sword with her remaining hand. Her body was already covered in hundreds of wounds. She might have had a chance to survive if she had chosen to escape, But instead, she attacked me relentlessly. Each exchange proved more fatal for her. The snow beneath her feet was stained with her blood. Shusway streaked through the air, clashing with En's massive greatsword. Despite her ferocity, En's strength waned with each passing second. My release of Conqueror's Haki put them at a complete disadvantage. Hector's eyes were wide with desperation, his once proud form now reduced to a trembling mass of fear. You'll never win, he stammered, though his voice lacked conviction. Is that so? I replied with a sneer, my voice dripping with contempt. Look around you, Hector. Your allies are falling. Your strength is fading. You are nothing but a shell of the warrior you once were. At least if you had remained defiant till the end, I would have respected you. You simply reek of fear. Even Crocodile seems better than you in my eyes. Anne's attacks grew increasingly wild and uncoordinated. Her exhaustion was evident. Each swing of her greatsword was slower and less precise. I easily parried her blows, the force behind them diminishing with every strike. Her snow arm, a symbol of her defiance, began to crumble under the relentless pressure. And give up, I shouted, hoping to break through her rage. This is a fight you cannot win. Save yourself while you still can. Serve my family. You may still live. But Anne's eyes burned with a stubborn fury. I will never surrender to the likes of you, she screamed, lunging at me with all the strength she could muster. I met her charge head-on, Shusway clashing violently with her greatsword. The force of our collision sent tremors through the battlefield, with snow swirling around us like a storm. Despite her determination, Anne's body could no longer keep up with her spirit. Her wounds slowed her movements, and with one final, powerful slash, I disarmed her. Her greatsword flew from her grasp, embedding itself in the snow several feet away, and fell to her knees, breathing heavily, blood pouring from her numerous injuries. I stood over her, Shusway poised for the finishing blow. It didn't have to end like this, I said softly, almost regretfully. Hector, seeing Anne's defeat, roared in frustration and fear. He charged at me. I thought it was in a desperate attempt to save his comrade, but my future sight said otherwise. The guy was truly a coward unfit to be a pirate. The mythical Gorgon fruit was truly wasted on him. Compared to him, I could at least respect Anne and Crocodile, who fought without backing down despite finding themselves at a complete disadvantage. Hector, without consideration for his fellow warlords, dashed away in a desperate attempt to survive. As Hector fled, the battlefield grew eerily silent. The storm of battle had passed, leaving behind a stark, frozen wasteland dotted with the fallen. And, though beaten, still glared up at me with defiant eyes. Do it, she spat, challenging me to end her life. Is that what you truly want, Miss Bonnie? I asked her one last time, my voice steady and cold against the howling wind. The snowstorm raged around us, and the battlefield was a frozen wasteland littered with the remnants of our fierce struggle. Bonnie simply spat defiantly, her eyes burning with unyielding rage. Why, kid? Are you chickening out now? Out on the seas, the strong prey on the weak, or are you going to tell me you haven't taken another human's life? She spoke with fierce defiance, her words cutting through the icy air. Take it, it's the victor's spoils. Take my head, you bastard, she roared, her voice echoing across the desolate battlefield. I gripped Shusway tightly, its blade gleaming ominously under the dim, stormy sky. Bonnie's challenge hung in the air, a testament to her unbreakable spirit even in the face of certain death. She stood tall, her gaze unwavering, prepared to meet her end with the dignity of a true pirate. The storm seemed to hold its breath as I swung Shusway at blinding speed. The blade cut through the air with lethal precision, and in a single, swift motion, I beheaded the formidable pirate. The clean stroke was almost poetic in its execution, a final tribute to her strength and defiance. And Bonnie's headless body, once a fearsome pirate of the New World, hit the snow with a soft thud. Blood splattered onto the pristine white ground, a stark contrast that painted a grim picture of the brutality of our world. Her head rolled a few feet away, her eyes still wide open, reflecting the fierce spirit that had defined her life. For a moment, the world stood still. The howling wind, the falling snow, and the echoes of battle seemed to fade into silence. I stood over Bonnie's fallen form, the weight of my actions settling heavily on my shoulders. She had been a worthy opponent, a formidable force on the seas, and now she was no more. The snowstorm began to pick up again, and the wind howled mournfully as if mourning the loss of a great warrior. I sheathed Shusway, the blade now stained with the blood of one of the New World's most fearsome pirates. The battle was over, but the memory of this day would linger, a reminder of the harsh reality of our lives on the seas. As I turned away from Bonnie's lifeless body, I couldn't help but feel a pang of respect for the fallen pirate. She had faced her end with courage and defiance, embodying the true spirit of a pirate to the very last. The strong prey on the weak, she had said, and in this brutal world, her words rang true. I turned my attention toward the broken form of Crocodile. Like Bonnie, his eyes held defiance rather than fear, but there was also a hint of a desire to live. He did not want to meet the same fate as Bonnie, but neither was he going to plead for his life. He had his own pride as a pirate. With soft strides, I made my way toward Crocodile, who awaited his judgment in silence, too broken to muster the strength for final words. Meanwhile, the battle between Akainu and Akiji was reaching epic proportions. Despite holding back out of consideration for the surrounding Marines, Akiji found himself constantly on the defensive. Akainu showed no such quarter, disregarding anyone and everyone in his path. To him, his orders were absolute. Suddenly, the transponder snail in Akiji's pocket rang. He pushed Akainu back with a massive spear of ice, temporarily gaining some distance. Akainu smirked, interpreting the call as a sign of his impending victory. Although he disengaged from the battle, he remained ready to confront his fellow admiral candidate if necessary. Akiji picked up the call, a sense of foreboding settling in his gut. Sengoku's voice roared from the other end. "Kazan, you bastard, are you trying to act like Garp now? Don't you think we have enough headaches with one Marine outlier? Do you want to follow down that same path?" Sengoku didn't let Kazan explain the situation. But Kazan started, but Sengoku interrupted him again. "Shut up, Kazan. I know everything. Your orders were to capture the traitor Saul and the escapee Nico Alvia. Don't bother with Akainu. I will talk with him," Sengoku commanded firmly. "But Sengoku-sen, Sakazuki is trying to kill innocents along with the Marines on board. Even if they are orders, there are better ways to handle this matter." Kazan countered, his voice filled with frustration. "Kazan, listen to me. I will guarantee the safety of the civilians. I will have them escorted safely. You need to focus on your orders." "Now," Sengoku replied, his tone brooking no argument. "But, Sengoku-san, let me personally escort the ships," Kazan pleaded. He didn't trust anyone else to carry out this mission properly. "Kazan, did you even hear a word I said? Get Saul. I'll personally take care of the civilians on the ships," Sengoku roared, his patience wearing thin. Finally, Kazan had to relent. With Sengoku's assurance, he gave one last challenging gaze to Akainu, who responded with a snort of contempt. Reluctantly, Kazan turned and left in the direction where Saul had fled earlier. As I reached Crocodile, I could see the flicker of emotions playing across his face: defiance, pride, and a desperate will to live. His body was battered and broken, his devil fruit powers failing him in his moment of need. He lay there, unable to speak, awaiting his fate with silent dignity. "Even now, you won't beg for your life," I said softly, a touch of admiration in my voice. "You still hold onto your pride as a pirate." Crocodile's eyes burned with a mixture of defiance and resignation. He was prepared to meet his end, but refused to show fear. Just as I was about to end Crocodile's life, my observation hockey picked up Akiji, moving rapidly in the direction where Saul had escaped on his raft. With a chuckle, I decided to leave Crocodile's fate to the whims of destiny. Turning away, I sheathed shoe sway and strode away from the broken pirate, the snow crunching beneath my boots. Crocodile lay there, his defiant eyes tracking my movements. He seemed puzzled but relieved, a flicker of hope igniting in his gaze. "Leaving me to fate, huh?" he muttered weakly, his voice barely audible over the howling wind. I paused for a moment, glancing back at him. "Consider it a twist of fate, Crocodile. Sometimes the strong don't have to prey on the weak. Sometimes they just walk away."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.